Okay, sorry, guys. Ooh. Just got some breaking news. Which I'm sure you guys know about. Oh, God. Very, very big strikes in Dahia just now, Beirut. 6 buildings flattened. Okay. What are we concluding? Well, I'm trying to find information because 10. People heard it 30 kilometers away, bunker busters. I mean, my family are like less than 3 kilometers away from this place. So it's like, Jesus, fuck. Um, like they would have felt that. You wouldn't just be hearing it, you'd feel it. I'm just trying to find out if, trying to get responses from people. And also trying to find out if people were given warnings. Because I know the last time they tried to hit Nasrallah in the building that he was supposedly in, the warning they gave was about 18 hours in advance, according to the IDF. When I spoke to Ulmer, when he spoke about the 2006 war, he was like very proudly telling me that that the actual number of people who died in Dahia in the strikes was really, really low because the warnings they gave were so long. Someone you follow on Twitter said they got 2 hours warning. Yeah, I'm trying to find out. I feel like my family would have been given warnings as well because they're not far from there. They're not far at all. Elon Levy is getting a bit horny, gooning over the potential death of Nasrallah. There's no way he was still there. Yeah, and a 2 hour warning, he's probably getting out. Why would they give warnings if they want to hit Nasrallah? Because I do think, because I think you still have to, okay. Even if Nasrallah is there and he's underneath civilians, you can't just be like, okay, we're going to destroy 10 civilian buildings. We're going to kill potentially like 100 people, but at least we'll get the fat man. You can't really do that. It's not legal. It's very illegal. So I don't think he's even in Lebanon. Yeah, we don't know. Like, I think it would be very stupid of him to hide in Dahia, but how would he even get out without being seen? I don't know. Is the idea to flush him out? Well, I guess the idea was to destroy the headquarters. It's probably the idea. The idea is to strike the headquarters, I imagine, not to actually get the personnel. Whoever survives this is the mole. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand how that works. If they claim to be targeting the person, but then they give a warning that's longer than like 10 minutes. Like, I don't really, were they maybe assuming like that, they're saying they did want to get Nasrallah himself. I didn't hear that. I saw that there was no comment on whether or not they wanted to get Nasrallah. I mean, this is the strike witnessed from a few kilometers away. This is probably like a kilometer away, right? Maybe 1.5. So I'm gonna say might be JDAM. That's probably actually a good call there. God damn it. That's a really, I don't think their strikes have been that big in the past. That's a huge fucking strike. Current Israeli news is that the idea for checking if Nasrallah was present, meaning they didn't anticipate him fleeing. I need to know how that works. I don't know if anyone, do I have anyone who has expertise in that field who can explain that to me? Like how you can give a 2-hour warning and they still expect the person that you're targeting to stay there? I'm guessing actually if they're messaging civilians and they just, what, do they just hope that no civilian tells the people hiding underneath? Don't know. Like they can call the houses and just be like, psst, don't tell Nasrallah. And if anyone asks why you're all leaving the building at once, just be like, memes. This is the video from the ground. That is a huge, huge amount of damage. Apparently, the United States was notified, according to OSINT Defender, the old trustworthy. If these guys don't post links, I'm not giving them the time of day. I'm sorry. You can't just call. You can't just call your Twitter account open source intelligence and be like, expected to be taken as a credible source. Fuck off. Which neighborhood was struck? Dahia. Which is a fairly big area, but Beirut's a very dense area. Beirut's not that like it's a suburb. Dahia is like a district or a suburb. It's, you know, there are shops all over the place and there's a main road that goes through it. Reports are going between what, 4 buildings, 5 buildings, 6 buildings, 10 buildings? Okay, people are varied on that. Why do they keep picking fights with Israel knowing this will happen? It's stupid. At least wait until you can actually fight. No, it's in their interest to get Israel to do stuff like this. Yeah, obviously the usual suspects are just incredibly horny for the idea that they killed Nasrallah, but I don't think I don't know. I'm not sure it's that easy. Was he reportedly the target? I mean, if they're saying that, I thought there was no comment. So if I'm looking at Times of Israel here, they're saying there's no comment. Does anyone know the exact location that they hit? Because we can check it on Google Earth. Hagari gave them a general warning to flee from buildings with Hezbollah militants and HQs in them. Yeah, but do you know if you're a Shiite and you live in Dahia, how do you know that the bunker is underneath your building? I don't think the average person knows that their building is the bunker because it's underneath the building. It's underground. Do they just occasionally see Nasrallah with his daily shop waddling down into the tunnel underneath a building? Oh, it was actually a bit further away. It's a bit further away from where I thought. Because Dahia is like, it's a fairly big area. I think it encompasses this and a bit of this as well. I think it goes quite far up. It should be pretty conspicuous neighbors talk. I mean, maybe. I'm just saying, if there are militants underneath my fucking house, I don't know. I've not heard of it. And they could pull the wool over my eyes for a while because I don't check. I don't talk to my neighbors very often. Do you ever check r/Lebanon? Yeah, but I feel like the way that they talk, it sounds like it's very much filled with diaspora, but I don't know. Just a guess. Hezbollah sources saying there's no content. Okay, stop telling me. Give me links. Give me links. Okay, go in the Discord and give me links. Otherwise, just leave me alone. It's this. Preferably not tweets unless they're videos. This person was very close to the strike, I'm guessing.
يعني مدد
2,000 tons? I think they mean 2,000 pounds. Is there a 2,000 ton? Fuck me. Imagine. Ooh. So apparently there's a 2-hour warning, but also some people are saying it was a more general warning that was given days ago. Barack Ravid, this guy's more reliable, I think. He tends to be factually. IDF is checking. They say Nasrallah was the target. Someone does. So whoever told the Times of Israel didn't comment on this. Here, they're saying there was the spokesman from the IDF did not mention whether or not he was the target. Axios is saying he was. Why it matters, driving the news. Netanyahu abruptly left a press briefing at the UN after receiving an update from his military advisor. Sir, another bomb has struck the Arabs. That's probably what they told him. What is that document that I have where Israeli officials are discussing Dahia? It had a really stupid title. What the fuck was it called? What the fuck was it called? Army. No, that was easy to find. This is them talking about Dahia in a, I think it's like a INSS. Because I think it's Gabi Siboni or, yeah, it's one of these guys who actually, where the quote came from the Dahia Doctrine, yeah. But again, the Dahia Doctrine is not quite what people say it is generally. A lot of it's built on conjecture. Because here, there's one part where they say, the army's position was, despite the immediate and direct threat from these houses to the citizens of Israel, we recommend not attacking them in the first stage, but in the second stage, after we evacuate the population. We will take risks to prevent harm to civilians who are not combatants. As you know, a different decision was made contrary to our opinion. In hindsight, it was the right decision. Thus, an important array was damaged that could have caused very heavy damage. This dilemma arose again on the second day of fighting regarding the attack on two important targets in the capital, Nasrallah's office building and the building containing Nasrallah's apartment. It was possible to attack these two structures by surprise with a reasonable chance of hitting him. All the residents of the surrounding area, the security square, were required by means of announcements to evacuate the area. Only after 18 hours did we attack these two buildings. In my opinion, this testifies to the morality of the idea. And also informed the entire population of the south and the neighborhood within Beirut that they were in combat areas of Hezbollah and that they should evacuate. This was at the expense of the effectiveness of the attack. So apparently the second day of the 06 war, they actually targeted Nasrallah's building, two of them, and gave a warning 18 hours before doing the strike. Apparently that's what they did. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone contradict this. But it does make me wonder, like, who the fuck is staying if you're giving an 18-hour warning? That's just you. This is the guy, wasn't it? Gadi Eisenkot, the guy who was quoted for the Dahia Doctrine. Is there any chance he's in Iran? He could be anywhere. Well, if I was him, I would just build a fucking bunker underneath a tree in Syria and stay there. Go hide in Assad's fucking headquarters. Why would you stay in Lebanon if you're him? God. Fuck that. There's no such thing as the Dahia doctrine. It's some crap that was exaggerated from what Eisenkot said in 2016. Yeah, it's just like it's a quote. It's a quote that got butchered by the press and by the Goldstone report. Yeah. It's yeah. I'm seeing anything between 6 and it looks like it's between 6 and 10 buildings destroyed, mostly flattened. Yes. Mm. What do you mean it doesn't exist? Do you think Israel does not disregard the safety of the Lebanese? I don't know if they cared that much, but I'm just saying that the Dahia doctrine, which is the idea that they just target random civilian areas to set an example to the population, that's not, I don't think there's been any evidence that that's what they do in Lebanon. Where does your family live? They live not too far from Dahia. I think from that location, from that area that was hit. I'm not telling you exactly where they live, though. What the fuck? Civilian infrastructure, not random areas. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, not just randomly hitting civilian infrastructure, you fucking idiot. That's what I mean. Yeah, that would be, if you were just hitting civilian areas to set an example, like, that would be basically what? Random civilians. Yeah, that would be like targeting civilians as policy. I don't think there's ever been any strong evidence that that's what they did, though. It doesn't really mesh particularly well. You mean power plants? That I don't know. That would still be criminal, though, unless it was also serving a military purpose. But when I look at people actually talking about it with some sense of elaboration, what they're talking about is civilian infrastructure that is also used by Hezbollah, by soldiers, which is different because that's not targeting civilian. This is the guy. This is Eisenkot's passage on it. Where does he actually talk about it at length? If you had the chance to take out Nasrallah, but he was under your family's building, would you go through with it or let him get away? What a fucking stupid question. Of course I'd let him get away to save my family. What the fuck are you talking about? I would rather... That's why... I would rather that Hezbollah just emptied their fucking arsenal on northern Israel than one of my cousins dies. Yeah, I'm quite tribal in that sense. Yeah, I like people who are close to me. I don't give a fuck about people I don't know, generally. Would that be moral? Probably not. It's like the death penalty question, you know, in Ides of March when George Clooney, the really charming politician, the smooth talking politician, is like, I don't support the death penalty, but if someone murders my wife, I'm killing that man. I will kill that man with my bare hands, and I would be happy to do the time for it. And like, but you oppose the death penalty. Why can't we do it? It's because, society has to be better than the individual. Yeah, okay. I feel like a lot of Israelis would take that trade. Yeah, they would, because it's their families who are getting rockets flying over their heads, bro. Well done. You have just discovered that civilians are not really the best people to make the calls on who should be striking what in what capacity. Yeah, that's why we have laws. Geolocation, the aftermath. What is Ynet? Some Israeli journalist source. This is quite Harit Harik. This is Harit Harik. I fucking pronounce these stupid fucking names. This is quite far from. It's really not that far. Jesus. Where's the... Oh, this is not Google Earth. So they struck this old area. Ladies' clothes shop. A cake shop. A shisha bar. A nail salon. A pharmaceutical company. Ellie, thanks for the 100 Swedish. Hope your family will be safe. Here's some money, I don't know. It's okay. Can you street view the now leveled streets? Can I? How does one street view? Eh? I'm guessing it doesn't let you street view just anywhere. Maybe they... Maybe there's a reason you can't street view Dahlia. I'm guessing this means go away. This means fuck off. Why is it some of it going red? Or is that just the color of the... Can I go here? Family's fine. Nice one. Good. Do you have any close relatives in Lebanon right now? I have relatives who are about 3 kilometers away from this place. Yeah. So, hang on. 1 minute. IDF assessing whether Nasrallah was killed. Yeah. Any info on casualties? I mean, chances are, bro, like most of the people who died in this were civilians, if they did. It's most likely. There's no way you're doing that without fucking... Like, these buildings were not... You're not emptying these buildings before you... Like, yeah. Well, I don't know about the people in Dahia, but the people in the rest of Beirut were not warned, as far as I know. Fuck me. How do you do proportionality if the target is Nasrallah? Well, the military advantage of killing Nasrallah is probably quite high, which probably means you can have a high number of civilian collateral. It's probably that way. You doubt they get... Again, you'd have to ask someone who lives in the area, because people who were not far from the area were not warned, as far as I know. Like, I can basically confirm that. So, How much do you want to bet Mehdi Hassan claims Nasrallah is not an active combatant? Don't care. Who's second in command with his general staff not functioning? Don't know. My cousin tells me he was a mile away. Was your cousin warned? Engineering as fuck? I don't even know what the AF means there. America first. I don't even know. Where would you find that out? It's possible Iranian generals were there. Wouldn't be too surprising. I'm messaging him now. He was freaked out. Yeah. Arabic Twitter. Yeah, don't mind me. Let me just go on Arabic Twitter with my Arabic brothers where I can, talk our mother Arabic tongue. Do you think this strike on Lebanon was justified? Don't know yet. Don't have enough information. Not even close. I mean, I imagine most people in Beirut who are not from Dahia would know better to not go there at this current time. But it would be helpful to know if people who still live there were given warnings, or if they considered the warnings from a few days ago were good enough. Like, is that really the expectation, that you just empty an entire suburb in a few days? Lebanon's not a very small country, okay? Like, if you got people fleeing from the south, there's not that many. It's also one of the more densely populated parts of Lebanon, and Beirut is quite dense. Is it not the case that like over 1 million people live in Dahia? Hang on. $800,000 in 2010? Do you think if Nasrallah died, this war would chill? I really don't know. I don't know how important, given he's got like a real cult of personality around him, it probably would matter a bit, but I can't imagine there's much diversity of opinion in Hezbollah, right? Like, I don't think Hezbollah number 2s or 3s are going to be like, thank God that nutter's gone. Let's make peace, you know? Does your family also speak Aramaic? I don't think so. My dad can kind of read a bit of it, but that's only because it's similar to Arabic, I think. I don't think it's like a special skill. He's not even the first leader. Yeah, but he's been the leader for decades. Does he have a family member that could replace him? I don't know. He's lost like 3 sons because they were all fighters, but I don't know. Let's have a look. Any more updates? There's some Hebrew stuff here. Hezbollah sources say Nasrallah is in a safe place. Yeah, but couldn't that mean heaven? He's okay. Well, since it's breaking news and there's not really any fucking point in going any further with that, let's just watch the UN address and then see what changes in the next half hour. Because this dickhead actually spoke for half an hour this time.
But it didn't end there. Israel
Whoa.
was... The curse of October 7th began when Hamas invaded Israel from Gaza. But it didn't end there. Israel was soon forced to defend itself on 6 more war fronts organized by Iran. On October 8th, Hezbollah attacked us from Lebanon. Since then, they fired over 8,000 rockets at our towns and cities, at our civilians, at our children. 2 weeks later, the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen launched drones and missiles at Israel, the first of 250 such attacks, including one yesterday aimed at Tel Aviv. Iran's Shiite militias in Syria and Iraq have targeted Israel dozens of times over the past year as well. Fueled by Iran, Palestinian terrorists in Judea and Samaria perpetrated scores of attacks there and throughout Israel. And last April, for the first time ever, Iran directly attacked Israel from its own territory, firing 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles at us. I have a message for the tyrants of Tehran. If you strike us, we will strike you. There is no place.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach. And that's true of the entire Middle East. Far from being lambs led to the slaughter, Israel's soldiers have fought back with incredible courage and with heroic sacrifice. And I have another message for this assembly and for the world outside this hall. We are winning. Ladies and gentlemen, as Israel defends itself against Iran in the seven-front war, the line separating the blessing and the curse could not be more clear. This is the map I presented here last year. It's a map of a blessing. It shows Israel and its Arab partners forming a land bridge connecting Asia...
He loves his fucking props, man. He's such a goon.
...and Europe, between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. Across this bridge, we will lay rail lines, energy pipelines, fiber optic cables, and this will serve the betterment of 2 billion people.
Billion.
Now look at this second map.
Uh-oh.
It's a map. Look at the second map.
Why is it black? He's a fucking psycho, bro. Why is he so bad at advocating for himself? I love it how Palestinians come to these things and they're so well versed in like the language of human rights and international law and all this shit. He just comes here. The blessing and the curse. The curse is black because it's bad. Okay, dude. The fuck? The black lands of Arabia. Israelis vote for this guy, man. That's the thing. That's the real black pill. Is Israelis are like, this is our guy. That's our boy. You're going to steer us through this very complex international zeitgeist. You're going to get us through.
Map of a curse. It's a map of an arc of terror that Iran has created and imposed from the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean. Iran's malignant arc has shut down international waterways. It cuts off trade. It destroys millions, destroys nations from within, and inflicts misery on millions. On the one hand, a bright blessing, a future of hope. On the other hand, a dark future of despair. And if you think this dark map is only a curse for Israel, if you think that, then you should think again. Because Iran's aggression, if it's not checked, will endanger every single country in the Middle East and many, many countries in the rest of the world, because Iran seeks to impose its radicalism well beyond the Middle East. That's why it funds terror networks on 5 continents. That's why it builds ballistic missiles for nuclear warheads to threaten the entire world. For too long, the world has appeased Iran.
Iraq? Yeah, there are lots of Iranian proxies running about Iraq. There are Hezbollah people in Iraq. There are like IRGC people in Iraq. Yeah. It's part of the parts of Iraq are part of the Axis, no? Pretty sure Iranian like land imports can just go straight from Iran through Iraq, through Syria into Lebanon.
Turns a blind eye to its internal repression. It turns a blind eye to its external aggression. Well, that appeasement must end, and that appeasement must end now.
There's a Shia, yeah. A lot of people don't know that Iraq is a Shia majority country. I think a lot of people don't know that because of like Saddam and the fucking the Ba'ath Party thing. But yeah.
Nations of the world should support the brave people of Iran who want to rid themselves of this evil regime. Responsible governments should not only support Israel in rolling back Iran's aggression, they should join Israel. They should join Israel in stopping Iran's nuclear weapons program. In this body, in the Security Council, we're going to have a deliberation in a few months.
Oh, there's someone needs to AI dub this to Arabic and Photoshop a robe and hat on him, and Americans would unanimously vote to invade Israel tomorrow, LeMayo. I mean, they could just show you a fucking Hezbollah speech or an Iran or an IRGC or a Supreme Leader speech. Like, what? The Supreme Leader give speeches? Anyway, they could just show him that.
And I call on the Security Council to snap back UN Security Council sanctions against Iran, because we must all do everything in our power to ensure that Iran never gets nuclear weapons. For decades, I've been warning the world against Iran's nuclear program. Our actions delayed this program by perhaps a decade, but we haven't stopped it. We've
Hearing Nasrallah might be dead. I don't think Nasrallah's dead. I would like to know about the warnings, though.
delayed it, but we haven't stopped it. Iran now seeks to weaponize its nuclear program for the sake of the peace and security of all your countries. For the sake of the peace and security of the entire world, we must not let that happen. And I assure you, Israel will do everything in its power to make sure it doesn't happen.
Well done.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the question before us
He's just like a soil.
is simple. Which of these two maps that I showed you will shape our future? Will it be the blessings of peace and prosperity for Israel, our Arab partners, and the rest of the world? Or will it be the curse in which Iran and its proxies spread carnage and chaos everywhere? Israel has already made its choice. We've decided to advance the blessing. We're building a partnership for peace with our Arab neighbors while fighting the forces of terror that threaten that peace. For nearly a year, the brave men and women of the IDF have been systematically crushing Hamas's terror army that once ruled Gaza. On October 7th, the day of that invasion into Israel, that terror army numbered nearly 40,000 terrorists. It was armed with more than 15,000 rockets. It had 350 miles of terror tunnels, an underground network bigger than the New York subway system, which they used to wreak havoc above and below ground.
Lebanese sources reporting that the number 2 of Hezbollah was killed. Okay.
A year later, the IDF has killed or captured more
Don't
than
worry,
half
we're
of
gonna
these
wait.
terrorists.
If you have links of news updates, just put them in the Discord, okay? You guys are not news sources, okay? You can just send me the link, please.
Destroyed over 90% of their rocket arsenal and eliminated the key segments of their terror tunnel network. In major military operations, we destroyed nearly all of Hamas's terror battalions, 23 out of 24 battalions. Now, to complete our victory, we are focused on mopping up Hamas's remaining fighting capabilities. We are taking out senior terrorist commanders and destroying remaining terrorist infrastructure. But all the while, and I'll say this one more time, we remain focused on our sacred mission, bringing our hostages home, and we will not stop until that mission is complete. Now, ladies and gentlemen, even with Hamas's greatly diminished military capability, the terrorists still exercise some governing power in Gaza by stealing the food that we enable aid agencies to bring into Gaza. Hamas steals the food, and then they hike the prices. They feed their bellies, and then they fill their coffers with money that they extort from their own people. They sell the stolen food at exorbitant prices.
He's
and that's how they stay in power.
Rattled.
Well, this too has to end, and we're working to bring it to an end.
I feel like all these cheers are coming from America and everyone else is being quiet.
And the reason is simple.
Oh, no.
Because if Hamas stays in power, it will regroup, rearm, and attack Israel again and again and again, as it is vowed to do. So Hamas has got to go.
I watched the BBC documentary on October 7th yesterday. There's like a 1.5 hour sort of mini documentary film about the Nova Festival in particular. And you see there's so much Hamas body cam footage that I never actually saw. Like when they're outside the festival, once they've realized what they've stumbled across, and they're going to the camera and just like chanting, like shouting, like, "This is our lucky day. This is our lucky day. God is with us. We're lucky today." Like, because they're so excited to have caught this many Jews in one place. And I also didn't know about the bomb shelter where like 20 people were hiding inside it, and Hamas were throwing grenades in, and the people inside the shelter, one guy in particular, he kept on picking up the grenades and throwing them back out. And this happened like 10 times before one of them actually hit them and killed a few people and injured a bunch of others. And then someone else decided to start throwing grenades out. So they're there for ages of like this. People in this tiny shelter, like the bomb shelters in Israel are small. They're very, very small. And they're just fucking ping-ponging these grenades back and forth. Yeah, Hirsch, yeah, that guy. According to polls, most Americans disapprove of the pager attack. You are right-wing on Israel. Good stuff, Nearly Retro. That's really good. I'm glad you're coming forth with the really high fucking intellect arguments there. Yeah. Oh, a majority of Americans, the literal dumbest, lowest IQ nation on earth, doesn't like a thing. Therefore, okay. Wow, well done, Newly Retro. That's really good. You should come forth with what next? Oh, the special needs school down the road. They disapprove of it as well. You know, those guys who don't even know what half the fucking words mean. Oh, I went to this old folks home and 3 dementia patients disapprove of this. What the fuck are you talking about?
Just imagine, for those who say, well, Hamas has to stay, it has to be part of a post-war Gaza, imagine in a post-war situation in World War II, imagine allowing the defeated Nazis in 1945 to rebuild Germany. It's inconceivable, it's ridiculous. It didn't happen then, it's not going to happen now.
Those pages were handed to social workers. It was a war crime at LOL. Hezbollah themselves claimed that 1,500 of their own guys are completely out of action due to the pagers, which means they didn't even include in that 1,500 number, which is half of the 3,000, They didn't even include people who were injured only for a day or two and then discharged. Because Ibrahim Akil, who was struck in Dahia, he was injured by a pager and he was discharged a day afterwards. So it doesn't even count those people who were lightly injured. It only counts people who were like permanently incapacitated, which means that more than half of the injuries were fighters, not members, fighters. Fighters. Where is this source Times of Israel? That's a Hezbollah source. You see, the problem is, Newly Retro, is that unlike Hamas, Hezbollah actually does claim their own losses, which means shit-tier fucking terrorist apologetic retards like you have to come up with new propaganda very fucking quickly because you can't do this shit anymore. You can't do it. Hezbollah claims their injuries and they claim they're dead. Get better.
This is why Israel will reject any rule for Hamas in a post-war Gaza. We don't seek to resettle Gaza. What we seek is a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Only then can we ensure that this round of fighting will be the last round of fighting. We are ready to work with regional and other partners to support a local civilian administration in Gaza committed to peaceful coexistence. As for the hostages, I have a message for the Hamas captors. Let them go. Let them go. All of them. Those alive today must be returned alive. And the remains of those whom you brutally killed must be returned to their families. Those families here with us today and others in Israel deserve to have a resting place for their loved ones, a place where they can grieve and remember them. This war, ladies and gentlemen, this war can come to an end now. All that has to happen is for Hamas to surrender, lay down its arms, and release all the hostages. But if they don't, we will fight until we achieve victory, total victory. There is no substitute for it.
Kiddo. What a vague...
Israel must also defeat Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah is the quintessential terror organization in the world today. It has tentacles.
So, Hezbollah told this to Reuters. Where are you? Newly Retro. Hezbollah's tunnels and flexible command. Pager bombs left 1,500 Hezbollah fighters out of action, source says. They told Reuters. And then that gets quoted by other people, including Times of Israel. So, I don't know. What do you think? Reuters, they propaganda? A fourth source, a Hezbollah official, said the attack on communication devices put 1,500 fighters out of commission because of their injuries. Does that, out of interest, does that even change your mind on anything? Remember, these are people who are out of commission, not people who are lightly injured and got discharged within a couple of days or a week, right? So, what do you think, Newly Retro? What do you think? Thoughts? Not that this was the most predictable outcome possible, even when the news was breaking. Well, I wonder what group of people he might be referring to non-militants by calling them fighters. Okay, you're getting banned. You are immovable, okay? I just hope you understand that like Hezbollah and like all these other fundamentalist fascist fucks, you don't give a shit about reality. You don't care. You do not care about the truth. Just so you understand. Your truth is, inshallah, maybe people will believe me. Good luck. The Red-Brown Alliance. The Red-Green Alliance, I'm sorry. The gender abolitionist wing of the Islamic resistance has spoken. Bye-bye.
That span in all continents. It has murdered more Americans and more Frenchmen than any group except bin Laden. It's murdered the citizens of many countries represented in this room. And it has attacked Israel viciously over the last 20 years. In the last year,
Why is Bibi yapping? Because he's a yapper. What he does. Is that too much of a circular response? So this is the number 2 who was killed. Apparently. Lebanese sources reporting. Stop giving me OSINT defender shit, please. If they say Lebanese sources, give me the Lebanese link.
Completely unprovoked. A day after the Hamas massacre on October 7th, Hezbollah began attacks against Israel, which forced more than 60,000 Israelis on our northern border to leave their homes, becoming refugees in their own land. Hezbollah turned vibrant towns in the north of Israel into ghost towns. So I want you to think about this in equivalent American terms. Just imagine if terrorists turned El Paso and San Diego into ghost towns. Then ask yourself, how long would the American government tolerate that? A day? A week? A month? I doubt they tolerate it even for a single day.
Doesn't Trump say this is already happening? Is Trump going to airstrike El Paso? Oh, no.
Yet Israel has been tolerating this intolerable situation for nearly a year. Well, I've come here today to say enough is enough. We won't rest
that soy boy
until our citizens can return safely to their homes. We will not accept a terror army perched on our northern border, able to perpetrate another October 7th style massacre. For 18 years, Hezbollah brazenly refused to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1701, which requires it to move its forces away from our borders. Instead, Hezbollah moved right up to our border. They secretly dug terror tunnels to infiltrate our communities and indiscriminately fired thousands of rockets into our towns and villages. They fire these rockets and missiles not from military sites, not from that. They do that too. But they fire those rockets and missiles after they place them in schools, in hospitals, in apartment buildings, and in the private homes of the citizens of Lebanon. They endanger their own people. They put a missile in every kitchen, a rocket in every garage. I said to the people of Lebanon this week, get out of the death trap that Hezbollah has put you in. Don't let Nasrallah drag Lebanon into the abyss. We're not at war with you. We're at war with Hezbollah, which has hijacked your country and threatens to destroy ours. As long as Hezbollah chooses the path of war, Israel has no choice, and Israel has every right to remove this threat and return our citizens to their homes safely. And that's exactly what we're doing. Just this week, the IDF destroyed large percentages of Hezbollah's rockets, which it built with Iran's funding for 3 decades. We took out senior military commanders who not only shed Israeli blood, but American and French blood as well. And then we took out their replacements, and then the replacements of their replacements. And we'll continue degrading Hezbollah until all our objectives are met. Ladies and gentlemen, we're committed to removing the curse of terrorism that threatens all civilized societies. But to truly realize the blessing of a new Middle East, we must continue the path we paved with the Abraham Accords 4 years ago. Above all, this means achieving a historic peace agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And having seen the blessings that we've already brought with the Abraham Accords.
Is that Rabbi Shmuley understands? It's not, these screams are not just coming from the Israeli delegates. It's
Israelis who've already flown back and forth across the Arabian Peninsula, over the skies of Saudi Arabia, to the Gulf countries, the trade, the tourism, the joint ventures, the peace. I say to you, what blessings such a peace with Saudi Arabia would bring. It would be a boon to the security and economy of our two countries. It would boost trade and tourism across the region. It would help transform the Middle East into a global juggernaut. Our two countries could cooperate on energy, water, agriculture, artificial intelligence, and many, many other fields. Such a peace, I'm sure, would be a true pivot of history. It would usher in a historic reconciliation between the Arab world and Israel, between Islam and Judaism, between Mecca and Jerusalem. While Israel is committed to achieving such a peace, Iran and its terror proxies are committed to scuttling it. That's why one of the best ways to foil Iran's nefarious designs is to achieve the peace. Such a peace would be the foundation for an even broader Abrahamic alliance. And that alliance would include the United States, Israel's current Arab peace partners, Saudi Arabia, and others who choose the blessing of peace. It would advance security and prosperity across the Middle East and bring enormous benefits to the rest of the world. With American support and leadership, I believe this vision can materialize, and much sooner than people think. And as the Prime Minister of Israel, I will do everything in my power to make it happen. This is an opportunity that we and the world should not let go by. Ladies and gentlemen, Israel has made its choice. We seek to move forward to a bright age of prosperity and peace. Iran and its proxies have also made their choice. They want to move back to a dark age of terror and war.
I'll bring up the black. If you say dark age, you should bring up the map with the black curse. You should bring that map back. He said dark illustration.
And now I have a question. And I pose that question to you. What choice will you make? Will your nation stand with Israel? Will you stand with democracy and peace? Or will you stand with Iran, a brutal dictatorship that subjugates its own people, exports terrorism across the globe? In this battle between good and evil, there must be no equivocation. When you stand with Israel, you stand for your own values and your own interests. Yes, we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending...
So it looks like there are already 10 wounded at the hospital after this strike. 3 critically wounded, 1 Syrian child. I guess there can be Syrian Shia. I wonder what a Syrian would be doing in that area. I can't imagine there'd be that many Syrians in Dahia. Unless that's where the refugees are. Iran is absent. Let's see. 3 Israeli TV channels said Nasrallah was the target of the strikes. Could not be immediately confirmed by Associated Press. Army declined to comment. Yeah, so it's media that are saying this. It's not that the army have told the media. The media are saying it. Has anyone in the army actually said that Nasrallah was the target? If the buildings weren't empty, you'd expect emergency rooms to be flooded. Well, you'd imagine more people would be dead. Why do people make new accounts with my name in it just to write the most fucking toothless fucking insults? Wow. Death to loaner box, God. Do you think they should add one? Death to America, death to Israel, death to loaner box. Curse upon the Jews. You have to mention the Jews twice. That's the way. Israeli media reported that Nasrallah was the target, Military is checking if he'd been hit or not. Sources close to Hezbollah told Reuters he was alive. Okay, so Reuters were told. Okay. Damn, how does Reuters have so much immediate contact with Hezbollah? Whoever journalist did that is doing a banger job. Okay.
You against a common enemy that through violence and terror seeks to destroy our way of life. So there should be no confusion about this. But unfortunately, there is a lot of it in many countries and in this very hall, as I've just heard. Good is portrayed as evil and evil is portrayed as good.
Wow.
We see this moral confusion when Israel is falsely accused of genocide,
people
when
are
we
leaving.
defend ourselves against enemies who try to commit genocide against us. We see this too when Israel is absurdly accused by the ICC prosecutor of deliberately starving Palestinians in Gaza.
Well, you're accused of that.
What
not the,
an
not
absurdity.
Israel itself.
We helped
By the
bring
ICC,
in
to be fair.
700,000 tons of food into Gaza. That's more than 3,000 calories a day for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. We see
I
this.
thought it was 700,000 tons. Is that stat accurate? I thought Kogat said it was. Was that Kogat's numbers? 700,000 tons. That was a bit higher than what Kogat said. Kogat, where are you, boys? Kogat! Oh. No, that's not it. That's them fighting with the UN. Where's the one where they're fighting with the Norwegian people? Bro! Why do they post so much? Why do they... Oh, they said it's 1 million tons. Okay, so they said it's more. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it's an old stat. I don't know. The estimate for how much your mum weighs. Wow!
Moral confusion when Israel is falsely accused of deliberately targeting civilians. We don't want to see a single person, a single innocent person die. That's always a tragedy. And that's why we do so much to minimize civilian casualties, even as our enemies use.
Is Israel preparing a ground assault? Well, every news headline we're seeing and every news headline we are going to see until the next, for the next week until they actually do it, will be that they are potentially going to. That's all we're going to see. We're going to see that there are concepts of a plan until they do it. And I think the estimate is that if they are planning a ground invasion, they're probably going to do it within a week or two. It's usually the amount of time you would spend to soften the ground or whatever. Currently, they have concepts of invasion, and people have been called up, but they're also being told that there are concepts of invasion. They're not really being told that this is definitely the plan yet. I don't really know why they do that, like the strategic ambiguity, or if that's even what that is, but...
Use civilians as human shields. And no...
Soften the ground. I mean, that's what the military term is. I know it's a little bit euphemistic, but that's what they say. What do you think they should use instead? Fuck shit up.
No army has done what Israel is doing to minimize civilian casualties. We drop flyers, we send text messages, we make phone calls by the millions to ensure that Palestinian civilians get out of harm's way. We spare no effort in this noble pursuit. We see yet another profound moral confusion when self-described progressives march against the democracy of Israel. Don't they realize they support the Iranian-backed goons in Tehran and in Gaza? The goons who gun down protesters, murder women for not covering their hair, and hang gays in public squares.
Oh, say chickens for KFC. Say chickens for KFC.
According to the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, Iran funds and fuels many of the protesters against Israel. Who knows, maybe maybe some of the protesters, or even many of the protesters outside this building now.
Oh, he's...
Ladies and gentlemen,
do you think he gets triggered on Twitter? Do you think he has alts where he fights with lefties on Twitter? He must.
King Solomon, who reigned in our eternal capital, Jerusalem, 3,000 years ago, proclaimed something that is familiar to all of you. He said, "There is nothing new under the sun." Well, in an age of space travel, quantum physics, and artificial intelligence, some would argue that's a debatable statement. But one thing is undeniable. There is definitely nothing new at the United Nations.
Lorderbox drinking from his goofy glass. What is this? Damn, he hasn't done this before, has he? This is like the first couple of tries. But you do that off screen. You could tell when their arms shake when they're trying to lift it. That they're inexperienced.
Take it from me. I first spoke from this podium as Israel's ambassador to the UN in 1984. That's exactly 40 years ago. And in my maiden speech here, I think it's the same podium, by the way. In my maiden speech here, I spoke against a proposal to expel Israel from this body. 4 decades later, I find myself defending Israel against that same preposterous proposal. And who's leading the charge this time? Not Hamas, but Abbas. Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas.
Don't talk shit about Abbas.
This is the man who claims he wants peace with Israel. Yet he still refuses to condemn the horrific massacre of October 7th. He's still paying hundreds of millions.
All right, he can't negotiate peace if Hamas go and burst him like a fucking balloon, which they would do if he could. Anyway.
To terrorists who murder Israelis and Americans. It's called pay for slay. The more you murder, the more you get paid. And he still wages unremitting diplomatic warfare against Israel's right to exist and against Israel's right to defend itself. And by the way, they amount to the same thing. Because if you can't defend yourself, you can't exist. Not in our neighborhood, certainly, and maybe not in yours. Standing in this podium 40 years ago, I told the sponsors of that outrageous resolution to expel Israel, gentlemen, check your fanaticism at the door. Today, I tell President Abbas and all of you who would shamefully support that resolution, check your fanaticism at the door. The singling out of the one and only Jewish state continues to be a moral stain on the United Nations. It has made this once respected institution contemptible in the eyes of...
He should really, the way I feel like he's just so unconvincing when he does this. He just sounds like he's lecturing. What he should really do is, we need the Ben Ami. He needs to do the Ben Ami thing. He should stand up to the UN and be like, anti-Semitism is when you hate Jews more than is absolutely necessary. That's what he should do. He should start with that opening line. God, it would be so disarming. And probably the props need to be a bit less schizo.
Decent people everywhere. But for the
just don't be an ethno-state. You don't know what an ethno-state is. I'm sorry.
Palestinians, this UN House of Darkness is home court. They know that in this swamp of anti-Semitic bile, there's an automatic majority
not that.
willing to demonize the Jewish state on anything. In this anti-Israel flat earth society, any false charge, any outlandish allegation can muster...
What is an ethno-state? Well, an ethno-state is actually a state that has like full-on unequal rights for to privilege one group over another, like fully, like whether it's unequal citizenship or unequal voting rights of their actual sovereign territory. Or one that just has like, that tries to preserve some kind of like absurd ethnic majority. But like Poland, you could maybe call like aspiring to, you know, stay like 99% white or whatever the fuck. But like You're not an ethno-state when you have like 20% of your population is Palestinian. That's not, and that's not even to mention the different Jewish ethnicities that exist in Israel as well, like the Mizrahi and the fucking Ashkenazi, and not to mention Druze live there. It's not Bedouins. Like, it's not. That is not the definition. That's generally the definition. A country that just has a particular majority and aspires to hold that. Like, that's just like, that's how many countries is that? Is Iran an ethno-state because they're like 95% Shia and they probably would never have immigration in their country to an extent that that would destroy that majority? They would never accept that. I don't know. I think a better question is, if there's ever a Palestinian state, inshallah, if there's ever a Palestinian state, would they accept any other group to be the ethnic majority other than Palestinians in that state? Would they ever accept that? The answer is no. And they'd be right not to, because they shouldn't, like, they have every reason in the world not to trust other groups to make better decisions for them. Where is your evidence? Oh, just having like the most basic understanding of the region. That's the... Do I really need a poll, right, Light Roller? Do I really need a poll to convince you that a Palestinian state would probably not allow so much Jewish immigration that it would turn them into an ethnic minority? Do I need to convince you that if Israel ushered in like the other half of the world's Jews in the country and then just offered a state then, if Israel was like, okay, we're just going to bring a shit ton of Jewish migrants and then we're going to say, look, we're going to make one state, river to the sea. We're going to call it Palestine, but it's going to be 70% Jewish. Do you think Palestinians would accept that? Are you fucking kidding me?
Majority. In the last decade,
I'm pretty sure the number of the acceptable amount of Jewish immigration to the Palestinian state would probably be zero for the very conceivable future. The first few decades, at least, would probably be basically no Jewish immigration to the Palestinian state. Designated settler areas. Bro, settler areas are not going to be part of the Palestinian state. They are not. They either have to leave or they have to land swap. You fucking mad? Are you absolutely mental? Oh, Hagari statement. Wow,
Moments
let's go.
ago.
Come on. Give us the IDF audio. Let's go.
Moments ago, the Israel Defense Forces carried out
Okay.
a precise strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terror organization that served as the epicenter of Hezbollah's terror. Hezbollah's central headquarters was intentionally built under residential buildings in the heart of the Dahia in Beirut, as part of Hezbollah's strategy of using Lebanese people as human shields. On October 8th, Hezbollah started attacking Israel. After almost a year of Hezbollah firing rockets, missiles, and suicide drones at Israeli civilians, after almost a year of Israel warning the world and telling them that Hezbollah must be stopped, Israel is doing what every sovereign state in the world would do if they had a terror organization that seeks their destruction on their border, taking the necessary action.
Building a town on the border is human shields. No, not inherently. No, if you build a town in your sovereign territory, wherever it is, that's not human shield. The human shielding aspect would be that if you build a town on the border and you fill it up with weapon stockpiles, that's probably a bit more where it comes in. And you aggress on a country that you don't have a right to aggress on.
So that Israeli families can leave their homes safely and securely.
This guy has seen some shit. I don't doubt this guy has seen some shit.
there have been more resolutions passed against Israel in this hall at the UN General Assembly than against the entire world combined.
Damn.
Actually, more than twice as many. Since 2014, this body condemned Israel 174 times. It condemned all the other countries in the world 73 times. That's more
that
than
Rabbi Shmuley? Is he the one doing the
100
noises?
extra condemnations for the Jewish state. What hypocrisy, what a double standard, what a joke. So the UN's hostility.
Oh, people are leaving. Who's leaving?
So all the speeches you heard today, all the hostility directed at Israel this year, it's not about Gaza. It's about Israel.
Ooh.
It's always been about Israel's very existence. And I say to you, until Israel, until the Jewish state is treated like other nations, until this anti-Semitic swamp is drained, the UN will be viewed by fair-minded people everywhere as nothing more than a contemptuous farce. Now, given the anti-Semitism at the UN, it should surprise no one that the prosecutor at the ICC, one of the UN's affiliated organs, is considering issuing arrest warrants against me and Israel's defense minister, the democratically elected leaders.
Jewish state, not an ethno state. Yeah, what would Palestine be? An Arab state. It would be an Arab state. There's no other ethnic group that would get to be the majority of that state. It's a fucking Arab state, you fucking idiot. Anyway.
Of the democratic state of Israel.
Sorry, it's just, I know it's so good for white people who live in America, who live in melting pots, and it's all fine, okay? I'm sorry. You just don't get it. You don't get it. You're mental. Fucking nutter.
The ICC...
The reason people call it an ethno-state is because they're trying to invoke the connotations of people like fucking Richard Spencer, who for no fucking good reason at all want to preserve America as a 99% white state, and all the non-whites don't even get voting rights or some shit, right? And to basically allow the non-whites to go to a fucking seceded area like Florida. Like that's what people try to invoke when they talk about ethno-states. Anyway.
Prosecutors rush to judgment. His refusal to treat Israel with its independent courts the way other democracies are treated is hard to explain by anything other than pure anti-Semitism. Ladies and gentlemen, the real war criminals are not in Israel.
Bit of a straw man, but okay. Okay, then tell me why Ryan G, because according to your definition, seems to be that Palestinians would be ethnostaters, that what they want is an ethnostate. It's just such a meaningless term. People just twist it to mean whatever the fuck they want to, but somehow there's like the most niche, people just have to invent this like very niche understanding of it that includes, yeah, and that's bad too. Okay, cool. One exists though. Okay, so what if the argument was we don't want a Palestinian state to exist because we don't like ethnostates? Why are you advocating for the emergence of an ethnostate? Aren't ethnostates bad? Don't we want less ethnostates in the world? What the fuck?
They're in Iran. They're in Gaza, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen. Those of you who stand with these war criminals, those of you who stand with evil against good, with the curse against the blessing, those of you who do so should be ashamed of yourselves. But I have a message for you.
Isn't a good chunk of the Israeli population Palestinian? Yeah, 20% of them. I wouldn't want it as an ethno-state. Well, fuck you. Sorry, Palestinians have every right to want to be the majority in their own state. I know it's very difficult for people to accept that because they're white. There are good reasons for groups in the Middle East to not want to be a minority. Being a minority in the Middle East kind of fucking sucks. And if you can help it, it's not surprising that you wouldn't want to switch over. I don't blame Palestinians for not wanting Jewish people to immigrate to their state. Well, after everything that's happened, fuck that.
Israel will win this battle. We'll win this battle because we don't have a choice. After generations in which our people were slaughtered, remorselessly butchered, and no one raised a finger in our defense, we now have a state. We now have a brave army, an army of incomparable courage, and we are defending ourselves. As the book of
Would you argue the ANC wanted an ethno-state, though? How would that be different from white South Africans wanting their own state because they're worried about reprisal? So I'm a progressive, Cool Maps. You're not. I think anti-Semitism and fear of anti-Semitic reprisal from the Middle East, of all places, is probably a more legitimate fear than anti-white racism. Anti-white racism is kind of bullshit. Anti-Semitism's not. So I think one of these is legit and one of them's not. Also, white South Africans didn't want their own separate state because the black population in South Africa was their workforce. That's the kind of the problem. That's why they voted to carry on negotiations with Mandela. That's why they voted for it. They were given the opportunity to reject negotiations to end apartheid, and they voted for it. Anyway,
Samuel says in the Bible,
Bible.
Netzach Israel lo yishaker. The eternity of Israel will not falter. In the Jewish people's epic journey from antiquity, in our odyssey through the tempests and upheavals of modern times, that ancient promise has always been kept, and it will hold true for all time. To borrow a great poet's phrase, Israel will not go gently into that good night. We will never need to rage against the dying of the light, because the torch of Israel will forever shine bright.
I just realized what he's doing. He's ignoring everyone in the room, apart from the American right-wingers, who he wants to probably get Trump in. I understand.
To the people of Israel and to the soldiers of Israel, I say, be strong and of good courage. חזקו ואמצו ואל תיראו מפניהם, כי אדוני אלוהיך הוא ההולך עמך, לא ירפך ולא יעזבך. Am Yisrael Chai, the people of Israel live. Now,
grumble.
tomorrow.
Always wanted to ask, did the South African apartheid end because of external pressure or because of domestic internal politics? It's different, a very important talking point that often gets brought up. It's both. External pressure mattered because it made apartheid South Africa look unsustainable, even to the world of the other whites. Internal because the entire workforce was on strike and rioting and causing trouble. And thirdly, probably one of the most important ones, is there was a very convincing and sincere olive branch offered by the ANC, like Mandela and Desmond Tutu and other people, that the future South Africa post-apartheid would be a rainbow nation. It would be a nation where white people had a future. I think it was a combination of all three. I think if any one of those fell, there would probably be a very different situation. Like if you had the pressure and you had the political leverage of the black population, but you had a leader saying that once we come in, we're going to fucking deport all of you, then you probably would have had a very different outcome. Likewise, if you had the very sincere efforts from the ANC and olive branches from people like Tutu and Mandela, but you didn't have any international pressure and there was no striking, then people would probably just be like, okay, it's nice that you want that, but this is better for us. So yeah, it's like, yeah, you need both. You need a carrot and a stick. Wow.
Forever. Thank you.
Sorry for annoying you. I like your channel and stuff. You can annoy me all you want. Me getting annoyed is part of the it's part of the show. The fact that Israel has a goal of making Jerusalem 60% Jewish is what makes it an ethno-state. So really, if they that's probably the best argument, but that's not really a state. That's the city of Jerusalem. So what if they got rid of that goal, they'd cease to be an ethno-state in your eyes? I don't know what their current policy is on Jerusalem, if it's still that. From the Israeli right, it probably is. Okay. I remember Olmert told me about that, about the demographics of Jerusalem and how much of a failure it was to try and turn that place Jewish, despite the amount of money that was spent on it. Oh. Hmm. So Abbas spoke to the UN as well. Where is he? One day ago, PBS. Does he speak English? I don't think he does. I think it'd be translated. Abbas is old. He's very old. He's 88. What is that grumble? Abu Mazen. Has he lost weight, or has he just always been kind of moderately overweight and I just exaggerate in my head?
We will not leave. We will not leave. We will not leave. Palestine is our homeland.
Okay, this is slow.
It is the land of our fathers, our grandfathers. It will remain ours. And if anyone were to leave, it would be the occupying usurpers. In the name
Wow.
of God, most gracious, most merciful. Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, heads and members of delegations, esteemed guests, peace and God's blessings be upon you all. I come to you today as my people, and for almost a year now, are subjected to one of the most heinous crimes of our era. It is a crime of a full-scale war of genocide that Israel is perpetrating. Israel, the occupying state. A crime that so far has killed more than 40,000 martyrs in Gaza alone, and thousands remain under the rubble. A crime that has injured more than 100,000 others to this day, and matters are getting worse. Hundreds of Palestinian families have been annihilated. Entire family names have been wiped out of the civil record. More than 100 families have been completely wiped out of the civil record. They no longer exist. Thousands have died because of the spread of disease and epidemics and the shortages in medicine and water. Moreover, more than 2 million Palestinians in Gaza have left their homes multiple times in search of safety and fleeing the systemic operations that the Israeli occupying army is perpetrating. And as this war of aggression continues, dozens are being killed every day, and double that amount is being injured amongst our bereft people in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank and in Jerusalem. I'm not here to respond to the lies of the Israeli Prime Minister, lies that he said in his speech before the U.S. Congress in July, where he claimed that his army does not kill innocent civilians in Gaza. I ask you by God, who is it then that killed more than 15,000 children of the 40,000, and an equal number of women and elderly persons from our people? And who is it then that is continuing to kill them? I ask you to answer me, by God. Stop this crime. Stop it now. Stop killing children and women. Stop the genocide. Stop sending weapons to Israel. This madness cannot continue. The entire world is responsible for what is happening to our people in Gaza and the West Bank. The West Bank that is under a daily and continuous Israeli aggression. It is under a vicious settlement activity. They're building everywhere in Palestine, as if all of Palestine is theirs. It is subjected to the terrorism of gangs of settlers under the patronage and support of the Israeli government and the occupying army, which destroys hundreds of houses in the lands of Palestine, not to mention what our eternal capital, Al-Quds, is being subjected to in terms of campaigns to change its nature, to Judaize it, and to aggress it and its holy sites and landmarks, to change its historic and legal status. We've recently heard a terrorist Israeli minister calling for building a temple in the Al-Aqsa Mosque. We must condemn and stop this reckless minister and those like him who want to set fire, a fire of religious conflict and strife that will burn everything in its way.
He's talking about
The
Ben
Al-Aqsa Mosque
Gvir.
and its surroundings, ladies and gentlemen, is the exclusive property of Muslims. This has been
What are the
endorsed
arguments
by a resolution.
pro-Israel people give to justify what's happening in the West Bank? I know what they usually say to justify the situation in Gaza, but no in the West Bank.
It's because their arguments for the West Bank are dog shit. So some of them is just, I think it's not even a steel man. It's still shit. The steel man is that the Palestinians refused a state in Camp David and Taba and the Clinton parameters. So they don't want two states anyway. So we might as well just take what we can. And maybe that'll pressure them to accept something in the future, because once they realize that the longer we delay this, the more land we lose and the more unfeasible it becomes, then the less we get. But it's stupid. People just don't operate like that. The other is security, because they want the final Israeli state to be as large as possible and as wide as possible so that they don't get attacked from the fucking hills to Tel Aviv. But again, security doesn't explain why you're going like halfway into the West Bank, past Ariel, in between two towns. Doesn't make any sense. And others is just, well, it's our right to the land. It's Judea Samaria. We're reclaiming our historical homeland, which is obviously not even close to a steel man. It's just retarded. Right.
Resolution taken by the League of Nations in 1930. This was a resolution by the League of Nations, and we will accept nothing else regardless of the circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, we have repeatedly warned here in the General Assembly that the situation in the occupied land of the State of Palestine warns of an explosion, and this explosion has happened. It happened on October 7th of last year, and afterwards. And from the very first day, I stressed the need to immediately stop the war. I condemn the killing of civilians, regardless of who they are and regardless of what side they were on or any people they were from. I demanded the release of prisoners and those detained by both sides. There is no need to detain women, children, and the elderly. We've said this repeatedly to anyone who has those people detained. I called for immediately going to the negotiations table to implement a two-state solution based on international resolutions. But instead of heeding the voice of reason, the Israeli government took advantage of what happened to launch an all-out war of genocide against Gaza. It committed and continues to commit war crimes as acknowledged by the international community. They're called war crimes. Israel today is now launching a new aggression on the brotherly Lebanon.
This argument about Israel trying to make Jerusalem 60% Jewish, is that a policy? Is that like actually government policy? If someone can show me that, they can. The West Bank doesn't legally exist. Israel can legally apply sovereignty to all of it, giving all the Arab citizens or parts of it. Well, in that case, they're actually just an apartheid state, flat out, because they're never giving voting rights to the people who live in the West Bank. Judea, Samaria, sorry. If that's Israeli land, then Israel's full fucking apartheid, full fat. Not tantamount, they just are.
The Lebanese people are now being subjected to a war of genocide. And Israel must stop the war in Lebanon and in Palestine. We condemn this aggression and we demand that it stops immediately. Israel has reoccupied the Gaza Strip in its entirety, and it has destroyed it almost entirely, so that Gaza is no longer fit for life. Most homes have been destroyed.
It's me, Lebanon.
The same applies to most buildings.
Just like me, for real, for real.
Health facilities, educational facilities, economic buildings, roads, churches, mosques, water plants, electric plants, and sanitation plants. Anybody who goes to Gaza who'd known it before would not recognize it anymore. It's no longer there. 75% of everything in Gaza has been fully destroyed. If Israel thinks that it would get away from being held accountable and punished for these crimes, then it is delusional. The international community must immediately impose sanctions on Israel. The massacres, the crimes, the genocide that Israel has been perpetrating against our people since its inception in 1948 to this very day will not go unpunished. There is no statute of limitations. Rights will never be lost as long as there are those who demand them. And despite our repeated calls and demands, the world has not succeeded in obliging Israel, this transient state, to stop this war of genocide and its war crimes against innocent civilians.
Did he call Israel a transient state? What does that mean? Okay.
Residents. We regret that the U.S. administration, the democracy of the world, the largest democracy in the world, obstructed 3 times draft resolutions of the Security Council demanding Israel to observe a ceasefire.
You can see through it, like what, like translucent? No, it's not. That's not what that means. Okay.
The U.S. alone stood and said, no, the fighting is going to continue. It did this by using the veto.
The only non-ethno state would be a secular socialist state of Palestine where no white Ashkenazi could be elected for a generation at least. Well, it's good because that, what's their name? Marina? That fucking idiot on Twitter reminded us that the PFLP still exists, so don't give up hope, okay? Trust the PFLP's plan. It's a troll. It's probably a troll. Yeah, it's just it's got like it might be a troll, but it might not be. You never know these days. That's the problem.
And
with these people.
Added to that, it furnished Israel with the deadly weapons that it used to kill thousands of innocent civilians, children and women. And this further encouraged Israel to continue its aggression. As long as the U.S. is supporting it, then why not keep going? Since it's already an aggressing state. This is the United States, the very country that was the only member in the Security Council that voted against granting the state of Palestine full membership in the UN. We don't deserve membership in the eyes of America, so they used the veto against it. I don't understand how the United States could insist on opposing our people, insist on depriving us of our legitimate rights. to freedom and independence, as is the right of the rest of the countries, 194 countries, and we are no less than them. Ladies and gentlemen, Israel, which refuses to implement United Nations resolutions, does not deserve to be a member in this international organization. Israel, whose permanent representative in this organization says that the very building of the United Nations, and he said that this building must be removed. This building that we are sitting in right now, it must be wiped off the face of the earth. This country does not deserve to be a member in this organization. It is, from the very beginning, it has from the very beginning not fulfilled the conditions for membership. Because in 1949, when it submitted its membership application to the UN imposed two conditions. First, to accept and implement Resolution 181 and Resolution 194. Without implementing these two conditions, you will not be granted membership in the United Nations. Moshe Sharet, the foreign minister at the time, wrote a pledge. You will see it. A written pledge that he and Israel are committed to the implementation of those resolutions. And since 1949 to this very day, nothing has happened. We are going to submit a request, an application to the General Assembly on this matter. And as I said, if you return, then we will return. If they do not step back, then we will do more. I take this opportunity to commend the member states of the United Nations that voted with more than a two-thirds majority in favor of the draft resolution submitted by the state of Palestine.
Hassan clip. Hold the phone, Abbas. Step aside. Step aside, Arabs. The Turk is talking. Let's go.
I think like January 6th
The Sultan.
is the least doesn't care about the American people moment from Donald Trump.
Yeah.
But I guess you could technically make the argument about like every politician on both sides.
Oh.
They don't give a fuck about the American people because they are completely captured by our
corporate interest,
corporations and the wealthy. Like January 6th is okay, here's what it is. Here's why. Not because like J6 is a sleeper. That's not the point. The real point is because in the minds of these fucking Trump supporters and people who love Donald Trump, maybe some of them think January 6th was like a little off color. It's a little too much, but they think January 6th is patriotic.
Mm-hmm.
They probably know people that are arrested at January 6th. They think January 6th is a good thing. They think that it was a good thing that the gay pedophile Democratic Party tried to steal the election and they fought back bravely.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like you can't argue on that basis. Also, January 6th was hilarious and awesome. I do agree. Like, I do agree, and I do wish more January 6ths would happen. And I don't even feel like even remotely like worried about that statement. Because, I mean, one, it's never going to happen, I don't think. But also, two, like, if it did, it would still be very entertaining. And, yeah, the fat, like, hogs climbing the fucking walls, dude. That shit was so good. Like, the amount of content. Like, obviously, you can't say that about, like, actual atrocities like 9/11. You know what I mean? You can't say that about that. That would get you clipped and you would get fucking blasted into orbit. Okay? But January 6th demonstrably is nowhere near as, like, devastating as 9/11, which is why I feel comfortable saying, like, it was awesome and I wish it would happen again.
I mean, it's more in the sense that it was more severe in the sense of there was an internal attack on American democracy, right? It wasn't a foreign attack. That's probably why people say it was special in its own way. But okay. Interesting. It's a strange thing to advocate for on twitch.tv, but okay.
Oh, dude, America deserves 1 million January 6th.
Wow.
Come on. Both in terms of like the entertainment and also in terms of just like overall distrust and anger towards the government.
Mm-hmm.
Like that also straight up. Didn't someone die on January 6th? Yeah, dude, because she fucking broke through the barrier and like tried to use her skull as a way to stop bullets from a Secret Service agent. Like, what do you mean? Like, look, I still think that was, I still maintain the belief that like they shouldn't have domed her. Okay. It's still ridiculous. But also, come on. The fuck?
What are Hassan's opinions on the Great March of Return? No relation.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. She was no angel. No, I'm not even doing this. She was no angel. It's like, bro, come on. You got like a cop who's staring down the zombie apocalypse, and you got like a fucking mouth breathing freak breaking through the goddamn barrier, like breaking the window to try to jump through the fucking window.
Wow.
Yeah. The guy blasted, dude. There were good guys on both sides that day. There were very fine people on both sides. Nah, for me, I have the opposite take. January 6th, no good guys on no side. Which is why I wanted that to happen again. It was funny. There were very awful people on both sides, okay? What am I going to do? Root for the fucking cops and the congresspersons? Get the fuck out of here.
Well, even the Democrats.
Hope AOC remembers that. She was in the Capitol. It's fine. Obviously, I wish no harm to my favorite congressperson. But once dude, it got so much more fun when I realized, like, okay, Ilhan Omar's safe. You know, like that was the attitude shift for me. Okay, that was the tide change for me. When I found out that they were fine, okay, I was like, all right, good. This is great. Chatter's in here acting like it wouldn't be funny if they like captured Josh Hawley. You know what I mean? Like you're acting like you wouldn't be laughing if you watch these fucking hogs like grab Josh Hawley, okay? Be like, come over here, you fucking phony.
I don't think Hassan's a stoner, but he just... There's just so much of that energy. Yeah. I do wonder if like CNN or was it NBC as well, like all these people who are writing articles, I wonder what happens if these guys actually ever get wind of the kind of shit that Hassan believes. Again, because Hassan's very good at moderating his tone when he's talking to people who are not his chat. He's very good at sort of massaging the rhetoric a little bit to just appear like any old Bernie Sanders or AOC kind of person. But I feel like it's only a matter of time.
They wouldn't even know what to do with him. They'd probably take like fucking selfies with him while he's crying.
As you are. That is a ridiculous assertion. What the fuck are you talking about? Bro, I went on fucking Vosh's stream. Vosh. And I was like, bro, what the fuck did Malcolm X even do? And also, what the fuck was Arafat even smoking in the peace process? What are you talking about? I didn't... What? Okay. The only thing I'll moderate is my delivery. I might not call people like fucking human menstrual products as often if I'm in a more mainstream setting. But I will not compromise my opinions. That's the difference. Maybe because you're too rhetoric brained, you don't realize that. But anyway, is Vosh better than Hassan? I mean, he's more intelligent, and his takes are slightly less, or probably quite a lot less crazy. Yeah. Anyway, Abbas.
Supported by a large number of friendly and sisterly countries, to adopt the ICJ's historic advisory opinion issued on the 19th of July 2024 to end the illegal Israeli occupation of the state of Palestine in a period of 12 months. For the very first time, there is a specific time frame. We demand the implementation of this particular requirement, including an immediate cessation.
No, I watch plenty. Do you want to show me an example of me changing my opinions, but to changing my opinions to please a more moderate audience? What? Or even just a different audience other than my own? The bloke's lip syncing is, eh?
Of annexation and settlement activities, dismantling of existing settlements, and evacuating settlers from Palestinian territories. There's 600,000 settlers, and they're living on our land.
Iran is backtracking on Nasrallah's status. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Why don't they go back to their homes? We must give reparations to Palestinians and for damages that were a result of the unlawful policies and practices of the occupation and many other such issues that were mentioned in the ICJ's advisory opinion. We want what the ICJ stated and what the entire world accepted in the General Assembly with a vast majority that far exceeds a two-thirds majority. And Israel must be made to implement it. We rely on this resolution, which is the embodiment of international will and the principles of international law and the mechanisms that were adopted in this regard to guarantee implementation. We hope that this resolution would be implemented. Of the 1,000 resolutions taken on the Palestinian people since 1948 until this very day, and not a single one has been implemented yet. Ladies and gentlemen, today I feel very grateful as well, as I see this large, great shift in the positions of member states in the United Nations as they support Palestinians' rights to an independent state that is recognized and that deserves full membership in this organization, as is the case with the rest of the countries in the world that love freedom and peace. In the name of the Palestinian people, I thank you for this support. I thank you for your support of what is right, of justice, to achieve peace in our region. I call upon you to apply the laws of international law according to responsibilities and sovereignty. We don't ask you for more than you can do. We ask every state to give us our support within the realm of its responsibility and sovereignty. I also express our gratitude and appreciation for the demonstrations that spoke against the genocide in Gaza and that supported Palestinian rights that have been taking place throughout the world, including the American people. And I acknowledge the American people are marching in the streets in these demonstrations, and we are grateful to them. We appreciate what is happening in European countries and the noble supporters that come to Palestine, risking their lives as Israelis attack them. And here, I would like to make special mention of the Turkish-American martyr Aisha Noor, killed by the occupation army in cold blood. I say to those, the Palestinian people will not forget your honorable stand. We will remember you proudly when the occupation is eliminated and when our people enjoy freedom and independence. Ladies and gentlemen, recently there was much talk about the next day, the day after. What shall we do on the day after? What is our policy for the day after? And I say to you, the day after the end of the war in the Gaza Strip, I take this opportunity today to give you our view of what is needed immediately and on the day after the war ends. This is our proposal. We propose it to you. You can accept it, you can change it, you can amend it. We are ready for all that. First of all, a comprehensive and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and an end to the military aggressions and attacks by terrorist settlers in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Second, humanitarian aid must be delivered urgently in an organized manner and in sufficient quantities, because there's nothing in Gaza and they need everything. This humanitarian aid must be delivered throughout Gaza. Third, a full Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. We refuse the establishment of buffer zones or taking any part from Gaza. Gaza is only 7 kilometers by 40, and Israel wants to cut it up. It wants a piece here and a piece there, and we will not allow a single centimeter of Gaza to be taken. We demand that we stop the forced displacement inside the Gaza Strip or outside the Gaza Strip. We demand the return of those displaced to their homes or to have housing provided to them. Netanyahu wants in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip people.
IDF says, wait, hang on, breaking. It's a maybe for Nasrallah being dead. Really, really? Okay, that's maybe why it's unlikely there were warnings. May have been the target. Okay. Where are you getting that he might be dead? Is this all just Twitter? Because if you guys are getting all this from Twitter, you guys are fucking. I'm just gonna wait. It doesn't matter if I get the news 10 minutes
people
late.
to be displaced, to be evacuated to Egypt and to Jordan. We refused. The Jordanian and Egyptian.
Like, that's actually kind of amazing if they're capable of winning this war, like, from the air. That is very. What? CNN?
Perspective on this strike. We're joined by Firas Maksad. He is a senior fellow and senior director at the Middle East Institute. Firas, thank you so much for joining us. Again, we don't know whether or not Hassan Nasrallah was indeed killed in this strike. What we do know is that he was the target, perhaps the commanders there working with him as well at the central headquarters, the command and control center there of Hezbollah, underground there in civilian buildings. What do you make of this, and where do you see this conflict going as a result?
Yes, I mean, let's start with what we know. What we do know is that the Israeli Prime Minister made that crucial call to target Hassan Nasrallah in the heart of the Beirut southern suburbs today, on the feet of his speech at the UN General Assembly, and was scrambled back on a jet to head back to Israel. So whether that strike was in fact successful or not, today will prove to be an inflection point in this brewing Israel-Lebanon conflict. No doubt, whether he's dead or not, whether Nasrallah is dead or not, this conflict just crossed the threshold of an all-out war, which is something that all of us who've been watching this now for over 11 months have been waiting for, wondering whether that moment would come or not. When you target with over 10 bunker buster 2,000-pound bombs, a residential area in Beirut that flattens at least 6 high-rise residential buildings, you're going to have a significant casualty and civilian death rate, irrespective of whether you succeeded in killing Nasrallah or not. And I think that will cross most, if not all, the red lines that Hezbollah had set out.
So they are saying that Nasrallah was targeted. I don't think there was a warning then. I think that means there wasn't a warning. There's no way they would have given a warning after failing last time.
Hours after Israel rejected U.S. calls for a ceasefire, the Israeli military was in action in Beirut. Israel says it killed the head of Hezbollah's drone unit in a targeted strike.
Why did the tweet say he's dead? Because everyone editorializes.
Its leaders
You get attention.
are being systematically eliminated. Arriving in New York to speak at the UN, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
Is this a war crime? I don't know what the laws are on warnings. I think they probably have to be more immediate. The only defense you could make would be the only reason it might not be a war crime is that they told people in Hezbollah areas to leave a few days ago. But I don't know if that counts as a warning. Like if you live in Dahia, because I'd imagine if I lived in Dahia, I would just leave. I would yeah. There's absolutely not worth it. Like, but I don't know if that counts as a reasonable warning if it's days in advance. Civ building used as military command, not a civilian building anymore. You are wrong, Manatee Mobile. It's both. It's a military target and also a civilian area. You have to assess proportionality, and you probably, I think you have to give warning anyway. Are there places for people to go? I mean, not really. But yeah, I mean, Lebanon's big enough. It's not so dense that people couldn't just go to fucking random camps in the north or something, but
said there will be no ceasefire despite an initiative from President Biden and France for a 21-day pause for diplomacy. We are continuing to hit Hezbollah with...
I'm sick of hearing proportionality. It's such a fucking cop-out. Well, yeah, you know what? I wish more people would admit they don't care about international law and they just want Israel to lose. I wish people would do that. It's very refreshing.
Full force, and we will not stop.
I don't know what the proportionality would be for Nasrallah. Holy shit. I know that the United States used to have NCVs. They had a particular number, a set number for different targets. So for bin Laden, I think at one point, NATO decided that bin Laden would have been worth 30 civilian collateral damage. As in, like, if there was a strike that could have killed bin Laden, but would have taken out 30 civilians, either killed or injured, then that would be acceptable to NATO. That's their standard. I don't know what it is for Israel. No idea.
Until we achieve our goals. First and foremost, he said, returning residents of northern Israel safely to their homes. Israel wants to push Hezbollah away from its border and destroy the militia's rockets, missiles, and drones, which Hezbollah has launched at Israel for nearly a year, including today. To do it, Israel is bombing intensely.
There are betting agencies taking bets on his death. Wow.
Pounding Hezbollah strongholds in southern and eastern Lebanon in what is, for now, an air war, which Lebanon says has already killed around 700 people.
Israel has threatened to invade Lebanon, most likely crossing the border here in the south. But U.S. military officials tell NBC News they are not seeing the kind of buildup Israel would need for an imminent ground war.
Okay, good-o.
For this conflict. So I worry, and I do believe that there's going to be a significant coming escalation.
And what do you think that would look like? Is it more rockets going, perhaps more ballistic missiles going towards central Israel like we saw earlier this week against Tel Aviv?
Well, that depends on the facts on the ground as they emerge and whether that strike was successful in killing Hassan Nasrallah. But also, I have to say that, early report sources I've been talking to, American sources that are in touch with knowledgeable Israelis, say that it wasn't only just the Secretary General of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, but there was also a senior Iranian commander in that headquarters, in that bunker. The general in charge for Iranian operations, the IRGC for Lebanon and Syria. And so if again, this is early unconfirmed reports, although from reliable sources, if that's true, we also have to be concerned about the Iranian angle and whether Iran is going to feel compelled.
I'm wondering if they kill Nasrallah, does that reduce or increase the likelihood of invasion? Because they might believe that if they've got Nasrallah and Hezbollah are still committed, but they're also in disarray, then that might embolden the IDF to just go in and finish the job and just wipe them out completely. But fucking like total victory or whatever. I didn't think they would have been able to achieve this much from outside of the country, though, like the amount of shit that they've done so far. But advance warning, each party to the conflict must give effective advance warning of attacks which may affect the civilian population unless circumstances do not commit. Non-international armed conflicts, that's what we care about, because Hezbollah is non-international. While Additional Protocol 2 does not include an explicit reference to the obligation to give effective advance warning prior to an attack which may affect the civilian population, more recent treaty law applicable in non-international armed conflicts does so, namely amended Protocol 2 to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. While this rule deals with the requirement to give warning of attacks which may affect the civilian population, it is nevertheless relevant to point out that the concept of warnings has also been extended to non-international armed conflicts in the context of the protection of cultural property. In addition, this rule is contained in other instruments pertaining to non-international armed conflicts. Military manuals which are applicable in or have been applied in non-international armed conflicts specify this obligation. There are, in addition, several accounts of warnings that were issued in the context of non-international armed conflicts. So it seems like you should give a warning. Now, what is the type of the warning? That's the big question. I thought warnings were necessary. I thought that. That seems... What's the source for this? This is customary IHL. Unless circumstances do not permit. Yeah, but I need to know what that means. Let's just read it. Because I know you're just saying that because you've decided to interpret it however you like. Okay. Yugoslavia. Further evidence. Of the customary nature of this rule in both international and non-international armed conflicts. The tribunal considered that this rule was customary because it specified and fleshed out general pre-existing norms. Distinction and proportionality, both are customary, okay. No official contrary practice either. Interpretation. As the rule indicates, state practice considers that a warning is not required when circumstances do not permit, such as in cases where the element of surprise is essential to the success of an operation or to the security of the attacking forces or that of friendly forces. Huh. Well, there you go. Necessary speed of response is another consideration cited in practice as relevant to determining the feasibility of warnings. So I imagine if you need to occupy a building for strategic purposes, you probably need to give a warning because that would help. Because even if it gets rid of the militants, then at least you get the building, so it's fine. But if you're targeting a particular person, you probably need an element of surprise. Okay. Furthermore, the rule provides that but again, I wonder how that affects proportionality or how it relates with it. Furthermore, the rule provides that warnings must only be given of attacks which may affect the civilian population. No warnings required if no civilians are left in the area. Well, obviously that doesn't apply here. When was the latest general warning? It was a few days ago, no? I don't know how often you need to renew a general warning if strikes are continuing. Some practice was found to interpret the requirement that a warning be effective. Yep, that's why roof knocking is not very popular in the international community. The United States in particular stated that the warning need not be specific and may be general in order not to endanger the attacking forces or the success of their mission. Okay. Such a general warning can consist of a blanket alert delivered by broadcast advising the civilian population to stay away from certain military objectives. State practice indicates that all obligations with respect to the principle of distinction and the conduct of hostilities remain applicable, even if civilians remain in the zone of operations after a warning has been issued. Yeah, so if civilians stay, you still have to think about proportionality. Okay. Like it doesn't instantly make them combatants, just if they stay there. Threats that all remaining civilians would be considered liable to attack have been condemned and withdrawn. Okay. So it seems like it probably was legal if they gave a general warning, unless there's something that talks about it when general warnings can expire. But I imagine since there's been no ceasefire or any like de-escalation, probably not. Probably is legal. Obviously, that's just the warning side. Don't know if the proportionality has been met yet. So probably legal in terms of warning, still an open question as for proportionality.
To be dragged into this broader war. So at this point, it's open to possibilities which way the conflict goes from here, what scenarios, but clearly an escalatory path.
Firas Maksad, thank you so much for the time. Again, this news just breaking over the course of the last hour. Israeli officials confirming that Hassan Nasrallah was indeed the target of this strike in Beirut, in a residential building there. We are working to confirm whether or not he was killed in this strike. We will continue to follow this development for you. Thank you so much.
How often does Nasrallah leave his bunker to go out into the streets? Do you think he does that? That's he's not the founder, no, he's the leader. He's the general secretary. Someone else founded it and he became leader later. He's been leader for decades.
For watching this hour of One World, I'm Bianca Goladriga. Don't go anywhere, I'll be right back in just a few minutes with Amanpour.
Wow. Because there is a cake shop nearby and he's a big guy, so maybe he got peckish and survived. Can you imagine? God, he would be so religiously vindicated. Hey, Maronite Twitter. Let's go. Maronite Twitter. Maronite Twitter with a strong one. These guys are absolute fucking psychos, man. What's your dad saying? My dad's probably saying it's a terror attack, or a war crime, or a genocide, or both, or all three. That's probably what my dad's saying. Soon the Lebanese flag after victory. I know that the Hezbollah victory emblems from the Israeli withdrawal in 2000 had this kind of thing going on, where they replaced the tree with the fucking... You should see these Israeli cartoons that they were broadcasting and sending to Lebanese people in the 06 war. Like, pick cartoons of Nasrallah pushing the cedar tree off of a cliff and shit. It's like, not very effective. Does your dad think what's happening in Gaza is genocide? Listen, if Israel is doing it and it's not the Holocaust, he probably would call it a genocide, yeah. If Western powers are doing it and it's not the Holocaust, my dad would probably call it a genocide. Okay. That's the checklist. You should have your dad on stream. Absolutely not. Do you discuss politics with him? All the time. It's like the only thing we talk about. He wins every debate, though, okay? He wins every debate. He always gets me with the, I was there. Arab dad can't lose, yeah. Arab dads cannot lose debates. It's not allowed. It's illegal. That's the biggest violation of international law. Ugh.
Governments, and I thank them for this,
Abbas.
said we will not allow the displacement of any Palestinians and eviction of the Palestinians from their lands. Fourth, we demand the protection of UNRWA and humanitarian organizations from Israel's actions and to provide political and financial support to these organizations so that they can perform their role and offer their services to the Palestinian refugees until they return home. UNRWA was established to do its job until the refugees return. And every day Israel finds an excuse to convince others that UNRWA's work must be ended. Fifth, we demand international protection for the Palestinians on the lands of their occupied land. We want protection. We are not fighting Israel. We cannot fight Israel. And we don't want to fight. But we want protection. We want our children, our women, our families to be protected internationally. Sixth, Palestine, the state of Palestine must shoulder its responsibilities in the Gaza Strip and impose its full mandate on it and jurisdiction on it, including the border checkpoints, especially the Rafah international border between Egypt and Palestine, as part of a comprehensive plan.
Where did you send me the policy, Brendan? Oh, here. What? Okay. Just some fan art. I don't see the policy. If you linked it in YouTube, it wouldn't have gone through. Sorry. What is this? Oh, it's on the Reddit. Okay. Ugh.
This has existed before and it must return to the way it was. Seventh, and within the context of a comprehensive national reform process. This is a process that we're undertaking, and most countries have reviewed it, supported it, confirmed it, and thanked the Palestinian government for it. And hopefully we will continue with this process till the very end. In terms of this process, we will reconstruct our infrastructure and state institutions destroyed by Israel. We will revive the economy and establish sustainable development and rebuild the Gaza Strip, and we will hold the state of Israel fully responsible. Eighth, the authority of the State of Palestine and the Palestinian government and the PLO, the legitimate and sole representative of the Palestinian people, will have authority on all Palestinian territories in the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and Eastern Jerusalem, as has been stipulated for us by international law. We are not asking for more, but we will not accept any less. The West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Eastern Jerusalem. We will not ask for more, but we will not accept any less. We will hold general elections. We're ready to hold elections. We've been ready in the past, but Israel refused to allow us to hold these elections in Jerusalem. But if this were to happen, we're ready.
They did
to
fuck the
hold these
elections in
elections
Jerusalem.
and to form a Palestinian.
You know what? Mustafa Barghouti, as much of a fucking weirdo he is, he actually had this really good idea, was that if there was an election that the PA could hold, but Israel wasn't allowing them to vote in Jerusalem, Barghouti's idea was just that, as an act of protest, just hold the vote anyway. Just set up polling stations and just let people try to vote anyway and just see what the IDF does. Yeah. I don't know.
Government in accordance with the results
Interesting
of these elections
thought.
tonight. We will continue to mobilize the largest possible international support so that the state of Palestine can achieve full membership in the United Nations as soon as possible. What do we lack? To be sitting amongst you. What do we lack? To be on the same footing as 194 official member states in the United Nations. We have the land, we have the authority, we have the people, we have the culture, we have the knowledge, we have everything that we need. We ask you to help us. 10th, the full implementation of the General Assembly resolution on the advisory opinion that we mentioned, issued by the International Court of Justice in a manner that will lead to the end of the occupation in 12 months, as stipulated by the resolution, as set by the advisory opinion. Number 11, hold an international peace conference under the auspices of the United Nations within a year to apply the two-state solution. So we hold this international conference so that we would resolve all the problems that remain between us and Israel. By the way, we recognize the state of Israel, but Israel doesn't recognize us. We want a solution that would protect both countries, the state of Palestine and the state of Israel, so that they can coexist in peace, stability, and security. Number 12, to adopt international peacekeeping forces by virtue of a Security Council resolution between the states of Palestine and Israel to guarantee the security of both countries. We call for guaranteeing the security of both countries. These are the elements of our vision for the day after, for today and for the day after the war ends, in the state of Palestine in general. And I call upon you to adopt this plan and to provide all the necessary means to guarantee its success. Ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks ago, I declared that I've decided to lead a Palestinian delegation to the Gaza Strip so that we can stand by our people who have been exhausted by the Israeli genocide war. I call upon you to support this decision by issuing a United Nations decision resolution by the United Nations here, by pressuring the occupying government so that it would not obstruct this effort. And here I welcome any state, any party that wants to join us in this visit. We'll be happy to go with you to Gaza so that we could all see the tragedies that are taking place. I salute our heroic people that are sacrificing all that is precious for Palestine. In the Gaza of sacrifice, in the West Bank of solidarity, of Al-Quds, which is our crown jewel and our capital. We salute our people in the diaspora, in the refugee camps, to our brave prisoners in Israel.
What sort of welcome is Abu Mazen expecting in Gaza? I don't think he's ever going to Gaza, even in total peacetime or ceasefire time, whatever. Journalists would go there, yeah, as they should. I know there was a Sky News journalist who went there. You can very much see why they don't allow journalists in there very regularly. I think when this Sky News journalist was there, he said that there was gunfire in the street next to where they were filming, like one street down. Where is it? Is it here? Why is it a fucking Facebook video? God. Surely it should be YouTube. YouTube. Sky News journalist guy. They saw the tunnel where the hostages were shot. And he talks to Hagari as well. We get to see Hagari in person. Is it videos? Not a very long video. Is this it? February. No, that's an older one. There's a newer one somewhere. From 2 weeks ago. Where the fuck is it? Hang on. It's real. It's not bullshit. No bullshit. Here we go. This is the video.
Sky News has been given rare access inside Rafah in the Gaza Strip to see firsthand the level of destruction since the outbreak of war almost a year ago. Our team witnessed the devastation and ongoing battles in the streets as Israel's defense forces attempted to eliminate remaining Hamas fighters. Our team were taken into the region through the Philadelphia corridor, which runs along Gaza's border with Egypt. Israel still bans foreign journalists from
When is the video from? 2 weeks ago.
entering Gaza independently. Sky News was granted access by the Israeli military, though our team's movements were restricted and the material we gathered had to be authorised by the IDF. Our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle reports.
This was Rafah. 250,000 people lived here before the war. Today it is almost deserted.
Jesus.
The IDF says it has now defeated Hamas's Rafah brigade, but pockets of Hamas fighters remain. As we were filming, there was a gun battle in the next street.
Fucking hell, man.
A Hamas sniper had been spotted.
This neighborhood, the Israeli military say, was the stronghold of Hamas's Rafah brigade. The houses here in the foreground that are all flattened, that is because the Israeli military has demolished and blown up the tunnel network underneath them.
International journalists are still banned from entering Gaza independently. Traveling with the IDF is the only way in. The Israeli military checked our pictures before broadcast, but didn't ask us to change anything. Artillery shells have blown holes in walls and revealed the privacy of family lives before. Clothes still hang in a wardrobe, left, presumably, as the owners fled. The innocence of a child's tricycle is a flash of colour amid the grey dust and rubble. Bullet holes decorate walls and ceilings. I know how bad this
Will there be reparations for destroyed civilian property? I don't know if it counts as reparations, but it would be international aid that's probably going to pay for rebuilding. Because that's never been a problem for Palestinians, though. Like, aid money has never been an issue. They get lots of aid money, okay? They get a shitload of aid. The problem is obviously distribution and allocation and all those things. And also, you know, not having a state economy to work with and international trade deals and blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
looks, one soldier privately told me, but we had no choice. Hamas had months to prepare for the Rafah fight. They set booby traps in houses and fought hard. So, though, quite clearly, did the IDF.
I mean, look at this. There's nothing I can say that does more justice than the pictures themselves. And it's impossible to know.
This video was 2 weeks ago.
Whether this kind of level of destruction...
It was not long after Hagari filmed that video of the tunnel in the children's bedroom where the hostages were shot.
...was militarily necessary, or whether it was some scorched earth policy to know than the pictures themselves. And it's impossible to know whether this kind of level of destruction was militarily necessary, or whether it was some scorched earth policy. But surely, if there is ever a ceasefire here, this is going to take decades to rebuild.
The 6 Israeli hostages murdered 2 weeks ago were found in this tunnel. The entry shaft was under a child's bedroom, painted with Disney figures. It joins a vast underground network, tens of kilometers long, much of it still uncovered. We drove into Gaza along the Egyptian border, the Philadelphia corridor, newly tarmacked and under Israeli control. The Israeli military says it's uncovered 9 tunnels running into Egypt. They'd already been blocked off by Hamas before the Israelis got there.
It's a big chunky tunnel.
Machines nearby are drilling deep into the ground in search of more tunnels. Hamas insists the IDF must leave here. Benjamin Netanyahu is refusing.
The role of the IDF is to achieve the defeat, the military control, and make the cabinet do the political decision for the future.
But you have defeated the Rafah brigade.
What I mean, we have created the conditions for the cabinet to make the decisions for the future.
So you've created the conditions, you've eliminated most of the Rafah brigade, you've got control of the Philadelphia crossing, So the cabinet has a number of options it could choose.
Exactly.
There is still hopeful talk of a
Do we have
ceasefire.
any info on Hamas combatants since the 6,000 confirmed in February? Nope. I don't even know if the 6,000 was confirmed. I think a spokesperson said it, and I think they retracted it afterwards. So, no. We have the IDF saying it's about just under half of the dead are combatants, but that's it. No one else is saying anything. So, in other words, we have basically nothing.
Fire, but frankly, it doesn't feel likely. The war in Gaza is changing. It's moving towards a grinding counterinsurgency. And if that's what the Israeli government wants, then it could be like this for years. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News, in Rafah, southern Gaza.
Okay. Just following orders. Damn. You mean like a Nazi? Wow, good one. Boy.
Israeli prison, 6,000 prisoners. Israel arrests whoever it wants. Those prisoners whose dignity is being violated every day.
He's the rear admiral. I don't know what that means, but that's what he is.
It will be free despite anyone who objects to that. Our people will live on the land of their fathers and grandfathers as they have done for more than 6,000 years. They will continue their legitimate struggle for independence. The occupation will end, will end, will end. God and peace blessings be upon you.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the State of Palestine. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency.
Shit. 1 minute. Okay. Don't mind me. Are you tweeting? No, not tweeting. Writing love letters to your mom and dad and sister. Okay, let's see. Latest news story from CNN 7 minutes ago. All right.
Israel had targeted Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah in a massive blast in the capital of Lebanon, in Beirut. I want to go to my colleague, Jumana Karachi, who has been following this story for us. Jumana, it was your initial reporting and your headlines internally here at CNN that caught our attention over an hour ago now when you were reporting massive blasts. Tell us now what we know. 6 buildings leveled. The casualty numbers are just coming in.
It is 6 buildings. I thought someone said it was 10. No, it's 6. Okay.
What are you seeing and hearing?
With bunker busters.
Well, as you mentioned, Bianna, we've just heard from the Ministry of Health that at least 2 people were killed, 76 were injured in those massive blasts that targeted Beirut's southern suburbs. As we understand, of course, from the Israeli military, the target of those strikes was the leader. They say it was a command center, but what we understand from my colleague Jeremy Diamond, according to a security official, a senior Israeli official, that the target was the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. And that is the big question right now. What if Nasrallah was there? clear if Nasrallah survived. We understand from the senior Israeli official that the Israeli military is working to verify that you would have a post-strike assessment, and that is still not clear. Nothing official from Hezbollah yet, nothing from the Lebanese government, but a senior security official telling my colleague Tamara Qiblawi, when asked about Hassan Nasrallah and his status right now, he says, we wait.
Bro, what if Nasrallah just recorded a bunch of fucking speeches and just released them every month for the next year? And they could hide his death for a while, right? Because his speeches are not very, they're very repetitive, right? We could tell. Nah. He's been dead since 2018.
And the whole country right now is on edge as it waits for news of whether the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, was indeed in that location, in that densely populated part of Beirut, in the southern suburbs, if he survived, if he was injured. All these questions right now putting this entire country on edge. A dangerous escalation. Bianna doesn't begin to describe the situation right now.
Yeah, as we've been seeing things escalate quite quickly, even prior to this targeted assassination of Hassan Nasrallah by the Israelis. We've seen hundreds of those killed in Lebanon over the past week and a half. Hezbollah launching a ballistic missile that was successfully thwarted at Israel. Again, everyone really on knife's edge here. And as many of our guests have already said, many red lines have already been crossed here. Jomana Karachi, thank you so much. Keep us posted on any developments you hear. Let's go to Israel, and our Nick Robertson is in Tel Aviv. And Nick, the United States responding, saying that they, were not involved in any way, shape, or form in this targeted assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, and that they were given a heads up or notification. The defense minister telling his counterpart here in the United States, Defense Secretary Austin, as this operation was underway. Any new information that you're hearing now from the IDF over the course of the last hour since we heard from Rear Admiral Hagari?
Rear.
No, what we know is that the defense minister has been sitting in one of the command centers with other commanders around him, analyzing what's happening in Beirut, analyzing all the information streams that they have access to try to figure out precisely what has happened. And while we're talking about this, I'm reminded of a conversation I had with an official earlier this week about the possibility, as all these different Hezbollah commanders were being assassinated in the suburbs of Beirut. I asked the sort of obvious question, well, would Hassan Nasrallah be on that target list? And I was sort of given the impression that that may or may not be the case. It wasn't clear. But the impression I took away from the conversation that I was having was, well, what happens if you remove Hassan Nasrallah? Who do you get in his place? Who picks up? Is it somebody more radical? And remembering that Hassan Nasrallah is not a military commander per se. He has all those military commanders underneath of him. He's more of a sort of a figurehead, a leader, absolutely in command, absolutely the top of, the top person within Hezbollah, no doubt about his authority. But when he says, I want this done, I want this done, I want this done, it's the commanders, the military commanders underneath of him who realize that. So therefore, the question becomes, what happens if you remove him? It's not going to stop the organization functioning, although clearly the organization is absolutely on the back foot. It's been decimated in many ways. Command and control, leaders removed, the pager attacks, the walkie-talkie attacks, all of that has really put Hezbollah on the back foot. And this, if Hassan Nasrallah is dead, it puts them even further on the back foot.
He's at least injured, according to Hasbara media. Wait, really? Shut up.
But the question does become, what sort of person inherits the leadership of Hezbollah? What sort of decisions would they take? Will they become more aggressive in their position towards Israel, where Nasrallah has been cautious in the past about not escalating, about sort of keeping the movement and the organization of Hezbollah together, not drawing Israel, not allowing Israel to draw it into a greater fight, if you will, by not responding to previous escalations with their own overwhelming escalation towards Israel, staying out of that. Is that the sort of leader?
You guys keep on saying, oh, I've got some Israeli source here saying some crazy shit. Well, fucking send it to me on Discord, okay? I don't care. Send me a link on Discord, or otherwise, your breaking news doesn't matter to me, okay? You could be keeping the stream way ahead of the times, okay? But you're not doing it. Fuck.
that you get in his place. It's frankly too soon in a way to be discussing this, but these will have been the discussions prior that went into whether or not to target the leader of Hezbollah, and clearly a decision
So I
was
had to send it in Discord, not on YouTube.
taken to target him on the belief that that was going to further Israel's efforts to move Hezbollah off the border, where they threaten the civilians in the north of Israel, and that the assessment was clearly that this is the right.
Oh, apparently, what? How old is this? This is 9 minutes ago. Apparently, the IDF is assessing that he's been killed. According to these guys, I don't know if this is a trustworthy source or if they're just clickbaiting. What did they actually say? That's what matters. Are they saying anything new? There's growing speculation that he was hit. The IDF assesses that he was killed. Huh. Mariv is bullshit. Oh, thank you. Not covered like this in the rest of Israeli media. Is it a tabloid source? Why are you giving me this shit? Yeah, I'm going to wait for Times of Israel, because despite what the tankies say, Times of Israel is generally quite accurate. Times of Israel was the newspaper that popularized that complaint that Netanyahu is allowing Qatari aid money to go to Gaza. So,
course of action. Now, Israel could be proved wrong in this.
Yeah, everyone else is saying his fate is unclear.
Case, there could be a much wilder card that takes over.
The main news channel in Israel saying the same thing. Okay.
In leading Hezbollah, and that could lead to a much harder to predict type of escalation and fight. Nevertheless, that is where we are at the moment. And of course, if Hassan Nasrallah has survived, then what decision set is he going to take now based on this? How will he respond to an attempt to take his life? Will it be personal? Will it escalate, or will he not?
Prior to this attempted assassination, we had heard from the IDF Chief of Staff, Herzi Halevi, earlier this week say that they are prepared when that call is made for a potential land invasion into southern Lebanon there. And we're also hearing and reporting now that Prime Minister Netanyahu has cut short his trip to the United States and is on his way back to Israel right now upon news of this massive strike, the target being Hassan Nasrallah himself. Nick Robertson, thank you. I want to go to Nabi Boulos, who is the Middle East bureau chief for the Los Angeles Times. He just visited the site of that explosion in Beirut. He joins us by phone. Nabi, thank you so much for taking the time to call us. Tell us what you saw there.
Well, I mean, it was just a huge site. Just the attack site was really, I think it's about 6 buildings is what I've heard. But I mean, we only saw a part of it, to be honest with you. And it was basically just overturned. You had no sense that there were buildings there. It was mostly just dirt had sort of flipped around as if the ground itself had turned over upside down. And on one side of it, you could see almost like a crevice in the ground where a tree had fallen, and the sort of front edge of a building had been torn off. It really, the scale of destruction is just really hard to describe because it was so much. And right now, they're just digging through.
The attack happened like 2 hours ago, a bit more than 2 hours ago.
The initial reports of 76 wounded, but of course, I'm sure that's going to be much more because, they're still digging through the rubble, and they will almost certainly have many people. To be clear, this is a very, very populated area.
Yeah.
In fact, right near it, there's a big refugee camp, and everyone there was just leaving en masse. I saw a big exodus from that refugee camp with people just escaping and taking all their stuff and finding anywhere else to go.
Were you able to get close to the buildings themselves, this targeted site? As we know, 6 buildings we've reported have been leveled by this. How close to the area of destruction were you able to get?
We were at the very edge of it. We were led, Hezbollah cadres took us in to see the area, and we were let into the very edge of it where rescue crews were working. And you could see excavators digging in the site, people going through it. Of course, there was still a fire going on. But as I said, this was the edge of the site, and it's quite large. So, it was, at least as large as a city block. So we didn't get a full view of the destruction is what it amounts to.
Did you feel the blast yourself?
No, but I heard it certainly. I was home, and I just heard a successive, like a number of successive booms, and they really shook the apartment. In fact, my cats ran away, of course, and you could hear all the glass shaking in the house. It really was. It was quite different from other attacks that we've heard in Beirut. This one seems to have been the big one.
What is the Lebanese media there, especially in Beirut? What are they reporting at this point? What are you hearing and seeing on their news broadcasts in the aftermath? Again, this is just an hour and a half ago or so.
Right now, most of what's being said is trying to figure out the damage and who was killed, of course. Now, we've heard various things about about Nasrallah still being alive. We've heard various reports. I've actually yet to see any kind of official statement from Hezbollah myself, but at the same time, we're talking about, it's very confusing right now. Everyone is still trying to figure out the scale of the destruction.
Okay. Well, the fact is if we know, we'll know. And until we know, we don't know. Yeah, you can thank me for that one later, guys. Okay. LeMayo, thanks for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. And Redhead Fuck, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Happy Friday, Bonercox. Hey. Antonio Lopez, thanks for the $9.99. What are the arguments pro-Israel people give to justify what's happening in the West Bank? Oh, we already did that one. Yeah, there's not really any good arguments. B-Dog, thanks for the $2. Which country does the speaker represent? I don't know which speaker. I'm so sorry. Alice, thanks for the 20 Swedish. Hi, hope you and chat have a good weekend. Will do. Thanks very much. Channel 12 is doing the assessment thing as well. Mehdi versus Pierce debate. Fuck no. Cordial Cephalopod, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Where is their channel 12? Do they have a website or is it a Twitter account? Oh, Abbas. Palestine, right? Channel 12 reporting positive signs. Are they quoting the IDF or an Israeli source? Are Channel 12 reliable? You guys are all just plugged into the exact same fucking matrix, aren't you? I know so what we know is that they targeted him, okay? We know that why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? I keep sending you my source in chat, but you ignore it. I can't see fucking links in chat, you retard. Look at the chat as it's scrolling by. That's what I see. Put it in Discord and tag me or DM me. I've literally said if it's actually government policy of Israel to regulate the demographics of Jerusalem, then yeah, I would say that's an act of ethno-nationalism. Yeah, fuck that. Don't like that. It's bad. We're all actually 4 different Hasbara operatives. Curtis Morike, thanks for the 10 Canadian. Wishing you well, box guy. Demographic target 2020 set by municipal authorities. Yeah, well, those guys are ethnoloids. You got it from Amnesty Report. I don't know, not an Amnesty Report. Please give me just like a news article or something, like a fucking Amnesty Reports. Like, I don't know if an Amnesty Report's the thing, is like, it might be a policy, it might be a statement, it might be a joke that someone told, like, fuck. I am Benny Morris, okay? No one cares about Amnesty. Fuck. But surely it links to something. Surely Amnesty have footnoted it to something. That'll be banger. I was trying to navigate these things one at a time. Fuck. What are these guys saying? It's their fucking page. 32 seconds. Credit rating. Wow. The delay raises the likelihood that he's dead. Oh, okay. They're attacking the Shuf Mountains in central Lebanon. British citizens should leave Lebanon. Okay. Wow. Ethnic cleansing. Okay, let's see. Check the website. Channel 12, Israel. What, this? News? What's the fucking website? Is it this? Keshet 12. Does that mean channel? Is this what the fuck is this? This is not news. Okay, I don't N12. Okay. N words 12. Ah. Assessment in Israel. Who's giving the assessment, though?
פתוחה וקשה לראות את האדוות שלה, לאן זה הולך. אחת הבעיות, דני, שצריך להסתכל עליה באופן מאוד ערני, זה היציבות בלבנון. מכה כזו שהחיזבאללה, שהוא בעצם הפך לעמוד השדרה של הביטחון הלבנוני, מפרקת בעצם את כל הסדר הפנימי. הסיפור כרגע עם צבא לבנון סביב הדחיה זה לא הסיפור האמיתי. יש פה בעיה של היקף אדיר של פליטים, פחד, תנועות שיכולות לקום, אנרכיה.
You're coping. Coping, if you think. Leaks from the cabinet. Okay. Okay. You're watching Channel 12 on my stream, and okay. Oh, God. Okay, what am I doing here? Right. Jacob, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Message not sent. Edit and try again. Ah. You're coping if you think Hebrew and Arabic sound different. They sound so different. Stop. Okay, well, there's the breaking news, guys. That's where we are so far. The IDF is assessing the Israeli cabinet, or there's an assessment from somewhere in Israel. I don't know where. There's an assessment. It exists. An assessment somewhere. If you don't know either, you wouldn't know the difference. Wow. Can you play language guesser? Is that a thing? This is the way to do it, right? This is how you do it. Just get ahead of the curve. Okay. This Eli David guy is actually such a scumbag. Jeremy Corbyn MP, Israel's killing all my friends, hashtag Nasrallah. Good one. My uncle assesses that he's dead. Yeah. Zionist terrorism in Beirut. What would you say if they did this in Paris, London, or New York? I'd probably be like, why is Nasrallah hiding in Paris, London, or New York? Curious how Hassan covers this. Well, it depends if Nasrallah dies or not. I assess that news organizations assess that the IDF assesses he's dead. Good one. That won't matter. I guess it won't matter, will it? But the cope levels will probably be higher if he is dead. Until Hagari says it, it doesn't mean shit. Yeah, that's why, obviously breaking news is stupid. It's so dumb. It's just every fucking 5 minutes. Oh my God, what's it? Oh no, they've said that there's an assessment, that there's an estimation that he might be dead. Blah, 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 F5, 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 F5. That's all it is. It's just that. It's such a waste. Meanwhile, go on Twitter and just start saying things. just start saying things happened. Because you know what? No one cares. What's going to happen, though? So he's up soon, I guess. Israel strikes Beirut as Bibi speaks at UN. When will the bloodshed end? Hurricane Helene makes landfall. Okay. Oh, not a hurricane. Fuck. New assessment. Nasrallah was in Lebanon. Well, that's big, because he might have not have been in Lebanon. He might have been in the Middle East. That was my assessment. The previous assessment. He looks so happy. It's kind of sad, actually. Oh. He never really looked like the kind of guy who was trying to destroy a country and kill all the people, was he? He doesn't really look like a war man. He actually just looks a bit like my dad. It's kind of weird. Different facial hair. Okay. H3 could have been more worry. One moment. I should probably get food and then just... Let me see. He looks like Supreme Leader. Yeah. Poly Market. No, thank you. Haaretz reporting about the assessment. Good stuff. But have they made an assessment of the assessment? Did Hassan speculate on what kind of bomb they used yet? Well, we know that they actually used broken clock, right? So you might be right this time. JDAM. Listen, if you said it was a JDAM, who's laughing then?
Bombs fall with impunity in the Palestine.
Why Palestine must be free. Why am I watching this? Genocide, imperial core, fossil fuel war machine. Why the fuck am I watching this? What are you doing? What are you trying to do to me? And why is their voice so compressed with a fucking bass boost? It does not make you sound manly. It doesn't make you sound fucking like you're saying something serious. It doesn't make you sound like more impressive. It just makes you sound like you've overcompressed your voice and you're hurting people's ears. Stop! Do you think Israel might go to war with Iran? No. What? Okay. I think Israel can handle Iranian strikes. I think Iranian strikes are not really enough for Israel to start smashing that place up. What the fuck is this at the UN protest? Pagers.
What does it mean? What the fuck are you gonna do? What does it mean? 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 Motherfucker! Fuck you!
Fuck you! Oh, they're just separated.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Fuck you! Fuck you! Get the fuck out of my face! Motherfucker! Fuck you! Who needs a pager? We've got Hezbollah pagers left. Who needs one?
What the
Free
fuck?
pages. Free pages.
Why do people go to these things?
Free pages.
Do you love death so much?
Get them while they're hot. Keep your hands to yourself, bitch. Fuck you. Hands to yourself. She fucking hit me. I know. Just keep fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you! Keep your hands to yourself! Keep walking, Chucky!
Look at this. First Amendment, it'll make you proud.
Zionism is not Judaism! You fucking idiots! Free Palestine! Fuck you! Fuck you! Free Palestine! You don't know shit! Fuck you! Fuck you! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Palestine will be free! Fuck Palestine! I'm not even
Of course, the
Jewish.
fucking MAGA people are on the Israelis. Oh god, free beepers from the idea. Oh god, why would you ever like be part of this shit? I'm sorry if you think being chronically online is embarrassing. Like, why the sorry? What? These are the people who go on Twitter and brag about how much grass they touched in the morning, in the afternoon. You understand that, right?
Do me a favor. We got it. We got it. You're not supposed to have conversations like that. Go the other way. 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 Show your face. You're the pussy.
He'll stay on this side, he'll stay on that side. How about that? You guys can...
Where are my two-staters, bro? Where are my safe and secure borders and mutual recognition of states in the region? Where are they? Two states under one flag. Hang on. Surely these flags exist, right? Not one that looks like they're fighting, but a nice one. Hey, this is cool. Surely there's like a... Oh, this is alright. You probably got a good flag like this. Some of them are quite Some of them are just... You wouldn't get the reference. Let's do an assessment, okay? If I were one of those content mogger channels, right? If I were one of those channels that just like really massive clickbait, like I confronted these protesters, and you just go around with your little GoPro, with your little streamer backpack, and you're like, oh wow, it's so crazy, guys. I'm in the thick of it. I'm talking to people. What the fuck, bro? What are you doing to me, bro? I'm just trying to come here to protest. Like, if I was one of those creators, I feel like a good project would be to get one of these flags and take it to the protests and stand in between the two camps. Maybe one of these ones? Or not this one. This just looks like you're interested in the conflict. Like, this is too niche. This is way too niche. Look, bro, look, they touched me. Look, this guy touched me, bro. Officer, this guy touched me. I got it on camera. Chat, clip it. Clippers, chat. This guy touched me, bro. Can we do that? Can we go to fucking London where these protests and stand in between the rabble with one of these? I think probably this flag, right? This is very clear. It's very, very unambiguous, this one. and just see what happens. I don't know. And maybe like some people with the Palestine flags can come and join us, and some people with the Israeli flags can come and join us because they're like, because I imagine if you're a Jew, right, and you want to get some solidarity, you're not getting it from the Palestinian people. You're not getting it from those guys unless you're like a JVP dipshit. But otherwise, you might be there, and you might be like a liberal or a left-leaning Jew. Like you might be that kind of person, but you want to go to the Israeli side. But you look around, and you're like, why is everyone here like why everyone around me like MAGA? Or why do they hate Muslims? Like, that's not me. And they can come over as well. Or the anti-Hamas, pro-Palestinian people can come over as well. I thought, yeah, just... Why don't... Think that would be a good meme? Good project? I'm not doing it, okay? It's not my job. I don't like that shit. But one of you guys... one of you guys out there is surely... This one, I don't know if this listen, we've got this flag's too much, okay? This flag is... No one will know what the fuck you're talking about with this flag. No one knows, okay? This is a troll. Both sides will assault you if you bring this flag, and you'll deserve it. This one, though, if they assault you with this one, that's good. They're gonna look bad, okay? Because it's not really like White Lives Matter where you know there's something antagonistic going on beneath it. It's not like All Lives Matter because same reason. It's like, bro, peace. Two states, two sides, okay? Share the land. Israel bombed Hamas tunnels under building all the way in Lebanon. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, it's whatever. Like, it's white people, okay? Don't worry, white. Very white. Don't give me that shit, okay? Yeah, I just... It's not even, you know, like there are Hamas, I don't know if there are Hamas tunnels in Lebanon, but there are Hamas people in Lebanon. There are Hamas, like, militants in Lebanon. But, you know. Are you going to start that protest? No. No, I'm a spokesperson, okay? I sit back and I direct more obnoxious rabble-rousers to do it for me. That's my job, okay? Vosh is talking about Greater Israel right now.
Citizens in Beirut. Backs a country doing this, we do it by like quietly selling them weapons, not by freely providing them in bills that the government votes on, completely like pro bono, while all of our politicians virtue signal to the camera about how it's morally justified that the rogue nation that we're backing is doing this. This is supposed to be like an embarrassing secret that gets found out by journalists, not an open, like, it's not even open and secret. We're just like proud of it.
Not just for Hezbollah, but for the civilian population to make their way out of southern Lebanon.
Well, he's talking about the strikes in the south. He's not talking about
Israel's
Nasrallah.
heaviest bombing campaign in decades, and this is still not a full-on war.
That would be their heaviest bombing campaign ever, because I don't think there was ever a bombing campaign that took out that many people and locations in one day in the 2006 war. The 2006 operation was actually limited compared to what they've been doing now. The 2006 operation was more like a special military operation than a full... Anyway.
With no sign the warring sides are close to or even willing to discuss a ceasefire.
I was standing near my car. I opened the trunk, and then there was a massive explosion. Then there was smoke everywhere. If I moved just a few seconds later, I would have been killed. The rubble closed the road.
White is when you don't want civilians to die, you got us there. No, white is when people believe, and this is the logical conclusion of what people like you believe. White is when people say that a group of fucking Iran-backed, Iranian imperialist, fundamentalist, fascist nutters can operate with impunity and terrorize Arabs and Jews alike with impunity, so long as they have a couple of civilians next to them while they're doing it. That's actually the white take, that I'm talking about. But, you know, IHL, proportionality, blah, 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 blah. Is this equal to the suicide bombings in Israel? Is that the same? I feel like I've said this a million times. I don't know if I'm being trolled or people just don't get it. The suicide, first of all, the suicide bombings, I don't think the Second Intifada bombings, I don't think they were targeting like soldiers generally. They would actually go to areas where they could find as many civilians stacked in one place as possible, like the pizza shops and the buses, like crowded areas to take out as many as possible. If they were targeting militants, the question would be, what is their cause for war? The Second Intifada happened right after a peace deal had been rejected. That's not really... Okay. Hassan crashing out about your take against him. Goodo. I'm going to get a sandwich. Write a manifesto of your beliefs. Listen, here are my beliefs, okay? What the fuck is that? All right. Is Nasrallah dead? We don't know yet. We don't know. Where? Hang on. Oh, this. I think this is the one. I think it's settled. Yeah, that's the Learner Box Charter, okay? And if I was a worse person, a more shameless person, you'd go in between protesters and be like, hey, bros, I'm just trying to bring some discourse to the region. What the fuck, bro? Why'd you touch me? Bro, you touched me. Got on camera, chat. Okay. Giving out Pepsi. Yeah. All right. Imagine jumping on stream and this is the first thing you see. What would be wrong with that? I'm not muted. I'm talking. Are you giving baklavas an hour later? Shut up. We don't know all the details of the strike. It could have been a criminal strike, given how many, if they did it without warning and there were that many civilians in those buildings. Like, I'm sorry, if there were like 200 civilians in those buildings and they died, would that have been worth it to kill Nasrallah legally? I don't think so. Morally, definitely not. Yeah. But I don't think there's any update yet. Nasrallah was the target. This is, oh, that's the son of Hamas. Great. What a guy. What a guy. Fucking nutter. Right. Is there just any, like, live update? You have to take this opportunity. My heart is breaking for Lebanon. Please share resources and links below so I can better educate myself and support those in need. Okay. No. What am I going to do? Just send her some fucking books or what? What do you want me to do? Send her what? My Obsidian notes? Hop on my stream?
Abilities.
Vouch.
The reason why they bomb indiscriminately is because they like death, not because they don't have the ability to target.
Okay, where am I? Uh-oh. Pierce panel on Diddy. Jesus Christ. Start with the protocol. Shut up. John Mearsheimer? No. Hell no. Hell no. A second ago, he said he was on Hezbollah's side. Okay. What do you want me to do about it? I do want to do some reading. There's a document that I wanted to read that's all about Hezbollah's actions in Syria. That would be quite interesting. DW report. Okay. Yeah, more brief reports.
Israel says it has hit Hezbollah's headquarters in Beirut.
Jesus. Dylan should sue Pierce for stealing the hippy dippy format. Maybe.
Strikes happened in a residential suburb of the Lebanese capital. Israeli TV networks are reporting that Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah was the target. Ambulances rushed to the scene. No casualty figures have yet been released. The attack was confirmed by Israeli army spokesperson Daniel Hagari.
Moments ago, the Israel Defense Forces carried out a precise strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terror organization that served as the epicenter of Hezbollah's terror. Hezbollah's central headquarters was intentionally built under residential buildings in the heart of the Dahia in Beirut.
Straight to journalist Karim El-Gouari in Beirut. Welcome back, Karim. Bring us up to date, if you could.
Well, I was walking on the Corniche in Beirut when this thing happened. I could hear the airplanes and then a very loud blast. Mind you, I was 15 minutes away from the center where the blast happened, so this was an enormous explosion that could have been heard in many parts of Beirut. As you mentioned, the Israeli military says it's targeted the headquarters of Hezbollah in the southern suburbs. The pictures we see now, still huge clouds of smoke coming up, and an area of about 6 blocks 6 buildings, a whole block being totally destroyed. The Israeli military says that the General Secretary of Hezbollah himself was the target, but we have now news from the Iranian news agency, an Iranian news agency saying that he is alive and safe. But looking at the blast site on the pictures, I think we're going to have a lot of victims, not only probably from the Hezbollah.
Didn't the Iranians retract this? They retracted their statement, didn't they?
Side of the people who were in this headquarters or underground, but also because there were many civilians, of course, at this time of the day above on the ground in this area. It's a very lively area in Beirut.
Okay, so conflicting reports at the moment. The Israelis saying they were targeting the Hezbollah chief, Iran saying he is alive and well, Israel saying that they were targeting Hezbollah's headquarters beneath a residential block. What do we know about the area that has just been exploded? This is presumably a residential area.
This is the residential area of the southern suburbs. You need to know that there are about 700,000 people living in this area of the southern suburbs. This particular area that was hit is an area that has a lot of cafes.
Well, remember that question I asked you? 200 people. Is there an IDF estimate that 300 people have died in the strike? Wonder how many people were in the bunker. Jesus. 300 people in one strike. I know the calculation wouldn't just be Nasrallah. It would be the other people in the bunker, and it would be the bunker itself as a military, as a location. But we don't know how many of them are civilians. No.
Shops. There is a main street going.
That's why I don't like it when these fucking assholes like when these fucking dickheads like to celebrate this shit. Because even if you blame Hezbollah for doing this, for hiding themselves in a civilian area, which is they do bear blame for that, it's still like I don't know why the fuck you'd be so happy like just ignoring the fact that like quite a lot of innocent people probably died. Jesus, I don't really get how people get joy out of that. Have you ever been to that city? Yeah. Once, a long time ago.
Going right through this place with a bridge on crossing a street. So a very, very lively area. Although already some of the residents in the last days who were living there left their buildings because they were too afraid that something like this is going to happen. This, by far now, this is the 5th attack.
I don't think anyone is really happy. You have not seen social media, my friend. Go to Hasbro Twitter, and tell me that no one's happy about that. Fuck me. Some people fucking love it. Makes them so happy.
Since Friday, and this is by far the biggest attack. We don't know exactly really how many victims. We have no real idea. It's too early to say. And we have also no statement from Hezbollah who was killed, nor do we have any statement for the Lebanese Ministry of Health saying how many people were altogether killed, also civilians, because this for sure did not only hit the Hezbollah headquarters underground, but a lot of people were above the ground, for sure, at this time of the day.
And on that, beyond...
I left my computer to pack an order and I come back and my dad is glued to your stream. Well, hello, Engineered's dad. Didn't you say that you knew someone who was a mile away from the blast? I want to know if there was a warning given. Like an immediate warning, not just the general warning from a few days ago. I want to know how fucking horny they were to catch this guy.
The Israeli military are saying that under these buildings was the Hezbollah headquarters. Did they provide any evidence that that is indeed what they hit?
No, they didn't provide any evidence yet, nor, as I said, we have still very scarce details. The area is blocked, so you're not able to get there because, of course, obviously, if it is the Hezbollah headquarters underground, it's a very sensitive area. So for now, it's very difficult to reach it, and we're still waiting for more news coming out from there.
OK, thank you for that, Karim. Journalist Karim El-Gawari in Beirut.
You're welcome.
If there's a warning, you would see footage of the entire strike. Yeah, like people would be filming before the explosion started, whereas the viral video is actually mid-strike, so maybe no one was actually filming in anticipation. Don't know. What percentage of the city is thinking "fuck yeah" about time? I'd imagine it's probably not many, because yeah, it's hard to say. Like Nasrallah is, like a lot of people hate him. Lots of people hate him. Like Sunnis and Maronites and whatever other Christian groups like Druze typically don't like him, but they also don't like Israel. So. But I don't think there's any more breaking news, is there? Lorder box for ruler of Lebanon. No. Stop trying to put all this weight on my shoulders. How many Christians in Lebanon support Hezbollah? But less than 10% of them? Very small number. It went up a bit after October 7th, but not that much. Why do they hate Israel? A combination of trauma from the previous wars and the invasions, and probably just good old anti-Semitism. Probably a combination of those two things. A lot of Lebanese people think that Israel is trying to conquer them. That's why they don't feel like Hezbollah are dragging them into a war. They think Hezbollah are like defending from the invaders who are Israel, who would always want the land, right? Like the Nile to the Euphrates. So, and also I think a lot of Christians feel betrayed by Israel from the 80s. Man. Sorry. The Supreme Leader is holding an emergency meeting of the Security Council. It would be the Supreme National Security Council, not the UN, obviously. Trusty source? I don't fucking know. I only see it here, but what the fuck is this website, actually? I don't even know. Where else did people get that? That would mean not good for Nasrallah. Who's the Supreme Leader? The Ayatollah, Khomeini. Khomeini, I don't know. What's the next season of Fauda going to look like? Jesus fucking Christ. Well, oh God, why do these? This is the doxers. It's the doxing cunts. Why is everyone announcing they've been eliminated? Like, how do people do this? It's so shameless. Hassan clip. Wow. Thank you. Love
Hezbollah is
that.
a terrorist organization, dog. Oh my God. Well, Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, dog. If Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, America is the top terrorist organization, which it is, by the way. America is the top.
This is old. We've already watched this. We watched this a few days ago now.
Dog in terrorism, and so is Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? No, what you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim. Okay, that's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So, of course, as they're Muslim, it's different. They're Muslim. It's so funny to say, well, Hezbollah is a terrorist organization when we are covering a story about Israel openly taking credit over exploding fucking pagers directly in a country that they're not in war with right now, okay? Around civilians.
Okay. Not in a war. No, what's Hezbollah been doing the last 10 months? They've been chilling. Third rail with Omar, can I come up? I mean, you're completely insane, Omar, but sure. Why not? Okay. Discord.gg/lonerbox. Iranian TV suggests what? Indicates the possibility. Why? Stop giving me this fucking Orwellian concept of a. There's been a concept of a potential death, a plausibly genocidal, plausible risk of death. Fuck off. There's been a war since the 80s. Hezbollah's entire goal has been to destroy Israel. So in that sense, there's always been a war. But in terms of more recent hostilities, Hezbollah fired first on October 8th. Sorry. Against international law. Voss is comparing it to Poland.
Right? Tonight, as we are watching images of absolute catastrophic destruction unfold.
Yes, remember, !PV donate so you can contribute money to Progressive Victory's canvassing operations, an event going on October 5th and 6th up in Wisconsin. Go up there to canvass, !PV for more details. Also canvassing houses across the country. Also phone banking, which you can do from anywhere. Also, you can donate. All of this is very important because Kamala Harris will definitely, totally, for sure, for real, end this war as soon as she gets in office.
From the site of the blast, that if you look at just behind me, you may be able to see the haze in the distance. That is the smoke still rising, the smoke and dust still rising from that scene after a series.
I'm half Lebanese, and I think Hassan is real. Objective one, and you're a traitor. It's crazy how you betray your Lebanese relatives. Yeah, and it's crazy how you think that all Lebanese people should be allied with fucking Hassan Nasrallah, you fucking moron. It's crazy that you're just okay, I guess, with the idea of some fucking foreign-backed, foreign-funded, foreign-propped-up, fascist, fundamentalist psycho dragging that nation into a war that they will never win because, inshallah, maybe our rockets will hit someone. And inshallah, maybe these rockets will not hit an Arab town next time, even though they do all the fucking time. You fucking retard. Okay.
Of blasts. We felt and heard one of them today, Kira. It was without a doubt, the largest and most powerful blast we have felt this week. And this will mark the 5th strike on Dahia, the southern suburb of Beirut.
No, Israel can't invade Egypt. That would be a touch too insane for them. I mean, I think they could probably expand into Syria. They can't. The only thing that Israel could do to Iran is like occasionally.
Can't really invade Egypt, or when is because Egypt is at peace with them. Because Egypt was like, "Can we stop fighting?" And Israel's like, "Yeah." And then Begin took like 6 months to get pushed on the settlements, and he took them out as well. Yeah. You can get peace out of Israel. You just need a good American president and a nice big olive branch of we will recognize you and do trade with you. Syria has not done that. Hezbollah has not done that. So that's why they still fight.
Occasionally pepper it with strikes, or if they decided they wanted to like basically end the world, they could nuke Iran. They could nuke Tehran. They can't attack Egypt. They can't really attack Iran. They're pretty much limited to Lebanon and Syria, you know? They can't really do anything about Jordan because that would, you know, they're our direct ally.
It's also because they're at peace with Jordan. But...
Eventually they have to burn out.
Beirut, the Hezbollah stronghold, the fifth strike just this week. And as you reported, we understand, according to the IDF, that the target was Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah. But you look at the devastation there, and we are talking about several buildings that have been severely damaged, flattened, according to reports. And so we are talking about scores of casualties. Right now, we're waiting for word. I've reached out to the health ministry here, and we're waiting to get the initial report. But I can tell you, Kira, in our time that we've spent in Dahia, it is a densely populated area, not only with shops, but also homes.
Yep.
And the fact that you have several buildings.
They can't use their nukes because their neighbors have huge stocks of chemical weapons. The only way they use their nukes is if enemy troops are literally in Tel Aviv. Yeah, but unfortunately, like, that is also a real, slim, but real possibility, you know? If Israel keeps... like just with like absolutely no limitations swarming out, you know, eventually they're going to open themselves up to counterattacks that might legitimately start to, I mean, that's the Samson option, right? Obviously, if there was an actual like ground invasion of Israel, we would send troops there, and that would be the end of that because we're us. But like a huge regional war, I mean, it's the specifics are almost immaterial. Israel is objectively behind this like massive regional conflict, and they are escalating at every possible turn. Like it's as simple as that. It's not that everyone but Israel here is a good actor. Hamas isn't good. Hezbollah isn't good. Syria and the Assadist regime certainly aren't good. Iran isn't good. But, like, we know what's instigating this. It's not ambiguous at all. It's not really up for debate.
I don't get that. This kind of lip service is kind of... You're saying the Hezbollah are not good, but I don't know why you... It's easy enough to acknowledge that, but it's not easy enough to acknowledge that Hezbollah were the ones who started the exchanges in the northern border. And didn't stop and haven't stopped, despite the fact that they can't gain shit from what they're doing. Not only is the war conduct disgusting because they're just indiscriminately firing and hitting Arabs half the time. It's like an optical thing, isn't it? Like the way it looks. It obviously doesn't look great internationally to lower information viewers if no one can really see all that much damage in Israel, because usually it's a few houses get destroyed, there's maybe some fires, maybe like a few people get injured, maybe 12 fucking Druze kids die when they're playing football. But it obviously looks worse when you go there and you bomb like 1,300 sites accurately in one day and there's like a shitload of dead people. Yeah. So those unfamiliar with the Dahia doctrine might want to do some research. Oh, should I antagonize this guy?
Hello, hello. I don't know if you've seen it because it's mentioned in the chat like 9 times. That's the dude that was with Finkel when
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
he
Marine
was
Rabbani. Yeah.
right. Right. Yeah, go antagonize him. He's a bit of a retard.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm probably going to wait till we get more information on the strike because if there's 300 dead, I want to see some sick ass justifications because they would have. I'm almost 100% sure they've done this with no warning, which means you need a pretty good reason to be hitting that. Where are you get again? Stop giving me updates unless you can link a source in stream chat, please. I don't care if someone in the IRGC said that all their leaders are replaceable. I don't care if you're saying they said that. Do we have any news on numbers of deaths or injuries? We have one suggestion. We have one suggestion that 300 people are dead. The last I heard in the news was 70 injuries, and but I don't know. I don't know if that's actually true. I just saw it in a tweet quoting a news source. So it probably is. Wouldn't surprise me, that many buildings. Ground invasion will happen? I don't know. I don't know. Why would you give a warning if you're trying to kill Nasrallah? Well, they did last time. That thing that everyone calls the Dahia Doctrine, they gave a warning last time. They gave 18-hour warning. Obviously, he escaped. Who's this? There's a Discord link in chat, Omar. Hello.
Hi. Wait, I can't hear you. Do I have to turn on the stream?
No, you should hear me through Discord.
Okay, I don't hear it. Oh, I hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question.
You're
put in
very
a
quiet,
stream
by the way,
today.
and I've turned you up as much as I can on my side.
Shit, really? Oh,
Shit.
God damn it.
Just get close as possible.
I have like a headset. Is this better?
That's a lot better. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Talk again?
Is this better?
Yeah,
If I have a
better.
bad mic,
That's
I'll
better.
just
That's
leave.
better. That's better.
No, I have a question. I put in stream chat earlier. Do you think the 40K figure has to do with like everywhere, like in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon?
No, I'm pretty sure it's just Gaza. That's
Just Gaza?
it's from the Gazan Health Ministry, so it would be.
No, no, no. I mean Hamas fighters, like total, like.
Oh, how many of them exist in the Al Qassam Brigade? Oh, actually, I have no idea. No idea. I think the estimate I heard was there were 30,000 of them in Gaza. So if there's another 10,000, would they be around the West Bank and Lebanon? Maybe. I don't think there would be that many in West Bank.
Because I know in BB's speech today, he said that they killed around half of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if he means in like both like the West Bank, because I know they did some raids in like Jenin and stuff, and then like in Gaza as well. So like if they're saying 40K and then 20, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not there obviously, but like.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to ask me how many Hamas fighters are in Lebanon and West Bank, you're probably only. I wouldn't be surprised if it was more than a few hundred, maybe a couple of thousand, but like, yeah, very unlikely.
Yeah.
Most of them are
like,
in Gaza.
Yeah. Okay, that was all. All right. It was nice meeting you. Nice speaking with you. All right.
And yourself.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye. Take care.
So where's this guy? Is he banned? Is that why he can't find the Discord? We have new people in here. Why did one Hassan viewer come in just to spurg and then leave? Was I mentioned? Was I mentioned on the big man stream? Fuck. All right. Yeah, you were. Okay. Why does the sun rise? Banned from the Discord. Let me have a look. I think he probably is banned because he's a bit nuts. Let me see. The empowered man, a chatter brought you up. Am I a race traitor now? In the same way that Americans who don't like Trump are race traitors. I don't. Fuck me. Yeah, I know you're called the Empowered Man. Let me check. It takes a minute to go through these fucking lists. They're very big. The banned list is large. Bans. Empower. The Empower. Whoa. The I don't see any empowered man on the ban list, so the link should just work for you. Just go there. Wait, why did... Yeah, go there. Fan art. Oh, cute. Oh, it's a redo. This is a little stars room. Wow. Cute. Amazing. Chatter expectations anytime anything happens. Okay. The IDF says he was in the compound. I don't... Stop giving me all this fucking conjecture. It's plausibly likely possible that he died. You guys. Found this exchange on Hassan's Discord. I have gone up against charlatans and Israel flunkies, Lornerbox, and Destiny. Yeah, you're annoying. Oh no. Frogon. Let them fight. Let them fight. The assessments are growing. The Discord's going mental. Well, Wiz, the leader of Hezbollah might be dead, okay? That's the big story right now. And Israel conducted a pretty fat fucking strike in the middle of a very densely populated area, so... There's blame on both sides. Hello.
Okay, hello. The Discord is going crazy in a completely different direction unrelated to it. That's Allah.
Oh, what are they doing?
Some people being racist.
Who's being racist?
I don't know, but they're already gay babied.
Oh, like a new viewer was a new member was being racist.
Oh, it was just being racist to Indians for no reason. I think he was Israeli because we invited him for Shabbat dinner. So maybe he's Israeli. Maybe he's
3 people. He smelled. Oh God, Jesus Christ! Yeah, ban them. Fucking what? Yortem. Yeah, ban
so
them.
I felt like I should join and tell you that it has nothing to do with Nasrallah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, ciao.
All right. Here's the timestamp of Hassan mentioning you. Good. What's he saying? Why is he muted?
And I don't care about what some other goddamn content creator said about this, okay? Don't bring this shit up unless you want simply drama. Like, I don't care what fucking loner...
Oh, it's this Ilya person. This person's a liar. Yeah, this person lies about me all the time in other people's streams and fucking replies. This person's an absolute cunt. Are they saying I said this strike was legal under international law? I have said no such thing. We don't have any fucking information about this strike, you fucking dick. That person. I blocked this person on Discord because they just would not leave me alone. What was the last message they sent to me? This person is like a full-on Hamas supporter, by the way, this person. What did they say to me again? I spent the whole fucking day trying to find out if people who were in the area got warnings. How do I get a screenshot of this? This is the person. You're Zionist scum that deserves the worst. You're a dumbass who lies all the time. You say Hezbollah uses human shields when there's no evidence at all. Human Rights Org and the UN deny this claim. I think they're referring to an Amnesty report from 2006, even though the report admitted that they use civilian areas to launch their strikes, which is all I've ever said. I'll tell you, this person's a liar. They're a fucking liar. Hezbollah are a resistance group that are trying to stop the genocide in Gaza and destroy an ethno-state, which is the moral thing to do. Really, destroy another country. Is that their right? Okay. You're a sick scum who justifies terrorism as a neoliberal who just follows what the State Department says. You orbit a person who says white people should say the N-word and is Islamophobic freak. Okay. So yeah, this person's just a liar. Every single thing they've said here is a lie. Apart from that Destiny apparently says white people should say the N-word. He never actually told me to say the N-word because I'm not white. And actually, even that's a lie, because Destiny only says that white people should say the N-word most of the time. On Tuesdays and Thursdays. And Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. And Saturdays. But not on the Sabbath. What's wrong with that? This person is such a cunt. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them. I feel like if you don't like my positions, you can just be accurate about them. Yeah, you're upset because I don't want to destroy Israel. Yes. And you're also upset that I don't support a bunch of fucking apparently inept as fuck fundamentalist, fascist, Iran-backed psychos doing it with rockets that hit fucking Arabs half the time and their communities in the north of Israel. Because the people who pay the price for trying to do that, at the end of the day, are the Lebanese civilians that live in the places where Hezbollah launches their rockets from. Sorry. You think he's just a troll? No, this person is serious. This person's for real. That's why they're on this fucking mission to get the word out. They were in this stream, probably on an alt. They heard me discussing the international law issues about warnings and the proportionality, and saying I would be really interested to see why Israel has decided that this was proportionate if 300 people died. And they went to Hassan and said, Lunabok said this is perfectly legal, before we even know who's died. What the fuck?
Fox said, okay, why the fuck would I ever care about that? What is wrong with you? I'm doing news coverage. You want me to fucking go yell at some random fucking YouTuber, man? What the fuck? Who looks at one of the worst escalations in terms of like regional conflict in this area, with the death toll increasing by the hundreds overnight, and goes, I wonder if I can get Hassan to respond to some random fucking dickhead on YouTube about this issue. Okay?
You know what? That's good
Jesus
enough for
Christ.
me. That's good enough. He didn't take the bait.
Fix your fucking brains, man.
He needs more information to make such a conclusion about my takes. Listen, me and Hassan, we're like that, okay? We disagree on so many things. But I will generally listen to what he's saying before I take a pop. Okay. Oh yeah, Clippers, you can send those last 3 minutes to Hassan if you want. I don't care. Like if you... I mean, why the fuck would you? Like, God. Never mind. I'm moving on. How long should we expect to wait before getting a confirmation on Nasrallah? Why would you ask me that question? Why, in a fucking breaking news story, when a bunch of fucking bunker busters have just struck 6 buildings, flattened them, killed an unspecified number of people, possibly hundreds, there's equivocation coming from all sides. Why the fuck do you think me, a streamer, is like, well, when such strikes happen, with such magnitude, in such regions, with such communications from the enemy and the belligerents involved, it takes an average of about 72 hours before there's confirmation whether or not the man who has been hiding for the last 20 years is dead. Hello.
Hello.
What can I do for you, sir?
You hear me?
Yeah, very clear. Well done.
How you doing, buddy?
Bit jittery, bit fucked up, but you know, trying.
Why are you calling me a crazy? That you saying I'm a crazy guy?
You tell me. The last the last thing I ever heard you say was you were asked something about what Hamas should do to Palestinians who try to flee northern Gaza. What did you say they should do?
Yeah, you guys said we can't say it on because it's TOS.
Yeah, you said shoot them in the head. That's what you said. Yeah, like blink twice.
The whole idea is that
we
don't. My whole idea is that the way I said it was wrong, but we don't want to give Israel the satisfaction of ethnically cleansing them to the desert. Because if they leave, they're not going to come back. It's been happening since 1948. Once you leave, you're not going to come back. So you rather die on your land than become a refugee someplace unable to work and able to become a citizen of those countries, like in Lebanon, like in Syria.
That's a great prediction, but that literally didn't happen. People who went south were allowed to go back north. People from Rafah were allowed to go to Khan.
They still destroying everything. Imagine destroying 300 mosques, 12 universities. Why are you destroying the universities?
Okay, but you're saying they were ethnically cleansing Gaza to try and claim the place, but when they pushed people south and they went into Rafah, they allowed people in Rafah to go back north. So it wasn't to try and move the population out of the strip like you
go back where? They got no place to go back to. Be honest, Lorna. Come on.
Yeah, they all have homes to go back to right now, but they didn't tell them to go to the fucking. They didn't try to kick them out to the Sinai, did they?
Okay. Because they don't want to leave. Egypt built a wall right away. Egypt knew that if they got to, Egypt knew that if they were able to go into the Sinai, it would have been a problem for Egypt and Israel, because they're going to start shooting at Israel from the Sinai. Israel will shoot back, and then they'll have an issue with the sovereignty with Egypt. So it's still, the process is still going. What's happening in Lebanon right now is connected to that process that's going on in Gaza.
So the few Gazans who tried to, who actually did succeed in leaving towards Egypt or getting out through the crossing, they should have been stopped.
Yeah, they should not. No, nobody should be able to leave. They should have been. Why should they leave?
Some
people want to leave if they can, if they have dual citizenship or.
Can I? Empowered man. Do you think what's happening in Gaza is a genocide?
Of course, absolutely.
Okay,
100%.
You want to enforce that genocide by not letting these people leave?
No, not enforce it. You should stop the genocide.
You want them to stay. You want them.
What a take!
While they're getting genocide.
What a take!
This is your take.
Hold on. So what you're saying is that I can't see nobody. What you're saying is that we should reward Israel's. We should stop the genocide.
That's how it works. Do what Gazans want, because you're not Gazan.
No.
You're not suffering anything happening there. So you should fuck off and keep your opinion to yourself, rather than telling Gazans they should get shot in the head for trying to flee fucking war. Are you retarded? How can you think there's a genocide How can you think there's a genocide in Gaza while also saying you should trap Gazans in there?
Hold on. Let me speak. You're talking out of your ass. You call me retarded. I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't even know who your name is. I'm here to call Lorna Box. All of a sudden, you jumped on my dick.
Okay, do you want me to? Would you rather I just spoke to you, Omar? Is that okay?
Yeah, because it's not making any sense. He's telling you that we should reward genocide.
I think what he's saying. I think what he's saying does make sense, but it's okay, Sev. I'll talk to you later. Okay.
But don't you have to stop the genocider instead of the genocider?
So generally what happens
you have to stop Israel.
So generally what happens is if you're in a war, yeah, you can try to stop the war, but in the meantime, there's a war happening, so maybe some people would rather leave, yeah. Yeah, some people, but again, these are people who wanted to. These are people who went to the border with their passports and with their dual citizenship, and they were like, get me the fuck out of here, okay? I'm not interested in this. Like,
there's American citizens who are still stuck in there. Let's just get off there. Let's talk about.
Do you think the Jews should have stayed in Europe whilst they were getting holocausted rather than flee?
They had no place else to go. We took them in. And
so you're rewarding the genocide, aren't you, by letting them stay, right? So they couldn't go to America?
No, it's not. They say what? No. What I'm saying is that they were refused by the United States. They actually, the St. Louis ship came all the way to New York.
But you're saying they shouldn't have left.
Hold on. Let me make a point. We took them in. We said it's okay. They came to Palestine, didn't they?
I'm asking you if it was okay for them to leave, because you're suggesting that they should have just stayed and said stop the genocide instead.
There was no.
Why would you reward the genocide by having these people run away and leave the country?
Hold on. What was going on with Germany? Wasn't Germany in a war with the whole world? They were trying to stop it. They were trying to stop the expansion of the Nazis. So there was somebody actually.
Yeah, and in the meantime, and whilst the war was, and whilst people were trying to stop the war, Jews were fleeing because the war takes time to stop, and some people would rather not just wait for the war to stop. They want to get out of harm's way immediately.
Okay, what happened? Who did not want to take them?
Who didn't want to take Jews?
They could have went. Hold on, they could have went to Britain.
They could have went to. No, they couldn't. Every country from the Evian conference said no, barring the Dominican Republic. That's why they went to Palestine.
Why weren't they able to go to Britain? Why?
Because Britain didn't allow them to go there.
Why didn't they come to the United States?
Because America didn't want them to go there. Because lots of people hate Jews. Yeah, that's why. Lots of people hate Jews. So they were like, "Fuck, I guess we've got Palestine."
So see, the comparison doesn't make any sense. The issue is the Israelis, the Jews in Europe wanted to escape, but nobody wants to take them in. That's why they ended up in unfortunately, in the concentration camp and murdered in mass numbers by
because escaping would have been better. Because escaping would have been better for them, right? It would have been better if they could have escaped.
Escaping to what? Nobody would escape to where? Nobody's taking them.
It would have been better.
There's no place to escape to.
Would it have been better if people had taken them?
That's not the conversation. I said, You said, they should have been able to escape. The question was, Omar, did you want the Jews to stay and get killed? I said, okay, let them escape. Where are they going to escape to? Nobody wanted to take them in, so they were stuck inside that country. You understand?
Yeah, and that's bad, isn't it? It's better to flee than get stuck in a genocide, isn't it?
But yeah, it is. But there was a reaction. Imagine the United States is giving more bombs and weapons to a person who's committing genocide. The United States could make one phone call and tell you, stop this shit. Reagan did it in the 1980s when they killed 20,000 Lebanese. And he called them, listen, this is a Holocaust. I'm going to stop all aid if you don't stop it. He called Menachem Begin. Menachem Begin stopped it in 1 minute. The problem is what we have here, that, Israel has the right to defend itself, right? We could agree on that, right? We agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay, but you're not killing the people who are fighting. You're destroying the infrastructure purposely. You're trying to get rid of everything that resembles any city or any attachment to that city. When you destroy all the mosques purposely.
How do you know they're not fighting with combatants?
No, they're not. The universities, there was no combatant. They actually went there. They put the dynamite and they blew them up.
That's not what other people. That's not what they've been saying. They were saying that there were militants who were using those buildings. I can show you old Hamas. I can show you old Hamas obituaries where they talk about their soldiers using mosques. What are you talking about? Hamas started in a fucking mosque. Like that's where they started. The first ever Hamas stockpile was discovered in a mosque.
So are you telling me that they were hiding?
Do you deny that? The first ever Hamas stockpile that was discovered by the Israelis was in a mosque.
I don't know. I didn't see it. I didn't read that, honestly.
Yassine and his guys with Mujamma al-Islamiyah were hiding weapons in a mosque.
So hold on. You see, this is the problem when you're dealing with people that they excuse the aggressor who's doing the mass killing, the mass destroying, and chasing the small. That's like what would happen in the United States. If a black person rob an old lady at the subway, everybody, look at the black crime, they're crazy. But if a white person steals $100 million on Wall Street, nobody knows. We don't know what that is. But that black person who mugged that lady for $30, we're all after him because this is what's going on in Palestine.
Well,
You don't
it's
have.
not really
You don't
well,
have.
with,
Hold
with,
on. Hold on.
with Jews. It's not really about black or white, right? Because like white supremacists actually hate Jews. Jews are an ethnic minority in the world. They're a very oppressed minority in the world. It's not about
Yeah,
black or
but
white. What the fuck?
in
You
the
think just
world,
because
but
of
in
white
Israel,
skin, you think
no,
white
no, no, no.
supremacists
Hold on.
have a preference towards Jews? What the fuck?
In Israel, the Jews are Jewish supremacists. It's a Jewish supremacist government, an ethno state. Exactly. This is the problem.
What do you mean
in
by
the
ethno
United
state?
States? Well, Israel is an ethno state. The law, they just passed a law that the Jewish is for the Jews. The state of Israel is for the Jews.
The nation state law. What laws came out of the nation state law is like a statement. What came out of the nation state law? What did any laws get built on that? Have they practiced anything
Well,
built on
it's
the
a
nation state
process.
law?
Well, there's a chance to. There's a process. They are settling all the land in the West Bank. They are kicking the Palestinians, killing them off their farms. It's a process. They don't do it overnight. It's a process they do. What I'm trying to say,
Settling is a different crime to ethno state.
Why
Just so
do
you're
you?
clear.
Why we? Lorna Box, you're a person of intellectual capacity. Why would you ignore the destruction of all 80% of schools, 12 universities, not by the Air Force, on purpose? Foot soldiers went to these universities, put all the bombs, and they counted and said, hey, and they destroyed 12 universities, 80% of the school,
I'm not
300
ignoring
mosques.
that. Why do you think I'm ignoring that?
Hold on. They have killed more UN workers than anybody else.
More journalists.
138
Yes, I know all the stats. I know the stats. Okay. Well,
Okay,
do you think I'm ignoring that? Why do you think I'm ignoring
there's a
that?
targeted? So what I'm saying is that why are you defending Israel? Oh, they have the right to genocide, so the Palestinians should just leave. No, they don't. They don't have to leave. The difference between Germany and
I didn't say. Wait,
and
you're going a million
Hold
miles
on.
an hour. I didn't say they should all just leave. I said people who wanted to leave, who could leave, should have been allowed to, and not stopped by Hamas. That's all I said. And you're fucking mad about that. That's insane.
No. Hold on. If they're leaving because the enemy deliberately cut off water, food, medication, electricity, fuel. What kind of? This is ancient war tactics.
So there were two water pipes that were cut off for about like a week, and there was still water coming in through the aid mechanism anyway. That's why I don't think there were mass deaths of thirst, because they still had water.
They just
and the
blew
water
up
that came from Israel actually only was like 9% of Gaza's water anyway, and one of the pipes was broken because of the attacks. So that's one thing that's false. As for not letting food in, we can look at UNRWA's data and we can look at the data. We can look at the UN data.
All right, Lorna Box.
One thing at a time, because you just dropped a million fucking things there, half of which were bullshit. We can look at the UN data. There are food trucks that have been allowed, and there have been like tons, hundreds of thousands of tons of aid that has gone into Gaza that has been allowed in after Israeli inspections. I don't know why you keep saying they're blocking the food.
That is, the United Nations itself said there's starvation, but there's famine in northern. The
They're
United
saying it, but
Nations
the
said
UN's
it,
data
Why
doesn't
do
show
you
that.
people-
The UN
why
data
do you
shows
people
more food trucks
excuse-
going in before than after.
Forget about it. The United Nations itself, I think her name is Cindy McCain, whatever her name is. She's in charge of the food program. She says there are actual famine going on in North.
So why don't we look
Gaza.
at the?
Kids
Why don't we
are
look at
dying.
the? Why don't we just look at the numbers? I just want you to react to
What
this.
trucks?
quickly.
We saw the trucks. We saw the Israelis burn down the trucks and throw the food all around, and they lay down on the floor. They
The
put some food.
settlers
They
who
were
were
dancing and
the settlers
singing.
who were arrested and stopped by the IDF and by the Israeli police. Yes,
The
Israelis
problem
stopped them.
is,
Yes.
the problem is.
Here, one thing at a time. Okay, I'm going to share my screen
We
with
have-
you, and we're going to react to
this
this
is-
data
because-
together. Okay, I just want to see if you're capable. Okay, just watch.
We're not
me.
sharing
Look.
the screen.
Yeah,
Why?
I'm telling you, I'm
can't-
sharing it.
How
Look,
come I
one
can't
minute.
see you?
Give me 1 second. You see
I
that?
can't see you.
You see that?
Where do I press?
You click the
I
go on
don't see
Discord
it.
and then click my go in the see where it says Loner's box. Click on that
Yeah,
above our
it
names.
says
And do you see that
waiting
picture?
room, join voice.
No, yeah,
It
go
says join
to
voice.
So do you see on Loner's box above our names? You can see my name and your name, and you can see waiting room, and there's Loner's box there, right? Do you see that?
Hold on, let me see. My eyesight is no good. People think I wear sunglasses on purpose. I don't see shit, man. Excuse my language. It just says waiting room, join voice. No one is currently invoiced.
You can't
That's
see
all I
the
read.
channel.
And
Fuck. Hang on 1 second.
waiting room, waiting
View
room.
channel. Let's see. Allow.
It says
Oh, it's maybe because you don't.
I don't know. I think he.
Do you see it?
I see your name. I see your name, Lorna Box. Okay.
But
It
you don't
says
see
Sir
the
Boost. Yeah, I don't want to mess it up.
But you don't see the screen.
I don't see
that
anything.
I'm
man.
sharing. Okay, go on.
No,
Click
I
on
don't
my
see
click on my
nothing.
stream and mute it. You'll see it there.
Where?
Click on my
On
stream.
your screen? Well, on YouTube?
Yeah, my stream, and just mute it.
Wait, hold on. Okay, hold. Yeah, I'm gonna mute it. Okay, because that's what that. Okay. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let me put it up to date because I had the what do you call it? Okay. The whole issue here. Okay.
So you see what we're
are you
looking
showing
at
me?
here?
Okay, I see you.
Okay. This is May
Yeah, I see.
2023, before
Okay.
October 7th. Okay. And these are all the aid trucks that were going into Gaza
Okay.
before October 7th. There's construction materials, construction, animal feed, non-edibles.
How many trucks were going in? How many
So
trucks were going in?
food
About
trucks,
800
do you see
trucks
this?
a
Do you
day,
see this?
right?
No, less than 500 a day. 500 a day is wrong as well. See here it says human food products, 2,295. See that? So that's how many human food
How many trucks?
Total, more than that. That's like 10,000 in the month. But you see here, a lot of these trucks are construction materials, right?
So-
You see that? Okay.
Yeah.
So for food products, we're 2,295
I don't know
trucks.
who-
Okay. In the month of May.
Where is
before October
this
7th.
from? Where is
This
this
is the
from?
UN's data. This is the UN, United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. Okay. So let's take a month.
Okay, so just tell me
after.
how many trucks were going in during the crisis.
Let's take a month
I
after
can't see
October
that
7th.
good.
Okay.
Honestly,
Let's
my
go
sight-
from say.
I have bad sight.
Let's go from January. Okay. This is January. This is quite deep into the war. 2,959 human food products. Do you see how the number is higher than before October 7th? Do you see how they're letting trucks in with aid, with food? They're not letting in construction materials and
So
all
you're
this
telling
building
me they
stuff.
get 'em-
They're not. So they're not blocking
So you get 'em-
aid to the point that they're trying to starve Gazans. Is the point?
So why did the United States drop food from the sky?
Because once aid gets through to the Gazan side of the border, once it passes the Israeli inspection.
Hold on, just answer that question. Why did the United States have to go to the?
I'm about to
the-
give you the answer.
What?
Because once aid passes through the border and
Right.
it gets through the Israeli inspection, the problem is that some aid organizations like UNRWA can't always distribute it all over the strip because some places are dangerous. Some places have been taken over by insurgents or Hamas, or there's like combat zones. So what the US did was that they started dropping aid so that in the hope that it would distribute around areas that would not have as many like combatants there that wouldn't endanger the aid workers.
But
in their
why did they?
trucks.
Why did they build?
That's why they dropped.
Why did they build that bridge? And
That I just told you why. They
Yeah,
also
that
had a
bridge, yeah.
theory that you.
What?
They also had this theory that the way that would
there
solve the
was no
distribution
food getting in
problem.
there. Stop all this. Stop. Get rid of this stuff. There was no food going in there. Okay. The reason the United
So
States
you're,
had
you're
to
just
build
looking
that
at UN
little thing
data,
that-
and so you're looking at UN data, and you are lying about it right now.
Well,
this is through the border crossings.
I can't see that good. But I could tell you, I could give you different data that say there was no food. They were starving. People were starving. The
No,
United States
what you
had to
can
go
get
to the,
is
to the
UN rapporteurs, as in like fucking people in
All right,
these
so
like
they have a lot of
spokespersons
food.
positions.
Why the market is full?
No, the market is
The market is full. I guess, right? They were eating. They don't know what to do with the food.
no, the
They were
market is
selling it
not
to Israel, right?
full. It's a war. There's obviously less food than there would have been before the war, but there's not a blockage of food that's intended to starve Gazans. That's all I'm saying.
The
Do you acknowledge
defense
that?
minister himself said no. The defense minister of Israel himself said these animals are not
He
going to
said
get no
that.
water.
When did he
no
say that?
food,
When did he
no
say that? When did he
electricity,
say
no
that?
fuel.
When did he say that?
After October 7th.
Yeah, he said that on October 8th or 7th, when there were 30 breaches in the wall and half of the fucking crossings were
I think,
destroyed by
I think,
Hamas. Yeah, at that point, aid trucks were probably not going to go in until they had secured the border. Once they secured the border, aid started going in.
He was,
Do you deny that?
Are you saying he was saying that for the? Hold on. He was saying that for the safety of the trucks.
He was saying it for a million reasons. He was saying it because the fucking border was open. The border between Gaza and Israel was open.
You know what I think you are? You're covering for genocide. You're as guilty as these motherfuckers.
Why does the UN disagree with him? Why is the UN showing us here that there were more trucks going in a month after than before? Why are they saying 2,959 trucks? This is UN data.
Do you have the video?
This is their own data.
Do you have the video of the?
This is their data.
Do you have the video of the defense minister?
Why do you disagree with their?
The defense minister?
I know he said that, but again, that's not just because a defense minister says something
no,
on the first day of the war
saying,
doesn't mean that it's their policy throughout the war, does it? Because clearly there are trucks being allowed in.
You know what's amazing is
why
that,
do you think the UN is lying? The UN is clearly lying here, right? You don't believe this number.
When,
why don't you believe this number?
Because the same UN said there was a famine.
It's not the same UN. The UN is a big fucking organization. There are different people in the UN.
Why don't you look at Cindy McCain? She's the head of the food program of the United Nations. She said there's famine. People are dying because food is not.
They said there was. They said there was risk of. They said there was imminent famine, and then the UN said there was enough evidence to suggest.
People are dying already. No, people are dying already. The problem is
UN.
You and Destiny will run cover for anything. I don't know. Did you get paid? How much did you get, Lorna?
You think I got paid by the state of Israel?
You went to Israel, didn't you?
I also went to Palestine. Do you know that? I spoke to people who had literally had their fucking family members murdered by settlers. I spoke to them. I spoke to Nabil Al-Kurd, who's literally had that fucking fat fuck settler trying to steal half of his house. I spoke to him. Got his side of the story. Promoted his side of the story because I agree with it. What are you talking about? Why the fuck would the Israeli government pay me for that?
So why do you squeeze?
Why would the Israeli government pay me to meet people who have been had family members murdered by settlers?
Why won't you recognize there's a genocide in Gaza?
Do you see how you just completely dodged the question?
It's not that. I didn't even know if you did all that stuff. I didn't see anything. You just say you met somebody. Where is it? You have it. You have it.
Would it change your mind if I showed you videos of us in the West Bank talking to Palestinians about their experiences?
No, because it's going to be waste time. Let's continue.
So thank you for admitting that no amount of information will change your mind because you are a psycho, partisan-driven hack. Fuck. You don't care about the truth. You just care because you're really upset that a fucking Jewish nation exists near Arab countries and it makes you sad. That's it. That's it. You don't care about the truth. Bye.
Do you hear me? It's not making me.
Okay. Waste of time. Sorry. Waste of time. Okay. Hello.
Before you continue, what is that dude's background?
What's his what?
Background.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Is he Arab?
He sounds like it.
He sounds Jamaican to me at first.
Or like North African, maybe. Like I don't know.
For a housewarming
Bro,
party gift.
I swear to God, if he said that take anywhere, literally anywhere in Palestine or Israel, they would have beat the shit out of him.
What, the Gazans shouldn't be allowed to flee?
Yes, they would have beat the living fuck out
He says
of
he's
him.
from Yemen.
He's a Houthi. You got your own Houthi pirate. Let's go.
Okay.
You got your own Houthi pirate, man. He's also like a senior because he's old. Right.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Bro, fucking that take rattled me. I couldn't like wait for your conversation to be done.
Yeah, it's a bit much, isn't it?
Bro, like how can you fucking like punish Gazans for something they didn't have to do with? Like fucking insane.
I just wish more people knew about this. I wish more people actually realized that a lot of these organizations they've got popularity, but they're not as popular as people think. And the effect that they have on other people who aren't interested in what they're interested in is fucking it's imposed on them. It's forced on them. Yeah, like, do you know how it's like a kind of a thing where if someone, because of like people's family or friendly ties in the West Bank, like say if like there's a Hamas operative in the West Bank, like they will if someone wants to do that, if someone wants to operate as a Hamas person in the West Bank and maybe carry out an attack, at some point in their quest, they will make it the problem of people who don't agree with them, right? Like they will get family members to help them, or they'll get like friends to help them, or they'll entangle someone in it by being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Let me guess where you're getting all this from. Fauda.
Yeah, this is like just like Fauda, right? Yeah. Like even if you don't want to get involved, if someone near you is a fucking Hamas guy, then they're like going to make you involved, right? And I wish people knew that was like more of a thing, because we see it all the time. Like that's what we see in Gaza with fucking Hamas. Putting their bases next to people's houses or under people's houses. Yeah, fuck. And not everyone's consenting to that shit.
By the way, Sulfur says that this dude was normal once, then he had a stroke, and now he's like this.
Well, thoughts and prayers. I can tell when someone is clearly just like mentally broken, then there's no point.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. That take. How can anyone hear that take and be like, oh yeah, this guy's pro-Palestine? I can't. Like, you have to be retarded to think that, right?
Nope.
No, because like after you moved me out, my dad was like, "Why are you shouting?" And I was like, "I told him this take, and my dad said hang him." My dad literally
really?
said, "Hank, this dude for saying that take." My dad, who is not exactly the loving of Israel,
Yeah.
and who also watches Israel a lot. Anyway, but
Fucked up. More zones in Dahia have been evacuated. Really? Does that mean they've... Okay. So are warnings actually only given to those particular zones? When shall I be released? Oh, sorry, Papa Smith. Thanks for the $50. That's so goddamn generous of you. Wow. Heckin'. You need ideas for a housewarming party gift. Depends on the person. Personalize. Find out what they're really interested in and give them something that they care about. Scroll through their history. Socially engineer. Hack into their Amazon. Thanks for the $9.99, Will Game. Really appreciate that. There was no warning for the initial strike. That's what... Is your family safe? Yeah. They're not in Dahia, so they're probably going to be fine. If Hezbollah start moving into other parts of Beirut where people oppose them, then I'm probably not going to be the most objective reporter from now on. But I just wanted to stop, man. I really wanted to stop. Fuck. But I wonder why they're talking about... another strike. Why do they always jump to how much is Israel paying you? Oh, because these people don't care about the truth. They don't. And I imagine if you push them, they would say something like, if I have a just cause, the truth doesn't matter. Or it's a kind of like a slightly less important thing. Hello.
Oh, hi. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, life's doing kind of okay. Just two quick things. I've watched the video that came out, I think, this morning or yesterday, with some of the Hassan stuff and all that. And I wanted to ask one thing, and I wanted to add something.
Okay.
So, which one do you want to start with?
You choose.
Okay, I'll first ask the question. There was one part where I think it was you that said if you have a Lebanese passport and you talk to someone who's Israeli, that's like forbidden by law.
I mean, I've heard people mention it, but I don't know. It's not like that's not the actual law. It's like a kind of thing that
is it like
has
the
legal
moral
implications.
police or something?
I don't know how it works. I don't know, but someone told me it was illegal. I looked it up, and it looks like it's a kind of vague interpretation of 3 old laws, particularly the 50s boycott law, and that's where I got. Yeah, but I don't know that much beyond that.
Okay. Yeah, it just sounded so odd to me. Like, how do you want to like actually prove that? Oh yeah, you talked to an Israeli and you knew that he was Israeli. Yeah, it sounded really odd to me. Because it's basically like a blanket. I don't like you, therefore I accuse you of you spoke to an Israeli, and then well you're fucked basically. And the second one, it's where my fucking autism kicked in.
The idea is that it's construed as espionage, right? Or like, yeah.
Okay. So it's basically like, oh, every Israeli is Mossad, and therefore you talk to like the bad guys.
Yeah.
In like that sense. All
Not
right.
only that, okay, but this is probably not very common. I don't think people are this paranoid, but not only do some people think that every Israeli is Mossad, sometimes.
Oh, hit me with it.
Sometimes,
Hit me with it.
sometimes if you're dating someone or seeing someone who's not even Israeli, they might, your parent might say, how do I know they're not secretly Israeli and secretly Mossad? I don't know. Okay, I don't know how common that is. Okay, it's been known to happen to some people at least
Fucking
once.
rent
Okay.
free in your head, mate. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. And then the second one. I don't know if you still remember this part, but I think it was like in the first 15 or 20 minutes. In like the segment where Hassan was like, "Oh, imagine if this was Ukraine. Imagine this was the Russians." Like fucking drooling retard that he is. Actually, you don't even have to imagine because this actually happens. He was talking about the pagers and the radios blowing up as like, oh, that's like you can't control that, and it's like basically a war crime because hey, this looks like something that someone could use, and there's this one part in the international law that says, oh, well, that's forbidden. And then he makes this hypothetical with Russia that if Russia did this, then everyone would be super clear about it. I don't know. I don't think I've spoken to you about this, but the Russians have this thing called the PFM-1 mine. It's an anti-personnel mine. It basically looks like a butterfly.
Yeah,
it's
the butterfly
like,
mines. Yeah.
Yeah, and those are specifically designed to be dropped by like longer range rockets or air launched rockets, and then just as a cluster mine, they scatter, and especially because Russian made, so all the Soviet satellite states and like fucking every Middle Eastern country that basically says I don't really like the US and fuck Israel got them because hey, Soviet stuff. So these things have like a notorious track record of getting picked up by kids because they think, oh, look, toy. And then they blow up in their hands.
Mm-hmm.
And normally the intention was that you would step on them, and because they're so unstable, like just shaking them or picking them up already blows them, triggers them.
Jesus.
Like, yeah, they're really fucking nasty. And they're not intended to kill you. They're just intended to blow your fucking legs off. Like, which is even, well, considering how war works, it's even worse because you're still alive. And if you have somewhat of a, well, working military, it would mean that, hey, you just got your leg ripped off, blown off. Hey, now we need somebody to pick you up and get you to the medical attention, and that technically costs more resources in war than a mine that just simply blows you up and you're dead, because yeah, that's how things work. Logistics, hey, yeah. So it's just an addition. So every time, well, I think you already knew this, but maybe people in chat. Like, every time someone brings up, oh, what about Russia? Just say, yeah, motherfucker, they have the PFM-1 mine. Like, they don't give a fuck, like, since about, like, 2 years ago. So, yeah, that was basically everything I had to add. Oh, and one more thing. There was this argument that, these strikes are very precise, and the collateral is very low. That was also one thing.
From the pagers, you mean?
Yeah, on the pages where there's this argument of, oh, this military action is actually very very class or what's the clandestine?
Sure.
I don't know if that's the word. Where it's like very precise, that it's not random where it blows up. It's like, oh yeah, we exactly know who who the guy that should blow up is. And I think you had this argument with, I think, someone in chat where it's like, what about the airfield raids? Weren't they more precise in like less casualties that shouldn't be there?
Airfield raids?
Yeah, in the
Syria.
No, in the, I think it was the 67 war.
Oh, those. Well, yeah, obviously. I mean, if you're against a conventional army, you're allowed to be more precise. Yeah.
Yes,
of course.
That's the one thing that I wanted to mention. I think the big difference between why people call it very precise now and you making that argument where it's not really connecting, I think, is once when you had the war, that was like actual militaries fighting each other, so everything was like designated. Now you have like basically a terrorist organization that main function is, hey, I'm hiding in between or behind citizens, like ordinary people. And if you keep that in mind, then it becomes pretty precise, I would argue.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just my 2 cents. So, oh yeah, by the way, I like your appearances on Destiny stuff.
Oh, good.
I really like it.
Thanks.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
That's everything, because I don't have too much time. I'm moving again tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to pack up now.
Okay. Take care, bud.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Where is the Hagari statement supposed to appear? Is he going to give it in Hebrew first and then in English? Is it like America where they have the fucking... Is this guy arguing butterfly mines are cool? No. Are you paying attention? He said butterfly mines are illegal. They're really bad. There's nothing legal about a butterfly mine. I think people just hear what they want to hear. I don't know. Is it like in the English-speaking world where you have a live broadcast with a blank fucking podium, a lectern, and you just get to wait until someone appears in front of it? That's what I want. But yeah, get me the link. Send me the link. Send me the link. Finally, we can get some fucking news. Get some answers to these questions. And we're about to find out that there's a concept of an idea that Nasrallah is potentially somewhere. He won't say anything. He will say things. He'll say, "We conducted an incredibly precise strike in Dahya neighborhood. We want the Lebanese people to get out of harm's way so we can conduct the operation." Like, that's what he's going to say. It's just the same fucking... "We found terrorist bunkers underneath buildings, civilian building." Like, it's going to be all that shit. Let's go. Live. Hebrew media. So the more people in Hezbollah don't say anything, the more it's likely it is that Nasrallah is dead.
של שנת 22 בעצם.
She said something 3.
אני זוכרת את הרמטכ"ל אומר את זה. אין, השנה יש חשש יותר מכל שנה למלחמה בצפון. חמאס מורתע כמובן, זה היה חלק מהערכה המודיעינית השנתית, אבל אם תהיה מלחמה, היא תהיה רב-זירתית בשיתוף כל ולזה הם נערכו. זאת אומרת שכעת גם אני מבינה שהפעילות של פיקוד העורף, של צה"ל, של כל המערכות ממוקדות סביב האפשרות שיהיה ירי מסיבי על ישראל.
מאיזה כיוון?
She said Israel.
מהצפון, אולי גם מרצועת עזה, כמה שיש נשארו להם יכולות.
כן. בוא נדבר כאילו, אבל סביבת האיומים שלנו בערב הזה.
Look at the big Nasrallah picture in the background.
האיומים מטהרן לא פוסקים. הכותרות הראשיות של
הם לא בכינוס? איך יש להם זמן גם לאיים תוך כדי?
כן, את יודעת.
כן, that means yeah.
עוד בבית שלו.
רציתי להגיד עם ביפר, אבל זה לא מצחיק. אז אחד העיתונים השמרניים, הכותרת שלו זה ישראל חפרה את הקבר של עצמה, ועכשיו אנחנו נקבור את גופתה.
בשבע?
ועוד השאר של טהרן טיימס, העיתון האיראני בשפה האנגלית, אולי מוכר לחלק מצופינו.
בסדר, מואב, הם אמרו את זה אחרי החיסול של פחריזאדה, עברו מאז כמה שנים.
כן.
לא, צריך, בסדר, הם מאיימים.
But is this how it usually happens? Does he give it in Hebrew and then in English? What does he do? He's saying Iran is threatening, blah, 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 blah. Is this Israeli media all the time? I love your entire country is just one issue. God. Today in the news, Iran is dangerous, Hezbollah, rockets, terrorists, Gaza, terrorists, West Bank, terrorists. Shalom, shalom. Swish, swish, swoosh, whoosh, whang, whang. Sorry. He'll speak in Hebrew and then English. Someone translate for me live.
ונכנסות פה למלחמה
I don't know what he's saying. I want to get the
מפחדים
news
מזה מאוד.
before all these white fucks, before the western cucks.
תראי, מה קרה פה הערב? הרי ישראל, האסטרטגיה של ישראל כל הזמן, בשנים האחרונות אמרה, חיזבאללה יהיה חזק, ננסה לצמצם את התעצמותו בטילים מדויקים.
You say Hezbollah is Kazakh. Chazak. Damn. The no you response.
השתלשלות הדברים לא בהחלטה, שישראל נכנסה עכשיו לשבועיים, שבהם בעצם זאת מלחמה כוללת נגד חיזבאללה. ואז השאלה היא מה קורה עכשיו. בעצם ישראל אמרה, אני לא מוכנה יותר לחכות, ולא רוצה עכשיו לחכות לאסטרטגיה האיראנית שאומרת כל פעם להציק לנו, אנחנו הולכים עכשיו על חיזבאללה על הראש. ועכשיו השאלה היא מה תעשה ישראל, אם ישראל ממשיכה להכות עוד, אולי להיכנס קרקעית, לשלול עוד יכולות, לנצל את המומנטום הזה. באמת עיתוי שלא קרה. עיתוי שלא קרה, גם לא מלחמת לבנון השנייה, שאנחנו בכאלה הצלחות צבאיות שמאפשרות לנו אולי להשיג משהו שלא השגנו עד היום, או שאנחנו שואפים להסדרה מהירה.
בזה אתה צודק מאוד, כי בזה אנחנו גם דנים בשבועות האחרונים, ברגע שישראל פועלת באופן הזה.
Israel's not waiting for Iran, we're going to get on the head of Hezbollah. It's a bit gay. Okay, I'm just going to wait. I don't want to bully my Hebrewoid audience's members. How did we had so many fucking new members. We had so many new members, but there's still so few teal names in the chat. Is that even teal? I don't know fucking. Oh, Sky has it. Sky's gonna give me the thing. Okay. Okay. I need to learn a new piano piece. That's what I need to do. Because I'm kind of good with this next one. Maybe, and I don't know if I want to do like the Hanan warm-ups or Moonlight. No, I don't want to do just Beethoven shit. I want to do like I kind of want to improve sight reading, but that means you have to learn a bunch of bullshit. Sky has had bad translations before. Don't care. Ugh. Play some Rachmaninoff. Nope. I want to learn some easy things. The Entertainer. Maybe I'll learn that. I would love to learn Chopin tunes, but they're all quite difficult. And I want to do things a bit differently, because when I used to play musical instruments, like if I used to play piano, I would just try to learn all the hard shit. And then I would just play it badly. It's not a good idea. A person of intellectual capacity. What is this? Don't, whatever. How often do you practice? I mean, I try to do half an hour a day, but you know. Oh, someone's sending me a score. Nice. I need Tel Aviv correspondence. I mean, that's basically half the chat, isn't it? the soy liberal coastal elite of Israel. The chuggers. All right. Jerusalemoid. Wow. What was I looking for? I don't know, whatever. How are we doing? I've been stream septed. What does that mean? I'm going to try to do one run through of this. I'm going to pick up something new. Whoops. Fucking speaker. There you go. I don't know why the fucking... Whew. It's not a broken note, it's the... It's not a broken note, it's the software that just randomly fucking Fortissimo's random notes. I don't know how to change it. I just lower it so that the random spikes aren't as big. Then I mean I lose dynamic range. What I need to do is I need to get Pro Tools and then load up better software. Do you know Gymnopédie by Satie? That's this one, right? That one. No, I don't know that one. Forgotten. But it's that one, right? I do know. Do you hide your mistakes with a sustain pedal? Don't we all? Yeah. Whew. I mean, I know this, the Satie one I can remember, I think, is this one. That is it. Okay, fucking. You play that on guitar. Yeah, there's a guitar version that you can drop D, and it sounds good. That's what I do. I do a drop D version of that. But then yeah, drop D. Yeah. Can you play Tango on Ski?
Thanks for
yeah.
the Satie, buddy. Lonerbox is going to go down in history for his coverage of politics. I am so appreciative that the left has somebody that is so eloquent and articulate in getting their P.
Is that the Mike from PA quote about? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I can't play it anymore. It's been way too long, but I used to play that. Yeah, that's a really funny piece. It's like really ridiculous, but I like it. That was probably my favorite. That was probably my favorite guitar piece to play. Getting their pee. What does that even fucking mean? Mike from Glazelvania. Okay. Okay. What are we doing? Hagari statement. It's not fucking we're waiting for it. He's done the Hebrew one, and he has to do the English one. Has he even done the Hebrew one yet? We're just waiting. Oh, well. Oh, shit. What is this? Oh, why did they just leave? Someone just left my thing. Oh, here he is.
ערב טוב. בשעה האחרונה קיימנו הערכת מצב בראשות הרמטכ"ל אודות מוכנות מערכי ההתקפה.
What is he going to do? Is he going to do the fucking...
צה"ל נמצא במוכנות שיא בכל הגזרות. אנחנו עדיין בודקים את תוצאות התקיפה של המפקדה המרכזית של חיזבאללה שמוקמה מעל לבניינים אזרחיים בלב שכונת הדחיה בתוך מרחב תת-קרקעי. אנחנו נעדכן ברגע שנדע. אנחנו יודעים שהתקיפה שלנו הייתה מאוד מדויקת. בשעה האחרונה בוצע ירי לעבר יישובי הצפון. אני רוצה לציין את תושבי הצפון הנוהגים מזה זמן רב באחריות ופועלים על פי ההנחיות. אנחנו מקיימים הערכת מצב מתמשכת בעורף ובשלב זה אין שינוי בהנחיות פיקוד העורף. לצד זאת, יש להישאר דרוכים וקשובים ולפעול בדיוק על פי ההנחיות. אנחנו נעדכן על כל שינוי באופן מיידי ואני אהיה כאן. לעדכן אתכם ברגע שיש שינוי. בשעות הקרובות אנחנו עתידים לתקוף יכולות אסטרטגיות שחיזבאללה הטמין בתשתית תת-קרקעית מתחת ל3 בניינים בלב הדחיה שבביירות. במשך שנים חיזבאללה בנה ופיתח מערך טילי חוף ים שמקורם באיראן. חיזבאללה איים ומימש בעבר פגיעה בנתיבי השיט העולמי באגן המזרחי של הים התיכון. במהלך מלחמת לבנון השנייה בשנת 2006 חיזבאללה שיגר טילי חוף ים שפגעו בספינה החיחנית והרגו 4 לוחמים. באותו המקרה טיל נוסף פגע באוניית סוחר מצרית בשם MV מונלייט והטביע אותה. חסן נסראללה עצמו איים על מתקנים אסטרטגיים חיוניים של מדינת ישראל בים ובסמוך ליבשה. בימים האחרונים חשפנו את מה שחיזבאללה מחביא בבתים ובכפרים בדרום לבנון ובבקעה. וכעת נחשוף כיצד הוא מטמין נשק אסטרטגי מתחת לבניינים אזרחיים בלב הדחיה. בלב הדחיה בביירות, חיזבאללה יחסן אמצעי לחימה אסטרטגיים מתחת לבניינים אזרחיים, כך שהבניינים ישמשו כמגן. כאן ניתן לראות את אחד הבניינים בלב הדחיה. זו אילוסטרציה למגמה הכניסה אליו וירידה לקומת החניון, שם נמצא מתקן לאחסון אמצעי לחימה. זו אילוסטרציה, אך כך זה נראה. חיזבאללה יחסן במבנים האלו אמצעי לחימה אסטרטגיים מתחת לאוכלוסיית אזרחית. תצורת אחסון הטילים במבנים האלה מאפשרת לשגר אותם ביציאה מהבניין תוך זמן קצר מאוד. זה איום ממשי ומיידי על נתיבי השיט העולמי ומתקנים אסטרטגיים חיוניים של מדינת ישראל. בשעה האחרונה פנינו לתושבי 3 הבניינים בדחיה. תושבי הבניינים האלו נמצאים מעל לנכסים אסטרטגיים של חיזבאללה, ועליהם להתרחק מהם מיד. להתרחק מהם מיד. למען ביטחונם ושלומם. בבניין קומפלקס אל-סלאם, בשכונת חדד. בבניין מוניר שדיד, בשכונת אל-אלקי. בבניין שיט, בשכונת אל-חדת. על יושבי הבניין להתרחק ממנו כמה שיותר מהר טרם התקיפה. בעוד זמן קצר אנחנו נתקוף את אמצעי הלחימה שמתחת לבניינים. עוצמת הפיצוץ בעקבות הטילים הנמצאים מתחת לבניין עלולה לגרום לפגיעה במבנים ואף להביא לקריסתם. אנחנו לא נאפשר העברת אמצעי לחימה לארגון הטרור חיזבאללה בשום דרך. אנחנו יודעים על העברות נשק איראני לחיזבאללה ומסכלים אותם. מטוסי חיל האוויר מפטרלים כעת באזור נמל התעופה של ביירות. עד כה מדינת לבנון, בניגוד לסוריה, נהגה לאורך השנים באחריות ולא אפשרה העברת אמצעי לחימה דרך נמל התעופה האזרחי. אנחנו מודיעים מראש, לא נאפשר לטיסות עוינות עם אמצעי לחימה לנחות בנמל התעופה האזרחי בביירות. זהו נמל תעופה אזרחי לשימוש אזרחי וחייבים לשמור אותו ככזה. שאלות.
שאלת חדשות 13. האם ישראל עדכנה את ארצות הברית לפני הפצצת המפקדה של חיזבאללה? נשיא ארצות הברית אמר שלא.
אנחנו בקשר...
Oh, I'm so sorry. If you can't speak Hebrew, just read the chat. Those guys are...
הקשורות לנשיא ארצות הברית, נכון לפנות לדרג המדיני, אני דובר צה"ל.
שאלת ynet. האם ישראל נערכת לאפשרות של תגובה איראנית דומה ואף גדולה מזו שהייתה באפריל?
אנחנו ערוכים בהגנה ובהתקפה. אנחנו ערוכים, אוחזים בתמונת המודיעין.
They're going to prevent military flights from landing in Beirut. Okay.
שאלת כאן 11. האם צה"ל נערך לתקיפה נרחבת באיראן?
Lebanon has not been using their civilian airport to smuggle weapons. Okay.
כל מה שנדרש, אנחנו נמצאים חזק.
They're prepared for Iranian retaliation.
ובהגנה, וכך נמשיך להיות. התפקיד שלנו זה להגן על אזרחי מדינת ישראל.
שאלת I-24. האם היו עם נסראללה בכירים נוספים?
Did you inform the U.S.? And he says, ask the U.S. I think they did. I thought they did inform the U.S. before today. That's what I read. But maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Okay.
אני יכול לומר, התקיפה הייתה מדויקת. כשאנחנו נסכם את התקיפה, נעדכן את הציבור.
שאלת מעריב. האם צה"ל נערך לשלב נוסף במלחמה בלבנון, והאם נדרש לכך גיוס מילואים נרחב לטובת פיקוד הצפון, בנוסף לגיוס שתי החטיבות השבוע?
The U.S. said they weren't informed. Oh well.
בהקשר לצפון, בהקשר למשימה שקיבלנו. ויש לנו משימה אחת. השבת תושבי הצפון בביטחון לבתיהם, ואנחנו נעשה למשימה הזו, לצורך המשימה הזו, כל מה שנדרש. אני אחזור ויעדכן אתכם גם במהלך הלילה וגם מחר, מתי שנדרש, בכל התפתחות. לילה טוב ושבת שלום.
He said Shabbat Shalom. So he goes off and then he comes in to do the English one. Is that what happens? They were informed. Okay, fuck. No English today. He didn't say anything about ground invasion. It is Shabbat in fairness. No, the fucking public deserves to know, dick. What? Okay. There was already an English version earlier. Did we really just watch this when there was an English version? The fuck, man. Hang on. Ugh. $4 ago. Is that's not the one. That's the one that we would have watched 4 hours ago. It's really telling. Someone's going to make a meme out of that, I imagine. If I was a bigger streamer, someone would be very much pointing out the fact that all I need to do is play the thing and people who speak Hebrew will just do the translation for everyone. To be fair, that also does happen with Arabic stuff that gets played, so yeah, fuck you. Fuck off!
We are 100 meters, maybe less. The blast site.
Oh.
We've seen ambulances screaming up and down this road, heavy machinery as well, big diggers going in to move the rubble. And we have seen pictures of twisted metal, rubble, the product of large Israeli munitions, 2,000-pound bunker-busting bombs.
This is the fifth attack on this suburb in the past week, with Israeli media claiming that Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, was the target. Lebanese sources later reported he was unharmed, although Hezbollah itself has said nothing. Israel has defended its operation.
Israel is doing what every sovereign state in the world would do if they had a terror organization that seeks their destruction on their border.
At the UN General Assembly, the sight of Israel's prime minister was too much for some, yet he brought his own supporters to hear a defiant set piece. The campaign against Hezbollah would continue.
Israel's soldiers have fought back with incredible courage and with heroic sacrifice. And I have another message for this assembly and for the world outside this hall. We are winning.
Netanyahu made no mention of negotiation. Israel's wars in Gaza and Lebanon will continue.
We will fight until we achieve victory, total victory. There is no substitute for it. Israel must also defeat Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Shortly after he finished speaking, the strikes began, his office releasing this picture of the Prime Minister authorizing the attack.
His own, oh, there, okay, wow. That's what it looks like, eh? Wow. The war room.
Authorizing the attack. These blasts have unnerved the city. They are the biggest since the conflict began. And with the fate of Hezbollah's leader unknown, fear builds throughout the region. John Sparks, Sky News, Beirut.
Well, in a moment, we'll be speaking to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who is live for us in New York. But first, let's go to our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who is in Haifa in northern Israel. And Ali, I mean, the situation here on the ground is escalating. There were some IDF warnings that were issued as well, telling people to move out of the southern Beirut suburb where we saw that attack take place. But we're also hearing more information coming in from the IDF. Just bring us up to date.
Well, the Israeli military are attacking Lebanon still tonight. Hezbollah have fired around 30 missiles into northern Israel. We witnessed some of the interceptions close to where we are in Haifa. One of those missiles hit a house directly in the village of Safed, which is just to the east of here. But by way of response, that is nothing compared to what we might expect is coming in the next hours and days from Hezbollah. There's still confusion around the fate of Hassan Nasrallah. That seems to be key to everything. He was initially said to be safe in statements, but those statements came out suspiciously quickly, and there's been no word for some hours since, I would expect.
Years War on Palestine by Khalidi on Yorek. Def makes Israel look bad in Lebanon in the 80s. Is there a reasonable steelman for the Israeli invasion? Seems relevant.
I guess the steelman is the PLO we're fucking about. That's all it is. I don't think it's the greatest steelman for 82, though. 82 was kind of wacky. The problem with 82 is that there were parts of the war that made sense. Like in the beginning of the war, before they reached Beirut, they were like, the PLO were so like at odds with everyone else in the country by that point that it was literally just Israel fighting the PLO, and everyone else who wasn't PLO felt so safe that they just stood on balconies and watched the gunfights on the streets below them. That was like a really common thing. But by the time they reached Beirut, Sharon started going well beyond his mandate. And yeah, obviously things got a bit fucking grim from then on, you know, massacres and shit. Mission creep, kind of, yeah, because Sharon basically started fighting that war with like no informed cabinet approval. Yeah. Hang on. Tanky army is raiding you. Well, all 5 of them. Should I be alarmed if anyone mentions USS Liberty? Not alarmed. It's just, I think it's just a bit silly, the idea that it was like an intentional blah, 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 blah. Okay. All right, what are you saying, British
that if
man?
he is alive,
English
he'll be
man?
looking to appear on television sooner rather than later to reassure his supporters that he's still alive and to send a message of defiance to the Israelis. I've just heard from an Israeli military official that saying no BDA yet. BDA means battle damage assessment. So they will be doing, as every military does after airstrikes, assessment of the damage caused and the effect of that airstrike. So clearly they are still trying to establish what was done, who was killed, and what effect they had. It is a very dangerous moment. The assumption is that Hezbollah would respond in a very big way, probably targeting Tel Aviv in a way that they haven't done so before. But I think there are a number of questions around that. Do they have the ability to coordinate such a strike, given that their command structure has been degraded so significantly, not just from this strike today, but over recent days? The Iranian Supreme Leader, key again to all of this, has convened an emergency security council at his compound outside Tehran. The Iranians will be an important factor in what comes next. If, and it is still at this stage, and if Nasrallah is dead, does Iran decide to take the gloves off? They've held back quite a lot so far, not wanting to get directly involved in the war, but do they decide this is now the time to use the thousands of missiles that they have funded for Hezbollah? Or do they decide that it has gone too far to bring an end to this round of fighting and leave Hezbollah in some state to fight another day?
Ali, thanks so much for that. Let's go straight to Dom, who joins us from New York. And Dom, extraordinary to think that we began the morning here today thinking that there might be some kind of ceasefire, 21-day ceasefire deal that was led by the United States and France. And we've ended it with a massive series of explosions here on southern Beirut, the biggest that has taken place all week. And one has to wonder, with the world's leaders all gathered in New York, what conversations were they having, and why isn't this situation de-escalating, but rather escalating?
Yeah, it really has been a long, difficult and really worrying day. The UN Security Council meeting is now an hour or so into its second meeting of 2 days, and we've heard the same kind of hand-wringing expressions of concern, calls for a diplomatic solution, a lot of concern about the civilians of Lebanon and Israel who need to be protected. But that's just a repeat of what happened 2 nights ago, and skeptics would say, what is the point of any of this? If that debate 2 days ago led to urgent diplomatic pressure on both parties, led to a ceasefire plan that was approved by all G7 nations and 3 Middle Eastern nations, and led to the understanding understanding that both Israel and Hezbollah, being lent on by Lebanon and Iran, were both amenable to the idea, only to see that unravel because the Israeli Prime Minister then took things in a completely different direction and approved his military to carry out the biggest attack, really, that we've seen for a long time, and what is effectively a step change, the biggest and most significant change in Israeli tactics since this war began, using almost certainly American-supplied 2,000-pound bunker-busting bombs, several of them, to strike Hezbollah's headquarters in Beirut, and it seems to try and assassinate Hassan Nasrallah, whose fate is still unknown, although people close to him within the organisation say that he is still alive. But that's not been proven yet. So the diplomacy continues. Ahead of the UN Security Council meeting here, we heard from Arab countries, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, part of the Arab Council, as it's called, all saying that Netanyahu, the Israelis, must be restrained, must be stopped. But from the Americans, we've heard really very muted diplomacy. We heard a speech from their ambassador a little while ago in the Security Council, which really could have been made at any point in the last year or so, not really acknowledging that there has been this big, significant change today. And we heard from Antony Blinken, US Secretary of State, saying that the Israelis have a right to defend themselves. But what we've not seen is a response to those calls from Middle Eastern countries, from America, to restrain their ally Israel. It seems the Americans so far happy to see this continue. Certainly publicly, they are not pressuring Israel to show restraint any more than we have seen recently, even though there has been this major change, it seems, in Israeli tactics. So I think what we're waiting for now in the coming hours and days is what the Iranians say. Their ambassador will be addressing the Security Council in the next hour or so. We've heard from Iranians where you are saying that they feel red lines have been crossed, that this is a very significant change in what Israel is doing. Is Iran going to feel that its ally and its proxy and its insurance policy, as many people believe the Iranians regard Hezbollah, is fatally compromised, and therefore that requires Iran to get involved directly in this? Is it going
Che Guevara basically doing the equivalent of a Ben Shapiro fan going into a left-winger's chat and being like, oh, another video about the guy you disagree with. Yeah, if I disagree with someone, I'll make fucking videos about them, especially if they have a big audience. Sorry. And especially if there's a kind of trend where lots of their audience members come to me eventually and say things like, yeah, I used to be a fan of this guy, but then they start saying some fucking mad shit, and I kind of prefer your takes. So that's cool as well. So there's multiple reasons to do these things. All right, bye, Che Guevara. Good luck with communism, I guess.
Allow Hezbollah to use its massive arsenal of missiles in a more unrestrained way, and will that lead to a much more or an even bigger escalation of this conflict? And if that happens, what does America do? What do other allies of Israel do in return? And then the other question, of course, is what does Israel do on the ground? Is it going to send in troops buoyed up by what the Israeli leader appears to believe is a belief that his forces are winning and total victory is achievable? It's a very dangerous moment for the region, and the diplomacy so far is making no progress really to try and restrain the dangerous direction in which the Middle East is heading.
Dom, Ali, thank you both very much for bringing us up to date on the latest situation here across the region and, of course, the diplomacy in New York. Well, as they were saying, they're a very dangerous moment for this region. We'll be watching all of the developments here on the ground. Our correspondents will continue to provide analysis and reports. But, Barbara, back to you in the studio for now.
Oh, we actually have Reuters. Again, Reuters always know. Reuters are always the first ones to know. What are they saying? Okay. What are we saying here? Okay. Why do these fucking dickheads tweet things and not put links or even screenshots of the article so I know what to search? This is just a biography of Nasrallah. Apparently, Hezbollah communications are a bit of a mess now, and people can't, at the top, can't contact each other or something, or their people have lost contact. I don't know. Could mean anything.
Yalda, Thank you. Let's take a look now at some of the day's other news. And Dame Maggie Smith has died at the age of 89. She won 2 Oscars early in her career and was a perennial favorite of the critics. But she attained global recognition and fame in her latter years for roles in the Harry Potter films and Downton Abbey. Our arts and entertainment correspondent Katie Spencer reports.
Those withering put-downs.
I'm so looking forward to seeing your mother again. When I'm with her, I'm reminded of the virtues of the English.
But isn't she
what
American?
The fuck?
Exactly.
This is not Lebanon news. Okay. What?
Pierre Totem.
Oh, she died. Oh, that's a shame. Rest in peace. Okay. Did Israel kill her? I don't know. Fuck. Probably not. Okay. I don't want any more war for a while. Just stop the who's this? Zane, hello. Hello? Hello. Are you talking to me through a pager? What?
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Wait, for some reason I cannot hear you.
Okay.
Just change my setup.
Yeah.
Wait, I'll call right back. Sorry.
Whoa. Hello?
Hey.
Hello, you hear me?
Yeah, now I'm hearing you. I was trying to set up my microphone, but I don't think I succeeded. So unfortunately, I'll have shitty voice quality again.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask you if you wanted to chat about Hezbollah earlier today, but then everything happened this evening. So I'm not sure if it's an appropriate time to talk about this, or if you want to chat about this.
I mean, what about them? I'm sure they still exist. You know, yeah. You can talk about them. I don't think it's over.
Yeah,
but...
for now. So I saw you talking to Destiny the other day about this new show format that he's doing, and I heard you talk about Hezbollah, their role in Syria, pretty much what we chat about last time. So I thought that was I was happy to see you talk about that. But I was thinking I wanted to ask you if you knew also about Hezbollah's role in Lebanon, because I feel like a lot of people right now are talking about their bad role in Syria to discriminate them. But I think it could be also a good idea to talk about how Hezbollah participated in destroying Lebanon.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask you, are you aware exactly of the bombing and assassinations linked to the Cedar Revolution and the 2008 conflict?
So I know that in 2008 they occupied Beirut for some reason. I don't remember why. I know in 2000 the Cedar Revolution, that was when they got rid of Syria, like the Syrian troop withdrawal. But I don't know. I know that they've been accused of assassinating political opponents a bunch of times and stealing government money and allocating it towards their projects, like their Shia hospitals and shit like that, and away from other areas. But yeah, but not much detail on any of these things. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So let's start with the assassinations, maybe. So yeah, there was this push to push out this like movement to push out the Syrian army from Lebanon because it was an occupying force in Lebanon. And then the assassinations became, so the most notable one is Rafiq Hariri, who was a two-time prime minister. And also, I think we talked about this last time. There was Samir Qasir, George Howie, who's a Lebanese, former Lebanese Communist Party leader, and a person very involved in the Palestinian cause. And also Gibran Twaini, a journalist. We also have so you know of Bashir Jumayel?
Yeah, I know that name. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's also someone from the Jumayel family, Pierre Amin Jumayel, who's also in the Kataib, like how to say it, the Phalangist party, was also assassinated by all the assassinations I'm mentioning right now are like Syrian, like ordered by Syrian regime and often operated by Hezbollah, but like nothing is confirmed. But it's like the evidence make us like believe that that they took big part in it. So this, I think it would be interesting for all the people talking about diplomacy with Hezbollah, because this has been tried over and over again. People in Lebanon actually pretty much don't consider Hezbollah as a terrorist group. They consider just as a party who's kind of more powerful than the others. But this brings us to a very interesting thing about the situation in Lebanon, is that even though there's kind of a democracy there, like there's voting, it's a parliamentary system, but there's only one party that have military power, and the arms, all the weapons that all the Hezbollah members have participate in the pressure they put on their opposition. So when we talk about Hezbollah being a political party, we cannot ignore the fact that they are the only political party that still have, at least officially, still hold weapons. Because after the Lebanese civil war, there was this agreement, the Taif agreement, that all political parties should give their weapons to the Lebanese army. The only party that refused to do that is Hezbollah, and their argument is that they are a resistance power against against Israel. So I think that's important to keep in mind when we're talking about diplomacy with Hezbollah. That even if we let the Lebanese people decide to try to make a deal with Hezbollah again, even though that's failed multiple times, we cannot even begin to talk about that before Hezbollah makes guarantees to give their weapons to the Lebanese army.
What is the current relationship between the Lebanese army and Hezbollah?
So the Lebanese army is the second most powerful army in Lebanon, because the most powerful army is Hezbollah. Historically speaking, that's why I think the 2008 conflict is an interesting beginning of that. The whole thing started, I don't know the exact details, but I think Hezbollah were either trying to access to some official Lebanese army telecommunication equipment that were situated in the Hariri airport, and that's where tensions started to arise between some generals from the army and Hezbollah, because the government at the time was for the opposition of Hezbollah. So it was 14th of March 14. I think you know movement. It's basically a coalition, a political coalition that for the Lebanese parties against the Syrian government and Hezbollah.
Okay.
They were in power at the time because the Cedar Revolution succeeded. They won the elections. They had the prime minister. His name was Fuad Thanura, who was a friend of Hariri. And this is where Hezbollah took advantage of the conflict they had with the Lebanese army, because they thought that the Lebanese army shouldn't tell them what to do or not. And the invasion of Beirut happened after that. And at the time, the Lebanese army, who was, to answer your question, historically, the Lebanese army is held by Christian figures.
Mm-hmm.
So there is obviously Michel Aoun, who's also president a couple of years ago. But most of the generals in the army are Christian. And it's the Christians who are mostly pro-Hezbollah. And it was kind of agreed upon with everyone that we should always support the army no matter what. But when they came to conflict with Hezbollah, that's where the Lebanese people were divided. So I was saying, so to tell you the relation between them right now, I just don't. I think the Lebanese army are afraid of Hezbollah because what happened in 2008 was humiliating. Hezbollah came out and surrounded the house of Saad al-Hariri, who was part of the government, and Fuad Thanura, the prime minister. And the Lebanese army couldn't do anything to them. They tried to appease Hezbollah, but they couldn't actually come into confrontation with Hezbollah, which is pretty embarrassing to any army to actually not be able to stop a militia from invading their capital city. So today, I don't feel like the Lebanese army is even involved in any talks. I think at some point they had some important generals, but then again, some of them were assassinated by Hezbollah.
Okay.
Some of them are just too old now to do anything. Like I feel Aoun or any of these other figures are out of the game by now. There's no even government right now in Lebanon.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason there's no, because I saw you talk about Destiny about this, that Hezbollah controls the government. So that's not entirely true. They
Did
had
I say that?
power over.
Yeah, they have members in the government, but they're not like okay. Yeah,
I'm sorry, not exactly what you said, but yeah, they have members in the government, and they are more powerful than the government right now. But officially, they only hold, I think, about a bit more than a third of the government with their partners. And in the Lebanese constitution, it's the parliament who elect the president. And since Hezbollah have more than a third, let me bring that back. To elect a president, the parliament members should elect him by majority, but also you should have at least more than 2/3 of the parliament members who are voting on the decision. So since Hezbollah has more than a third of the parliament, they just tell their members not to go to any time they're trying to vote on a president. So that's why we don't have presidents since a couple of years. This happens also 10 years ago when people were trying to elect Jaja as president. So Hezbollah kept doing that until the opposition ceded and decided to elect Michel Aoun, who's close friend to Nasrallah.
Sorry, 1 second. So, yeah, I don't even know what to ask. That's quite a lot of information there. Okay. What is it? So they don't control the government, but they do have positions in the Lebanese parliament, right?
They do have, within the Lebanese parliament. Less than the last time, because in the last election they suffered some defeats. But they still have, an important part in the parliament with their partners, of course.
Yeah, I think also because I remember reading a few articles about the healthcare system in Lebanon and how during COVID, especially, or just a bit after, a lot more money was being given to hospitals that were run by Hezbollah over regular ones. Like they got much more funding boostage at that time, but I don't know like how much of a story is that?
I'm not sure about the exact details, but I was reading about, I'm sure you heard like in the pager explosions last week, a medic was hit, the pager explosions. Apparently he was in a hospital that is entirely controlled by Hezbollah, that no one other than members of Hezbollah or, the Shiite can even get to it. So yeah, I'm not surprised that they're getting their more share than the others, especially that in Lebanon they depend a lot on the foreign money. So when the foreign money comes, they also decide where they want it to go. So if Saudi Arabia are sending it, they're sending it to their friends. Iran is the same. I just wanted to finish a thing about the 2008 conflict. Because actually after the invasion, this is also important information. There was the Doha agreement, and I think this would be interesting for you to maybe read more in details. I can send you the link in the chat for the Wikipedia page. Because after like the March 14, the opposition to Hezbollah were holding the majority of the parliament, so they were holding the government. Hezbollah basically said that in the Doha agreement that either you give me more seats in the parliament so I could actually have a word in it, or I will continue my aggression to military aggression in Beirut. So the opposition ceded and Hezbollah gained more seats. That's why when we talk about democracy in Lebanon, we should always keep in mind that we cannot have a perfect democracy when one party can just wave their weapons anytime they don't like the government or the election results. I'll send you the link in the chat.
Okay. I think that's probably going to be my next arc, is just reading everything about Lebanese history and especially Hezbollah. Yeah, like I know kind of like key events. You got like Israeli pullout. You've got the Cedar Revolution. You got the war. You got 2008. You've got Hariri. You've got fucking yeah. I can get the idea, but it's still a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is. I think it could help you with all the arguments against Hezbollah, because there is a lot of Hezbollah apology like in the moment.
I mean, I guess like the only good argument for Hezbollah that I could possibly think of is that the Shiites didn't have anyone looking after them before Hezbollah. Like that's generally the idea, but I think everything else is all negative as far as I know.
Yeah, I agree, and also it's probably because I think I saw you talk about this before. Yeah, the Christian elite kind of ignored the existence of the poor people in the south. They were also like in a front confrontation with Israel. So yeah, I mean the rise of Hezbollah is understandable, but what they've been doing is completely unacceptable.
It's fucking
I think
mental
it's also...
that there are people in my fucking people in my Twitter replies being like, "Why aren't you standing with your people and shit?" I'm like, "Holy fuck!" Like it's like imagine if fucking Trump actually couped the government, and then all the Trump supporters set up like military installations on the Canadian border, fired rockets at Canada for 20 years, and then Canada fought back, and people were like, "Oh, what Democrats? People who don't support going to war with Canada? Why don't you support your people?" Like Jesus Christ! I'm sorry.
Yeah, the nationalistic approach that we should stand with our country even when they're doing shitty stuff. And the sad thing is, it's not even your country. Like Lebanon is not doing anything. It's just Hezbollah. Like The Speaker of the Parliament is also Nabih Berri, a very pro-Hezbollah guy who's been the Speaker of the Parliament for 40 years. He's not even accepting for the Parliament to have meetings and reunions to decide whether they want to participate in the war or not, or to take a role, to take a part. So yeah, I don't understand this kind of like, yeah, if you don't support your country right now, you're just a Zionist.
Mm-hmm. I know that there are some Lebanese people who don't support Hezbollah, like they're Christian or Sunni, but they still see them as having some kind of defensive role because they believe that without Hezbollah, Israel would just be like conquering Lebanon. Is that a common perception, do you think, or?
I think there is this sense, especially with the Sunnis, because we even see people in Trablus, who is a city majority Sunni, very religious, connected kind of to Muslim Brotherhood. Right now, they used to hate Hezbollah. They used to have like clashes, like fighting between them all the time, between their militias. But now they're kind of supporting Hezbollah because, yeah, they are against Israel. But I feel this pro-Palestinian sentiment in Lebanon is growing right now more than before, because historically it wasn't taboo for Lebanese to say like, yeah, fuck this Israeli-Palestinian war. We don't want to take part of it. It's not it's not a hill we want to die on. But now it's becoming more and more taboo. So Bashir Gemayel, when he was assassinated, he was a sitting president. It was obvious that he became president because he kind of made a deal with Israel. So it wasn't that unthinkable of an idea for Christians just to say, we don't care about resistance, we don't care about the Palestinian causes, we just want to live in peace, even if that means making peace deals with Israel. But now it's becoming more taboo, first of all, because so Sunnis lost their liberal leader, like this pro-Western leaders who are trying to make them more secular, like Hariri,
Yeah.
and they're only left with the religious groups, such as like groups close to Muslim Brotherhood, who are also close to Hamas, who are part of the axis of the resistance. So that's why Muslims are kind of getting more into the pro-Palestinian sentiment. The Christians also had a lot of like they became, like I think half of the Christians in Lebanon are pro-Hezbollah. At least the parliament says that.
Yeah.
So by definition, they're also pro-resistance.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also this general sentiment, like I know, like I have Lebanese friends who participated in the last revolution in 2019, who hate all the political division, like left, right, 14, 8th of March. They don't care. They hate everyone, and they want just something new. And these people are very influenced by the, I hate to say the word, but the woke movement in the United States. So they're almost most of them are very woke, very left, but in the Western definition of the word.
Yeah.
So with all the Palestinian movement that we see right now, like I think even like for me, at least in France, most of the young people are very pro-Palestine. So these people in Lebanon are like the young people, and they're all very, very pro-Palestine at this moment. Like they're the Hassan Piker type pro-Palestine.
Yeah.
So this is also unknown for, because before the young people didn't care that much, I think, in Lebanon about Palestine. I mean, I couldn't know for sure how the situation was in the 70s and 80s. I feel, yeah, the general sentiment right now in Lebanon is very pro-Palestine, and it wasn't always the case. That's why, yeah, to answer your question, that people see Hezbollah as a defense from Israel. I don't think they see it as defense, but they see it as the only. They see Hezbollah as the only party who's willing to actually fight Israel.
Mm-hmm.
But also right now we have a lot of political figures from the opposition that are demanding Hezbollah to give back their arms, to stay out of the because now they're considering that Hezbollah is taking part in the war that Hamas declared, like a war to support Hamas, and they're just saying like it's not our fight. Let's stay out of this. But yeah, I'm not sure if something could be done from inside the Lebanese internal like resolution for this problem from Lebanese people.
Yeah, I guess that's the difficult thing. Is just like I don't really know what the answer is to any of that.
Yeah, because at one side, like a full blown war between Israel and Lebanon will be devastating on the Lebanese people and Lebanese infrastructure, and from the other side, like people have been trying to fight Hezbollah for 25 years, and they tried everything, like politics, democracy, even some internal clashes. And nothing has worked. Nothing has worked, and I don't think like USA or European countries are willing to put pressure on Hezbollah. The only people who have are Israel for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's devastating, but I think it's the only way Hezbollah could grow weaker. But what are the consequences of that? Yeah, we cannot know.
There's this thing that always comes up about the 2006 strikes in Dahia. Do you know anything about them?
2006 strikes in Dahia, like
in the war.
To the in the war. Yeah, honestly, I don't know a lot about the war between Israel and Hezbollah. I just know that Hezbollah kind of came out winner from this war because they didn't actually they didn't get annihilated. But no, I don't know any specifics about this war in general.
When I spoke to Olmert, he said this thing that I've never been able to actually verify. He said that no civilians died in the strikes on Dahia, which is interesting because when you hear about Dahia, you hear about the doctrine which says blow the fuck out of all the civilian areas to set an example or whatever. And then I read one Hebrew translated article by the guy who was quoted in the press talking about Dahia, and he said that they gave an 18-hour warning on the second day of the war before hitting Nasrallah's apartment building. And that's how he escaped. But I can't find any verification for it outside of just Israelis talking about this. But I don't know what the counter is. I don't know. I have no idea what I can see in the Amnesty report. They talk about people who fled Dahia. So that must mean that probably suggests there was a warning. But yeah, I don't know. I've never actually seen any proper like book or articles talking about it.
Most of my memories of the thing it was from like I was young and I was watching what Al Jazeera was saying about that, so I don't think that was a very trustworthy resource. But I think generally speaking, there were not that many casualties in the 2006 war. Because I saw someone that last week they were saying that we're already got like 20% of the civilian who died in this current war than the 2006 war.
Well, the 2006 war, like 1,100 people died total in 34 days. The first day was of the first day of strikes from this post-pager thing was 501 day.
Yeah, so we're almost there, yeah.
Yeah, apparently the Dahia strikes have happened again, so...
so I think nothing is off the table right now. Like, I don't know what's gonna be worse if Hezbollah, like if Nasrallah actually died today or not. I don't know if Nasrallah died, that actually means the end of the war or only the start of like the end of the first phase of this war. I'm not even sure.
Yeah, I guess we'll. I don't know. I don't want to make any predictions. I thought a ground invasion was very, very unlikely, like a week ago. But now I'm not saying anything. Yeah.
Yeah, because if Nasrallah dies, you have a lot of militia members who are very extremist, very unprofessional, with a lot of weapons. So you don't know what they can do with that. Like no one can control them.
It's also when they're talking
So
about like
maybe
there
like
are a bunch of fucking like secondary explosions that are going to happen because they're targeting weapons depots now, which is probably why they're giving warnings. So if they're
Yeah.
targeting weapons depots, then yeah, it's don't know.
Yeah, it could be devastating. So yeah, so I just wanted to chat with you a bit about this, like the 2000 what Hezbollah did in Lebanon in 2000. I will send you. Where can I send you like the Wikipedia links? Is it in the chat or on Discord?
Chat's fine, or you can DM me. DMs are probably the best.
Okay. DM on Discord, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. So yeah, I think that could help you maybe when you're gonna argue for why Hezbollah started like all these problems in Lebanon. And yeah, I think we'll keep in touch because I think we'll talk a lot about Hezbollah in the next week.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Take care, man.
Yeah. Have a nice day.
Right,
Bye-bye.
bye. Okay. Do I want to read more? If anyone can answer that question for me, I don't know who the fuck has ever written about the Second Lebanon War. Aftermath of the strikes this evening. Oh, that's that's some secondary-ish explosions. That person was storing a lot of cookies in that building. Fuck me. Okay, Jesus Christ. You're confusing Dahiya doctrine, which was suggested after the 06 war, with the actual attack in the war. Oh, I didn't know that they mentioned it after the war. Is that just them like commenting on what happened in the war? I don't know. I mean, I've read the translated Hebrew article of them talking about like it's basically just the guy bitching about Goldstone in the press and how they misquoted him. But I know that when when Hezbollah launched that raid in 2006, the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army didn't know about it. They weren't told that they were going to do it. Yeah, the Lebanese government did not have advance warning of the attack. The thing this is what I want to find. No, this is a different thing. What the fuck am I looking at? It's this. I just want to find an actual source for this that isn't the guy who coined the term about the Dahiya doctrine. My guess is it just doesn't exist. Like there's just not a good. It was coined by Eisenkot. This is his article. But this is him talking about it, about the war, and they're talking about an 18-hour fucking warning. On Nasrallah, of all people. So, let's see. Because he was in an apartment building. He's not an extremist. I'm just wondering, though. They say this was on the second day of fighting. So that mean it's July 12th, 13th? The raid was on the 11th. I think the war properly started. Generally, people say the war started on the 12th. Hmm. Wikipedia doesn't say fucking dick about it, but as far as I know, the warning isn't the doctrine. The doctrine is to target economic targets that support these groups. Yeah, I know, because when you read anyone talking about it in elaboration, they're talking about targets, not just economic groups for Hezbollah, but economic, like things for the militant group. They talk about things that... There's a group called 34 Days on Amazon. I didn't read it. Based. Okay. So based. Heckin'. All right. 34 Days book. By... That's a thriller. That's not... Lebanon? That's not the Lebanon War. Oh. Oh, these guys. These are the same guys who are kind of like the authorities on... These guys are the authorities on fucking... the 82 war. Isaacarov. Avi Isaacarov. 34 Days. Avi Isaac. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Will you have the answer, bub? PDF? You fucking download. Okay. The answer is in here. The answer is in these pages. Vintage Bale. Floundering. Barak. The promise is this will be Barak saying, what? We left in 2000, and if you fuck with us, we'll fuck you a million times. And then Sharon was like, hey, Lebanon, if you fuck with us, we'll fuck you a million times. And then it was only when Olmert came in that they put in 10,000 troops and did fuck all, I'd say. It's only when they kidnap soldiers. Yeah, I know. 18. Is there anything about 18 hours here? Come on, first of all. Let's look at Nasrallah. What are we saying about him? Hassan. Oh, no. This book is 300 pages. Anything about warning? Let's try warning, first of all. Intelligence warning, okay. Nasrallah's goading words warning. Missiles came without warning from over shocking the public. Katyushas, inhabitants of Israeli border settlements were prepared. Bomb shelters. The ones that further south. Oh, okay. God, they fired so many rockets in this war. Jesus Christ. So is Nasrallah dead for now? Or now? Oh, no, he's not dead. We don't know. He might be dead. We have concepts of a reason to believe he's potentially, plausibly, might be dead. Warned. I'm looking for the strikes. on either what, July 12th or 13th? Fuck me. What did they say about Dahia? Did they spell it like that? The Prime Minister Syria approved another critical stage in the bombing campaign, bombing Dahia in southern Beirut. 2 buildings. These are the bombings. The headquarters and the private residence. Okay. Bombing Dahia. This is what we're talking about. Okay, so we know that that's real. That's not made up. "24-hour warnings." In Israel, the 7 met for a second time on Friday afternoon. The Prime Minister asked his senior ministers to approve another critical stage in the campaign, bombing Dahia in southern Beirut, especially 2 buildings. Okay, 10 minutes before the meeting, Olmert had a short talk with his transport minister, Shaul Mofaz. Given Peretz's lack of experience and unfamiliarity with military operations, Olmert preferred to ask Mofaz, former chief of staff, for his opinion. But during the war, relations between the 2 men soured because of the unsatisfactory results in the fighting and Olmert's unwillingness to accept Mofaz's advice. The Prime Minister showed Mofaz the IDF's plan to attack Dahia. Are there still any civilians around? Mofaz wanted to know. Olmert answered that according to military intelligence, all the civilians had abandoned the quarter after Israel's 24-hour warnings that it intended to attack. If so, Mofaz replied, there's no problem. Olmert left the table and called the chief of staff, who, unknown to Mofaz, was sitting in the next room. We attack tonight, make the necessary preparations. The 7 will give its approval at the next meeting. Thus, it is clear that Olmert entered the discussion with the 7, having already decided on the strike. At this point, he had little patience for other opinions. Huh. The foreign minister had the same impression of Olmert's attentiveness to other views. I arrived at the meeting feeling that they listened to me less and less, Livni testified before the Winograd Commission. When I began speaking, the Prime Minister started talking with the Chief of Staff for someone. I held my tongue and he said, go ahead, I think. I said, thanks, I haven't finished. I want you to hear me out. Then the Prime Minister said, I'm listening to every word you say, to every vibration. Don't take everything Olmert said too seriously. It was very self-serving. Yeah, I know he's self-serving. Yeah, I know. Very aware. But I mean, this book is more or less in support of what he's saying. I don't know if there are minutes for this meeting or where they got this from, like this documentation. I don't think it would be. This was probably someone's telling of the story. I don't know. There's no other footnotes. Wonder what's at the bottom of this. The ministers came away with the sense that, like Olmert, the IDF officers were impatient to end the discussion and get to the bombing. The ministers were told that the plane's engines were revving up on the runway. Still, 2 ministers remained opposed to the attack. Livni wanted to know what a strike on the Shiite quarter would gain and if the Israeli home front was sufficiently prepared for Hezbollah's expected response. General, I could have got in contact. I think we were maybe, Stephen, Dustin, Boner Belly was maybe going to get in contact with this person, Tzipi Livni. Maybe. Wanted to know what a strike on the Shiite quarter would gain and if the Israeli home front was sufficiently prepared for Hezbollah's expected response. General Eisenkot answered, everything is ready. Livni insisted the operation will not end by military means. Hezbollah will not willingly get up and leave. Goals must be set. The operation won't bring the soldiers back. The solution can only be a political one. Avi Dichter took another line. of reasoning. Since Hezbollah is already under pressure, blasting away at Dahia is liable to harm innocent civilians, which would play into Hezbollah's hands and cause the international community to withdraw its support of Israel. The bombings should remain concentrated in South Lebanon. On the other hand, if the refugees from the south arrive in Beirut only to find that the capital is also destroyed, Lebanese solidarity will be strengthened. Olmert again urged the ministers to be brief. The Sabbath was about to begin. Imagine having your fucking war deliberations getting disturbed because you got to do your stupid fucking Shabbat Shalom fancy elevator bullshit. Fuck me. Ditcher refused to cut short what he was saying in order to observe the Sabbath. Yishai was insulted. This matter is too serious. I want to present my points. Like Livni, he felt that Olmert saw his arguments as a waste of time. An attack on Dahia will shorten the campaign. Dichter immediately took issue with him, saying, there is no indication of this. Prove it. It's an attack on real estate, and real estate, by its nature, will remain where it is after the attack. But the Minister of Internal Security realized that no one was listening. Everyone wanted to wind up the meeting and go home for the Sabbath. Jesus. 4 members of the room voted in favor of bombing Dahia. 2 were opposed. The military benefits were marginal. Nasrallah, ensconced in a bunker beneath his residence, was protected by enough layers of cement to avoid injury. It's so weird reading this shit. This is from 18 years ago. This happened 18 years ago. So they didn't use the busters. But Dahia was a symbol, and Israel's ministers and officers wanted a move that would deliver a painful surgical blow to Hezbollah's strength and honor. Although this was not specifically stated at the meeting, some participants realized that an attack on Dahia presaged all-out war against Hezbollah. The idea of bang and it's over increasingly receded. Were they talking about them storing ammunition at this point? Why did they want to hit these buildings? That's the question, really. Reports that Hezbollah has lost contact with its higher-ups. Good-o. Good story. Links or I hate you. Okay, that's why. Why is stream suggestions not got the link? Oh. Oh, I've heard that. Yeah, Netanyahu's trip to New York to the UN was part of a diversion, so Nasrallah would think he was safe. Yeah. Do you think they wanted to time it so that Nasrallah was watching Netanyahu's UN address when he got bombed? Update. Dichter received an update on the airstrike on his way home to Ashkelon. When he reached his house, he turned on the TV and began to surf the networks. Israel's 3 major channels was televising a press conference with Dan Halutz. Only then did Dichter suspect why he was asked to hurry up and finish what he was saying. Olmert and Halutz may not have been worried about the approaching Sabbath after all. The Chief of Staff's press conference was scheduled for 8 in the evening, prime time, and perhaps the 2 leaders wanted to present the results. The Minister of Internal Security felt cheated. As I saw it, Dichter noted after the war, the attack on Dahia was a fatal mistake that only complicated the campaign. Okay. The Sam Cedar approach. The attack on Dahia was not a surprise. Tens of thousands of residents fled to Beirut's northern neighborhoods. Al-Manar broadcast a special bulletin, a Hezbollah threat. We will bomb Haifa if the southern neighborhood of Beirut is attacked. This will be a new situation in the region, and Israel will be responsible for it alone. Simultaneously, a similar message was conveyed to Jerusalem through diplomatic channels. Without an immediate ceasefire, Israel can expect surprises. The air pounding of Dahia began in the early evening of July 14th. Israeli planes leveled the multi-story buildings where Hezbollah quarters were located, causing enormous damage. The area was transformed into a sea of rubble. Among the main targets was Al-Manar's building, which was totally destroyed this time. But the station... Oh yeah, they tried to bomb this fucking TV station, like... 30 times in the war, and it never stopped broadcasting, barring like 1 hour. Somehow they always had a backup for this fucking broadcaster, so people could do their fucking incitement and shit. Oh, thank you. Here's this. Hello, little Haddon. Who are you? A Western diplomat in contact with Hezbollah members recalls that this was the first time since the war started that he detected anxiety in their voices. Nasrallah was far from caving into pressure. At 8:45, in the middle of Halut's press conference, Nasrallah appeared on Al-Manar. In a telephone speech that was also broadcast on live Israeli television, Nasrallah asked the people of Beirut to look to the west, to the Mediterranean across from the city's shores. The vessel that bombed Beirut will now be demolished, he promised. A few minutes earlier, a CA-02 missile, the Iranian version of a shore-to-ship missile originally developed in China, slammed into the Israeli missile boat Hanit, one of the Israeli Navy's most advanced vessels. 4 sailors were killed, but the boat remained afloat. According to some claims, the missile was fired with the help of the IRGC, an elite Iranian military unit. Wow. What a fucking dramatic war, God. N, an Arab journalist living in Beirut during the war, remembers that hundreds of people went up to the coast that evening. This was the turning point in Lebanese public opinion. We saw flames on the sea and realized, like everyone else, that he, Nasrallah, had spoken the truth, not like other Arab leaders who tended to vaunt capabilities that they didn't have. Nasrallah kept his word. The targeting of the Israeli missile boat strengthened popular support of Hezbollah. In the following days, you sensed Lebanese solidarity. Sunnis hosted Shiite refugees. Even Christians in wealthy neighborhoods treated Shiites cordially. Suddenly, there was a feeling of national pride in Hezbollah, which had stood up to Israel and bloodied her. The criticism was aimed at Hariri Jr. and his band of followers. A few hours after the Dahia airstrike, Nasrallah came on Al-Manar again and declared, "This is total war that Israel is waging. Revenge for the past. You will very soon discover how much your new government is stupid and inexperienced." Addressing Israeli citizens, he said, "You say you believe me, then listen closely. Our patience is worn out. You wanted war? All right then. We've been preparing for such a war. Believe me, the response will reach much further than Haifa. The equation of Beirut-Haifa is no longer valid. It is you who have violated it, and you who will pay the price. You wanted a change in game rules? You will get it." God, he really, he had a bit more riz back then than he does now, doesn't he? Despite these threats, Israel continued attacking Dahia's security quadrant. Through Saturday and Sunday, scores of other targets were also hit, some close to the Syrian border. At the same time, the Air Force dispersed leaflets calling on the inhabitants of South Lebanon to leave their homes. Hundreds of thousands fled, still dozens of civilians were killed in the airstrikes. It's quite interesting listening to reading this history, given what's happening now. How did you get that book? I paged someone. lib.sk, onelib.sk. Scoot. Hey, fucking. Okay. Reuters. Somehow, someone needs to know. Someone needs to know if Reuters are. They've got all the contacts. In the 2006 war, a Reuters journalist in Beirut was fired because he photoshopped an extra plume of smoke into a picture taken from Beirut after Dahia was bombed to make it look more crazy to make the damage look worse. I think a fucking dual national faked their death or something. There were a few memes because I think Hezbollah hired an Israeli advertising firm to do their propaganda during that war. A marketing company. I didn't know that. I didn't know that Hezbollah told the people of Beirut to look over to the sea as they bombed a boat. Fuck. Wild. Ah, bop, bop.
Good evening from Beirut, where just a few hours ago, huge plumes of smoke could be seen rising through the city after a series of loud explosions. Israel says that it was targeting the headquarters of Hezbollah and its leader Hassan Nasrallah. But tonight, it's not clear whether he was in the buildings that were hit or whether he's alive or dead. The initial death toll from the explosion is that 2 people were killed, but that is expected to rise. We're told that 70 injuries have been reported so far. And just in the last hour...
Why? What's that one source that said 500? Is that just made up? Or 300? Why is the Sun reporting that Nasrallah is eliminated? Why the fuck is this fucking tabloid trash from 15 hours ago saying that he was eliminated, all caps? Bro. Or they're talking about the number 2 guy, maybe. The fuck is this? What am I watching? Jesus Christ. You can show that, I think. I guess that's next door, across the road. Again. Why don't you see it again? A building in the Middle Eastern country. What? Oh yeah, it's the Sun viewers. I like this. That Sun viewers have to like. The Sun journalists actually have to constantly consider and remind themselves of how retarded their audience members are. Is this from the port explosion? No, this is 2024. This is from today. No, it says Monday. What? The 23rd. 23rd of September? This will be a different blast. I don't think this is from today. Okay. This is old. Fuck.
The IDF has issued warnings for people living in certain parts of those southern suburbs to evacuate their homes, which suggests that more strikes may be due overnight.
Maybe what?
Well, Iran, which backs Hezbollah, has called the attack on the capital in those southern suburbs of Dahir a dangerous, game-changing escalation. In just a moment, we'll speak to our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, who will give us the latest on what's happened and look ahead to what this could mean for escalating tensions in the region. But first, Hugo Bashega reports from the area close to the attack.
Scenes of war in Beirut. Hezbollah's conflict with Israel returning to its stronghold of Dahir, with a series of massive explosions and an escalation with unpredictable consequences. An attack
So I guess they struck harder this time because the bunker saved Nasrallah last time. Is that true? Do they know that? Do they know that he was in his bunker but he survived last time? Okay.
Powerful that was seen and heard across the city. Lebanon now on the brink of another war. Chaos on the streets. And here is what they're running from. Dahir in southern Beirut, now looking like Gaza. But amid so much destruction, jubilation. 2 children rescued from the rubble alive. Hezbollah's backers, Iran, say this strike marks a dangerous, game-changing escalation in the conflict. For Israel, it's a strike targeting the heart of
I'd love to know the intel they had in his location and how they know. Yeah, how do they know? How do they do... I guess you can't know how they know because then Nasrallah would know how they know, and then he would make sure that they don't know. I know that because Hezbollah are really unpopular in large parts of Lebanon, espionage is probably where it's at. Spies. Mizrahi Jews who speak fluent Arabic. And wear Adidas. That's probably where the money's at.
Hezbollah's operations.
Moments ago,
just like
the Israel Defense Forces carried out a precise strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terror organization that served as the epicenter of Hezbollah's terror. Hezbollah's central headquarters was intentionally built under residential buildings in the heart of the Dahia in Beirut, as part of Hezbollah's strategy of using Lebanese people as human shields.
This was apparently the target, one of Israel's main enemies, Hezbollah's longtime and powerful leader, Hassan Nasrallah, seen here for the last time a week ago. Israel says it is still checking whether he was hit and remains alive. Hezbollah and Iran say reports he's dead are not true. This is one of the roads leading to Dahir. We tried to get out of the car, but we were stopped by a group of men. There is chaos, there is tension. We've seen crowds gathered by the road with rucksacks and bags, apparently trying to leave Dahir. Minutes before the attack, the Israeli Prime Minister finished a speech at the United Nations.
Did they actually use human shields, or is it just a thought? I don't like the word human shield because it makes me think of just grabbing a guy and then like shooting behind him. But I mean, they do hide in civilian buildings. I don't think anyone really disputes that. Apparently, in the 2006 war, it was the same thing. They had a private residence, but he was in a bunker. So he lived in a bunker underneath apartment buildings.
Benjamin Netanyahu said his country wanted peace, but had no choice but to fight its enemies. Hours later, there was some response from Hezbollah in the way of dozens of rockets on northern Israel. One hit this building in the town of Sfat. For almost a year, there has been concern that something like this could spark a wider regional conflict. Tonight, there are two unanswered questions: whether Hassan Nasrallah is still alive, and if the Middle East will be engulfed by war. Hugo Bashir, BBC News, Beirut.
I guess if we're also going to contrast what we learned just now historically, I think after the last... How long did it take after the last bombing, the 2006 bombing, before he appeared on TV? So it was the early evening on July 14th. When did they sink this boat? He appeared at 8:45 p.m. So he appeared on TV a couple of hours after the last strike, after he was his building was struck. What a ballsy man. It wasn't in the middle of the night, though. No, but this time it was in the day. Aristonkel. Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Fine, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. I'm joining the stream a little bit late, but I'm curious if you've talked a little bit about the ramifications for the IRGC today.
Nope.
So one of the things that people have been discussing on Twitter and a lot of the Twitter spaces is, the loss of face that the IRGC might be suffering from today if the strike was indeed successful.
Yep.
And I mean, what we've seen in Gaza with Hamas basically being isolated and, castigated, some would say, by the IRGC left behind. And if Nasrallah is indeed successfully taken out, what is the IRGC's response going to be? Is it going to be similar to what we saw on April the 14th? Or are we going to see another step up the escalatory ladder? I'm curious if you have thoughts.
Yeah, because I guess compared to the 2006 war, apparently, because I just read this today, they gave a 24-hour window of warning, maybe between 18 and 24 hours warning, before they bombed the buildings that Nasrallah was supposed to be in. They hit them, but Nasrallah was safe underneath a concrete bunker, like the bunker saved him. And then a couple of hours after the strikes, he shows up on TV and says, I'm going to bomb an Israeli boat. And then they bombed an Israeli boat. So it was very quick, very ballsy, very fuck you. And I feel now they've just been mogged each time. So, and I think that does play a part. I think morale, humiliation, that kind of thing. I feel like they've achieved so much with just a few strikes. So it's probably not great for the IRGC. But the problem is, they're not going to give up, are they? So that's a problem.
When you say give up, do you mean Hezbollah, or do you mean the IRGC, or do you mean both?
Yeah. Definitely not the IRGC, but yeah, Hezbollah. IRGC can tactically pause, right? Hezbollah, I don't think they're going to give up just even if Nasrallah dies. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I think it's a loss of face, right? I think these organizations to a degree have to maintain the propaganda war that they're succeeding against Israel. You see Khomeini tweeting out, I think over the past couple of days, Hezbollah's victory, Hezbollah's winning.
Yeah, and oh God, if you look at fucking Hezbollah's website, on the day after they suffer the deadliest day in Lebanon since the civil war, 500 dead in one day, they're posting updates on their website saying that despite the propaganda, we actually injured 7 Israelis and burnt down a few and set a few fires. I was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. So the attempts to save face are pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really squirm out of Nasrallah being assassinated. Some of the things that I've seen so far that seem kind of questionable are apparently there was I don't know if you saw this, but an emergency meeting was being held at Khomeini's compound in Tehran, which was I think close to 11 o'clock at night when that was announced. And then the second piece is and this is on Iranian state media. You're seeing reports that there are succession plans in place for any high-ranking officials that are ever taken out, and that's the kind of messaging that you wouldn't expect to see unless this strike was successful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's more likely that he's dead or badly injured. Because I feel like it's in their interest to kill that fear very quickly if he's alive. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's crisis communications 101. I mean, the question that I've been asking myself, like, and I mean, I know you've studied this quite a bit. I like to think I have as well, is that, you know, when you look at the first Israeli incursion into southern Lebanon in 82, like, they weren't able to stop 100% the guerrilla attacks. Like, the reason that they pulled out was because the guerrilla attacks weren't successful. I mean, they defeated the PLO, but then Hezbollah and the Shia militias, etc. And so the question I've been asking myself is, you know, what's going to be different this time? And you said yourself, like, how did they know Nasrallah was there? Maybe the difference now, maybe the reason that they think a ground incursion would be different and more successful against guerrilla tactics is because the intelligence is different. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really have that much more. I'm kind of thinking about just repeating things that I've said already on stream today. What do you think? Do you have any opinion on what happens if Nasrallah survived this? Do you think that, like, it seems like that strike today was not done with a warning. I think they were very adamant that they were going to get Nasrallah and they weren't going to make the same mistake as last time, like giving a really long warning. And I think they believed that under IHL, like, that was how they had to get their target and it was necessary to not warn them. But if they've taken out that many civilians potentially in those buildings and not got their target, that could actually really backfire.
Has there been a confirmed report on the number of civilians that?
So there's some fucking stupid thing going around saying the IDF is estimating 300 people died, but every like mainstream source is saying 70 something injured, 2 or 3 dead, and then the number's obviously going to go up because it's a huge pile of rubble. But I don't know how many people I don't know how many people actually fled that area because there was a more general warning given a few days ago.
Yeah, so I mean, all the reporting that I've seen so far seems to suggest that he wasn't obviously alone and that there was a meeting with high-ranking officials, potentially to watch Netanyahu's speech in the United Nations, which is crazy if that's confirmed.
Yeah.
And so even if he isn't killed or even if he was targeted and survives, it still seems like a number of other high-ranking Hezbollah officials, which, you know, you're talking about IHL, pursuant to IHL could justify the strike, were indeed targeted and successfully killed.
Yeah, I don't know what the law is for if you think Nasrallah is like your big fucking prize kill. Like, is it illegal if you tried but you miss? Or, yeah, I don't know.
But no, but the main point is though, like, if you're successful in targeting these other commanders in Hezbollah that are like his number 2 and number 3, that could still potentially justify the strike even if you miss him.
And
right?
maybe. But I imagine if they do it anything like what NATO does. With like NATO did with bin Laden, I think they basically put a much higher collateral acceptance on bin Laden than they did anyone else. So if they had got other people that might not have been worth that much collateral and missed bin Laden, then that would have probably they would have failed their own test. But
yeah, I mean the difference, like bin Laden's compound, from what I remember, it's like pretty isolated in terms of its position.
Yeah.
Whereas these seem to be under apartment blocks in you know the heart of Dahia in Beirut.
Yeah.
But either way, I think like if he is killed, I think that, you know, my eye is on what the IRGC does next, because their whole network of proxies, the Houthis, you know, obviously Hamas, Hezbollah, etc., Shia militias, Iraq, Kataib Hezbollah. I mean, that whole network is weakened if they lose face and if they don't do something to show that they're actually going to go to bat for their proxies. And, you know, there's obviously internal issues in Iran from the population, from the domestic population, in terms of the stability of the regime there as well.
Yeah. Okay. I'm probably going to formulate some more thoughts between tonight and tomorrow just to put this all into a story. But was there anything else you wanted to say about that?
No, that was it. Thanks for the chat.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye. What the fuck is this? I feel like I'm... All right. What am I listening to? This is in Idlib. These are like anti-Assad rebels, right? These are anti-Assad people. Is this real, chat? Is it real? Are they actually saying... I'm asking if they're saying what the tweet says they're saying. Are they saying that they're saying Hassan is a trumpet? I don't know. No one's telling me exactly what the fuck what they're saying. They're not just saying Hassan the trumpet. They're saying longer fucking sentences. Where's Sev? Is he gone? Oh no. Oh, I know. Is someone going to tell them? Should I just go into their VC? Should I go into the crowd? Sev was in the crowd. Yeah, obviously. Oh, Sev, hey. What are these guys saying? Can I tell you? I just need to make sure they're all real. It's too hard to distinguish. Oh, okay.
الله أكبر الله أكبر توزيع الحلو تفضل تفضل الله أكبر حلي الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر
Jesus Christ. Hassan Piker. Shut up.
يلعن روحك يا حافظ يلعن روحك يا حافظ.
What is that chant? What the hell? Gee, they're firing gunshots. What the fuck?
الله أكبر.
You're waking the neighbors. Is that what are you? Okay, here.
Screen share it because you got an ad as soon as you've played the second clip.
Oh, okay. Let's screen share it. Okay. Do you see?
I see. You've been disconnected. We're patching you back in. Okay, one sec. There we go. Now I can.
Okay. There's a chant here.
They're cursing at someone.
Okay.
يا حاكد. Wait, يلعن. يا حاكد. I think I heard them say يا حاكد. Which that's يا حافظ. يا حافظ? I don't know. It's like one of the words. It can't be حافظ because حافظ is like a respectable thing. It's not Hakid because there's not an ug in it. I really can't fucking tell what they're saying. Maybe it's like a nickname for fucking Nasrallah?
Hey, some people are saying they call him a trumpet. Is that real? Is anything close?
I have no idea what the fuck they call the trumpet in Arabic.
Not Hafiz al-Assad, no? Assad? No way.
Hafiz al-Assad?
But that wouldn't be to do with Nasrallah then. Because Hafiz has been dead for a long time.
Hafiz is can also mean like memorizer, which is like someone that memorized the Quran. That's what they call them, Hafiz. Hafiz.
Okay.
So
let's try again. Okay, we'll try again. You ready?
Okay, yeah. I am. Oh, يلعن روحك. يلعن روحك يا حافظ, which means curse your soul يا حافظ. I don't know who Hafiz is.
Okay. Right.
So,
do you think we should find a better Arabic speaker to help us out here?
You can go talk to the PLO sympathizer and the Jordanian normalizer, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Maybe.
Chat, yeah.
Bye-bye. Oh, wait. If yeah, that would make sense because Nasrallah's a cleric. He's a fucking cleric. Yeah, that makes sense if he's like a scholar or a Quran reader or whatever the fuck, memorizer. What's this one? They wouldn't say that. Okay.
مبارك يا جماعة مبارك للجميع يا حسين شو الوضع فتح حسين فتح حسن يا حسين هاي من عزاز مبارك يا جماعة مبارك للجميع يا حسين شو الوضع فتح حسين
The Hebrew Arabic balance in this chat is disgusting. Oh no. Does Jake actually speak Arabic? They're saying things that might be.
فتح حسن يا حسين هاي من عزاز مبارك يا جماعة مبارك للجميع يا حسين شو الوضع فتح حسين
They're cursing Hafiz's soul because he's the father of Bashar al-Assad. Yeah, maybe. I didn't know they had like a special hatred for Hafiz because civil war was obviously 2011. But I don't know fucking anything about Syria. All I know is you're not supposed to like the Syrians. That's what my dad said. And I was like, okay, don't ask questions. Every Lebanese person we don't like is actually a Syrian. That's what you say. Okay. They're saying Nasrallah is dead. Fatas. Okay. Okay. But we don't know this first chant, right? Okay. Okay. This is apparently a Hassan chatter. It's playing out like World War II, where Netanyahu is Hitler, Biden, Kamala are Chamberlain, the piece of paper being the two-state solution. Palestine, Gaza is Czechoslovakia, Poland is Lebanon. The scary thing is, this time the West is actively supporting the Nazis, the Zionists, Hassan Abi. Okay. Right, shut the fuck up. Okay. Whatever, dude. Don't need to waste my time with this shit. I think I need to give a summary because this should probably be a segment since it's like big news and I never really get news segments out in time. So Destiny is Himmler. What does that make me? Capo. I'm a capo. Obviously, I'm a capo. Never mind. I'm an Arab capo. Why did I even have to think about that? I was just wondering why there was some loud foreign language celebration sounds coming from outside, and I just put together that I've got Kurdish and Syrian refugees living nearby. Okay. B. Albert Speer. Speer. What's a capo? Capo was like a Jew who was a concentration camp guard. Okay. A traitor. A race traitor. Okay. I'm just giving all the updates. Okay. Are you updating Pokimane? Sure. Where's the rubble? Live updates, images. I've already got that one. Okay. Get Pokemon made on stream before Hassan does it. No. I think the way that works is that like you just have to get big enough that viewers recommend you to people. Because I'm not going around being like, hey, saw you were looking for some education. Well, I know a thing or two. Okay. No. Why would that's so grim? Better you than Hassan. Sorry. If Hassan wants to educate Pokimane on Lebanon, you go ahead. I'm sorry. It's not my fight. My information war. Oh. Pokimane knows more Arabic than me. Probably. I don't know fucking any Arabic. Right. Where the fuck is this bullshit? Okay. Okay. Okay, just to summarize everything that we've covered today, what we know, what we don't know. Earlier this afternoon, there were very, very large explosions in Dahia, which is in southern Beirut, pretty densely populated Shia area in the city, also where the a Hezbollah stronghold in the town. This is the strike. Pretty intense. Looks like they used bunker busters on 6 buildings, completely flattened. Here's the aftermath. Seems like the target was a bunch of Hezbollah officials, the Hezbollah headquarters, which were supposedly buried in bunkers underneath these buildings. And the main target, which everyone's talking about now, is Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, the general secretary. So there's not been any confirmation that he's dead yet, although I think given that it's been quite a few hours now and we still haven't had any proper updates, and given some murmurs in the news, it seems fairly possible. I think basically the more time passes, the more likely it is that he's dead. I think Hezbollah sources told Reuters that they've lost communication with the top branch, so people can't contact him. I guess big questions. These are civilian buildings that supposedly had these headquarters underneath them. How many civilians were in the buildings? We don't know, because a general warning was given by the IDF for people to get out of Hezbollah areas in the country, and that was a few days ago. The problem is that Dahia it's obviously a Hezbollah area. Everyone knows that. The problem is it's very densely populated. It's like 800,000 people live there. So I don't know if everyone left. I think maybe it's not. It's very, very likely that a lot of people stayed because they didn't have anywhere else to go, or they just felt they were safe in their areas, or they thought there would maybe be a more immediate warning. They thought there would maybe be a more immediate warning if their building was hit. As far as I know, I don't think there was a warning given for this particular strike. My cousin, I have relatives who live like 2.5 kilometers or 3 kilometers away from this strike. Like, and they're there right now. So I don't think there was a warning for this. At least there wasn't a warning for the people further away. There's a big question about whether or not that's legal, the warning. It seems to be that if we go by customary international law, states are generally required to warn in areas where there's civilians, but they do have an exception where cases where the element of surprise is essential to the success of an operation or to the security of the attacking forces or that of friendly forces. So obviously, if they wanted to hit Nasrallah like a person, if they give a warning, people can leave, but so can he. If they want to hit something that's harder to move in a short space of time, say like weapon stockpiles, then it makes more sense that they could give a warning for a couple of hours because that lets people leave, but they might not be able to bring all their rockets and their weapon stockpiles with them. So that's the gist. It still doesn't answer the question of proportionality. It doesn't answer the question of how many people have died. So far, we know about 70 injured at least and a handful dead, but that number is almost definitely going to go up given that it's a big pile of rubble. When a building gets blown up like that, 6 buildings, no less, high rises, then it's going to take a while to count the dead. So I would wait to see with that. As for Nasrallah, I guess there's a kind of a historical comparison. In the 2006 war, the IDF tried to hit Nasrallah's location in Dahya as well. The difference is, there's a few differences. Israel have been a lot more successful so far in their endeavors compared to this last war. In the 2006 war, Israel was kind of on the fence for a while about even going for Beirut at all, anywhere in Beirut, because it included civilians. And they thought it'd be really controversial. They didn't know if it would necessarily support their military aims. There was a bit of opposition from the cabinet. But ultimately, the cabinet approved it, and they approved strikes on Dahya, most primarily 2 buildings, one of which was supposed to be the Hezbollah headquarters, and the other one which was supposed to be the apartment complex that Nasrallah lived in. Now, they gave a pretty long warning. Their warning was anything between 18 and 24 hours. I think it was about 18. And they conducted the strike. They were given assurances, at least according to people from within the cabinet, they were given assurances that civilians had left. They carried out the strikes. They blew up the buildings. They made up a lot of damage, but they didn't get Nasrallah. Apparently, he was underneath those buildings that were hit, but he was in a bunker. And he was protected by enough concrete that he wasn't injured. Now, the reason people think it's quite likely that he's dead now is because the last time this happened, Nasrallah, within hours, went on TV and did a broadcast to reassure everyone that he was alive. That's like very standard crisis control. He reassured everyone that he was alive. And he also, not only was he alive and unharmed, he did this broadcast, which was also supposed to take out their transmitting capabilities because it was also included the headquarters of their television broadcaster. But the television broadcaster had multiple different areas, like points where they could broadcast from. So I think Israel tried to hit this broadcaster like at least 10 or 15 or 20 times during this war. And I think the longest they were able to stop Hezbollah from broadcasting was like an hour. So that was a really big failure on Israel's part. So he broadcasts a couple of hours after they tried to kill him, not only to let people know that he's still alive, but also he goes up on screen and says, "People of Beirut, look over to the sea. In a moment, you're going to see that we're going to strike an Israeli boat, an Israeli ship." And they struck an Israeli ship, and you could see the fire from Beirut. And that was a real turning point because a lot of people who otherwise didn't like Hezbollah, Sunnis and Christians in Lebanon and Druze, were like, whoa, this guy actually is not just rhetorical. This guy says he's going to do a thing, and then he does a thing. That's refreshing. It's not like, we're not used to that from Middle Eastern leaders. So it massively boosted his popularity. The fact that he survived this strike, the fact that Israel had struck a civilian area that they weren't expected to do, the fact that Nasrallah just came on 2 hours later and immediately counterattacked and hit an Israeli target. I think they killed like 4 or 5 people on that ship. So this was like a very big propaganda success for Nasrallah, this entire war. It turned a lot of people I know as personally who used to really not like Hezbollah, but it suddenly turned them into favor of that organization because even if we don't like them politically or domestically, they're the people who fight with Israel, and they did a good job fighting with Israel. They made Israel look weak. They make Israel look incompetent. They made Israel basically fail in all their major military objectives. So the contrast between that war and right now is so far a pretty big turning point in Israel's favor as far as military accomplishment goes. What it's going to mean for the future, I have no idea. Like if Nasrallah is dead, I don't even know how essential he was to Hezbollah's fighting capabilities. He's not a fighter himself. He's not even a general. He's a cleric. He gives orders to the military. He is the top of the organization, and he's been there for decades. But whether it disorientates them or whether or not, because it's a religious organization, he's a replaceable figure, because again, as long as you're dogmatically stuck to the ideology, it doesn't really matter. Like the idiosyncrasies of yourself as a leader, although he is obviously known for being very charismatic, having a good history in terms of fighting Israel, and having a big cult of personality around him. But so far, the current speculation is that he's dead. It looks like there is not really that much damage control coming from Iran, or Hezbollah right now. There have been other strikes in Dahia since then, this time with warnings, because they're claiming to be hitting weapons depots instead. And again, with a weapons depot, you can give a warning because the people can leave. It's harder to move the weapons. Whether this stops the war is a big question. I don't think it would. I don't think killing Nasrallah would stop Israel from even continuing their operations, because it might embolden them. If Nasrallah is dead, then they're going to think, well, we either step back and give this organization that is completely and dogmatically devoted to our destruction, we can just give them a breather and at least return people to the north for now, and then deal with a rebuilt Hezbollah later, or what? Or they just keep on going. Like maybe that might be their rationale. We know that Netanyahu actually approved this strike and then went to give his address at the UN. He made sure that this strike happened whilst he was addressing the UN, because he thought that would apparently lure the Hezbollah people into a sense of security. They would think that he's not going to do anything whilst he's addressing the UN, which is quite wild. I know Iran reported that he was okay, then they changed it. Yeah, so they don't know. Apparently, he can't be contacted. He could be injured and still alive. That could be a thing, but so far it's not looking too great for Hezbollah, because the thing about the 2006 war was it wasn't just the Israeli aggression on Lebanon that rallied people around Hezbollah. It wasn't just that. It was also that Nasrallah handled the aggression. He responded to the aggression. For that entire war, one of their goals was to stop the rockets. Even during the war, they were supposed to take out rocket launch sites. They didn't reduce the number of rockets for the entire war. I think the largest rocket barrage of the 2006 war was in one of the last days of the war. So I think Israeli aggression on Lebanon that's not accompanied by a strong Hezbollah response, I don't think will rally people around Hezbollah in the same way that the 2006 war did, because the charisma of Nasrallah and the competence of the army was a large part of that propaganda victory. If you're also wondering, obviously, your viral Twitter clips, you barbarian fucks. Let's see. Where is it? If you're wondering why there are currently videos, I don't know, who's this good for? If you're Israel, I'm sure it's great. Nasrallah, the guy that's harassed the north of Israel for decades, is gone. Big military W, woo woo. If you're Lebanese, it's probably shit, because you have no idea if it's going to lead to a de-escalation or if it's going to lead to even more, like it's going to embolden Israel to just try and finish the job, which means more people die, which also means people who are part of Hezbollah will start to try and lie low and take up positions in towns and areas that are not traditionally their territory. And that means that Sunnis and Christians who don't even like Hezbollah get stuck into it as well, unfortunately. Yeah, like if you're Lebanese, it's still not great. It's still pretty fucked. If you're Syrian, apparently it's good, because there's been no shortage of videos of people in Idlib handing out sweets and celebrating the potential death of Nasrallah. People handing out free baklava.
الله أكبر الله أكبر توزيع الحلو تفضل تفضل الله أكبر حلا حلا حلي حلي الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
This is Syria. This is Idlib. Yeah. Why do Syrians hate Hezbollah? Because Bashar al-Assad, you ever heard of him? Chemical weapons, brutal dictator, brutal civil war that's taken about 500,000 lives, maybe 600,000 since 2012. Hezbollah helped him. And that's it. The Syrian army, when they were fighting against the rebels in 2012, were, like a lot of these Arab armies, were quite shit. They were inexperienced. They were corrupt. They hadn't fought in any wars. Do you know who was experienced? Was Hezbollah. They'd fought with Israel. They had plenty of experience. So Hezbollah fighters and commanders and leaders and generals went over and basically took these Syrian boys and made them men. They trained them. They made them into a very cohesive unit. They gave them confidence. They helped them in battles. They helped them reclaim villages, especially along the border. They helped them in sieges. They carried out a few atrocities of their own. Yeah, that's why Syrians don't like, and Sunnis don't really like Hezbollah. No. That's why in previous days we've seen videos of Hezbollah members with pictures of Hezbollah leaders on their cars being harassed by Sunnis as they try to enter towns like Tripoli in northern Lebanon. Yeah, Hezbollah they're a horrible organization. Like, I don't understand. I know they're very good at winning the hearts and minds of ignorant white leftists because they rhetorically and symbolically, I guess, gesture support for Palestine, as if those rockets in northern Israel are really helping the Palestinians at all. I would argue they don't. They kill Arabs as well. They burn Arab areas and they kill Druze people as well. Yeah, Hezbollah are not a good organization. They're just not. So I think someone said curse upon your soul, and I think someone else said you're waking up the neighbors.
فتس حسن يا حسين وهي من عزاز وهي من عزاز مبارك يا جماعة مبارك للجميع يا حسين شو الوضع فتس حسين.
Don't get fooled, Sunnis in Syria aren't very fond of Israel either. It's really funny when you see videos like this and you see videos of Arabs fighting with Houthis or Hezbollah or whatever else, and people like Elon Levy will retweet it and be like, oh, base Sunnis. I was like, bro, you have no fucking idea what these people think of you, okay? They might hate Hezbollah, but you know who they hate more? You, okay? Stop. It's so nice. It's, yeah. I almost feel bad for the Israelis when they see Arabs doing things that they like and they're like, oh, maybe there's hope. Ha. This is actually the Loner Box meetup. So that's the news, I guess. I really hope there isn't 300 dead in those two buildings, like 6 buildings, sorry, that like someone said there was. I really hope that's not the case. That's the story, though. Not a good day for Hezbollah. Not the best day for Lebanon. Good day for people in Syria. Good day for your Kurdish Syrian refugee neighbors in Europe. Okay. Palestinians in Israel thought the same about Israelis because of standing together 2 months ago. Like, oh, they're the good ones. Okay. Yeah. It's wild out there, man. They've already started striking Beirut again.
Well, the strike came.
Yeah, this is, yeah, it was, well, he was giving this stupid speech. We were watching it. We were watching it when the news broke. When he holds up this map, his props. He's got the other map, which is green, and it's all the countries that are at peace with Israel and doing trade deals. And then it's the curse, and it's all in black. It's like the blackest of black. It's like you took the slider on the RGB thing and just pulled and dragged it further than anyone could ever imagine.
Pressure.
The prop
made
master. The Shiite menace. Yeah, well. Anyway. That's my take. I don't know. Some people disagree with it. Some people agree with it. But fuck you. Power out in parts of Beirut. Yeah. Yemen all by itself down there. I know, right? Poor Yemen. Those guys did not have a good break. I think you oversimplify Lebanese sectarianism. Well, that's because this segment is not about Lebanese sectarianism. It's about Nasrallah and the bombing of those buildings. One day, I feel like you can't talk about Lebanese sectarianism in less than like 5 hours, right? Because I've read a few things. I'm reading a book right now that's actually about Lebanese sectarianism. It's written during the Civil War in '88. If I'm going to talk about Lebanese sectarianism, that's a different time. Okay, it's a very different time. You mentioned Sunnis and Christians don't like Hezbollah, like point blank. Ain't that simple? And you know that. Didn't I also say that that Hezbollah have won their support at various times? I mean, I can show you the polling. I'm sorry, like. Right now, okay, during this war, they've done a little, like, again, when they fight Israel, it helps them. When they intimidate the fuck out of all their political opponents and leave everyone in disarray, obviously that helps them. When they get funding from Iran to rebuild the place after wars and develop the healthcare system, people like that, people rally around the flag and shit. But at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, where do you think their support comes from? Mostly, it comes from Shiites. Like, it's not controversial. Okay, fuck, shit. But yes, I agree. It's not that simple. Okay. I've been streaming for 7 hours, man. You guys have rallied around the flag. We didn't even do the Trump shit. Oh my god. Okay, let's do that. We're not finished yet. Don't worry. Okay, we're not finished just yet. Israel took out more commanders. Yeah. It's like a revolving door system now. I thought there was the checklist and Nasrallah was the only one left, but I guess commanders wouldn't be on that list because commanders are not that high up compared to... Okay. Oh, let's look at some Trump memes. Trump is too old and stupid to be president, but okay.
They even said, yeah, but all of them, and they didn't correct her once, and they corrected me everything I said practically, and I think 9 times or 11 times. And the audience was absolutely, they went crazy. And the real...
Is he talking about the live audience? There wasn't a live audience. What do you mean the audience went crazy? Is he talking about the viewers? Is he talking about the OAN Newsmax polls that he looked up right after the debate, where obviously because it's OAN Newsmax, 92% of people said that Trump won the debate. By the way, if you poll Newsmax and you are Donald Trump and only 92% of them think you won the debate, it's because you lost the debate. Anyway.
I thought it was, I walked off, I said, that was a great debate. I loved it. You know, you got a lot of people watching. I guess we had 75 million people watching, something like that. And you have to do well. You can't do badly. For instance, they even said...
Yeah. He's such a cope artist. I can't. He met with Zelensky. He met with Zelensky, and look at what he's saying. He's like, everyone knows that Trump has a soft spot and a hard knob for Putin. Everyone knows this. He can't hide it. Zelensky knows it as well. But I didn't think Trump would actually have the nerve to say it like this.
The campaign, and I've been saying he wants it to end, and he wants it to end as quickly as possible. He wants a fair transaction to take place, and I think... I mean, right now I'm campaigning, so right now I don't have much to do with it other than we're doing very well in terms of the campaign, and I've been saying that I believe if I win, we're going to have a very fair and I think actually rather rapid deal. It should stop, and the president wants it to stop, and I'm sure President Putin wants it to stop. And that's a good combination. So we want to have a fair deal for everybody.
What do you envision as fair?
Well, it's too early to say that. He wants it to end, and he wants it to end as quickly as possible. He wants.
Can you imagine standing there, hearing that shit being said by a presidential candidate, the guy who's potentially in charge of whether or not you get arms or not to defend yourself, against a guy who has massacred people in your country, even when they surrender, people in Bucha or in Izium, and get dumped into the biggest mass graves we've had in Europe since the Yugoslav war. Just thrown on their knees and shot in the head. Where Mariupol has so many dead people and so little grace from the Russian army that we can't even count the dead, that people can't even go in to count the dead. Where the only way people can count the dead in Mariupol is to just look at the emergence of graves outside the city, from which people have estimated the death toll is anything between 25 and 75,000. And Trump just being like, I'm sure he wants a fair deal. Imagine having to stand next to this guy. Like, the same guy who tried to extort your country so he could get dirt on Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. That's why Trump was impeached. Trump was impeached because he tried to bully Ukraine into giving him information on Hunter Biden. Like, what the fuck?
Wants a fair.
And flooding hundreds of settlements. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a whole program. There's a whole building program in Mariupol for Russian settlers to go into. Yeah.
So we have a very good relationship. And I also have a very good relationship, as you know, with President Putin. And I think if we win, I think we're going to get it resolved very quickly. I really think we're going to get it resolved.
I hope we have more good relations.
We're going to have, oh, I see. Yeah, but you know, it takes two to tango. So we have a very good relationship.
And it's the fact as well that Zelensky, bless him, I guess Zelensky knows full well that if he wants to defend his country, he actually does kind of have to throat Trump a little bit. If Zelensky wants to stand a chance of defending his country in a Trump presidency, he knows he needs to get ahead of it and charm Trump more than Putin can. He needs to tell Trump what he wants to hear, because this is what Bill Barr did as well. Bill Barr said that before the 2020 election, Trump would often say things and advocate for things that would actually be really damaging and really impulsive and things like that with the DOJ. And what Bill Barr would do was, in order to get Trump to listen to him, the only way he could do it was to explain to Trump why his idea would hurt him. If Trump had a bad idea, Barr would have to find a way to make Trump see that it would hurt him. And sometimes I imagine he'd probably have to make things up as well, or to like massage things a little bit. But that was how you get Trump to listen, is you appeal to his self-interest. You don't say things like, oh, Trump, you shouldn't really do that because you'll kill 400 children. You have to say, Trump, you shouldn't do this because you'll kill 400 children and that'll make you look bad in the polls. Even in the Newsmax polls. Newsmax, they don't like dead children. Trump's like, I suppose that's true. Yes, I have a great relationship with children. You're not like that. Yeah, okay.
Mr. President Trump, so what are your expectations about this meeting? So what I expect to hear from the President Zelensky, and what are your expectations?
Say it a little louder, please.
What are your expectations from this meeting? What do you expect to hear from Mr.
Nothing.
President?
Look, this is a meeting, and we have a big race going on right now. I guess 37 days left, and we're leading in the polls, so we'll see how it all works out. Hopefully it'll work out, but if it does, we're going to work very much with both parties to try and get this settled and get it worked out. It has to end at some point. It has to end. He's gone through hell, and his country has gone through hell like few countries have ever, like it's happened anywhere. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's a terrible situation. And I will say I have had a great relationship. It was very honorable. I don't even know if you know this, but when they did the impeachment hoax, it was a hoax, just a Democrat hoax.
Why did he bring up the impeachment thing in front of Zelensky? He was impeached because he tried to push Ukraine to give him dirt. Perfect phone call.
Which we won. But one of the reasons we won it so easily is
he threatened to withhold aid. Why would he bring it up?
That when the president was asked, it was over a phone call with the president, and he said he could have grandstanded and played cute, but he didn't do that. He said President Trump did absolutely nothing wrong. He said it loud and clear, and the impeachment hoax died right there. He could have said, well, I don't know, and I never even told you this, to be honest with you. He was like a piece of steel. He said President Trump did nothing wrong. We had a very nice call. He congratulated me. And I remember that. He could have played cute, and he didn't play cute. And so I appreciated that. So we have a very good relationship. And I also have a very good relationship, as you know, with President Putin. And I think if we win, I think we're going to get it resolved very quickly. I really think we're going to get it resolved.
I hope we have more good relations.
We usually have a good relationship with Putin. Oh my
God. It takes two to tango, and we will, we're going to have a good meeting today. And I think the fact that we're even together today is a very good sign, and hopefully we'll have a good victory, because if the other side wins, I don't think you can have victories with anything, to be honest with you. So we're going to sit down, just discuss it, and if we have a win, I think long before January 20th, before I would take the presidency, it's January 20th, but long before that, I think that we can work out something that's good for both sides. It's time. And by the way, the president knows that too. He wants to get something done. He doesn't want to do this. And so we look forward to having him in. I look forward to being with him. But what I said is true. He was a piece of steel. He gave a very honest, straight answer, and that it really essentially ended the impeachment hoax. And I appreciated that. Thank you very much, everybody.
He's such a disgusting person. I can't even. He's such an incorrigibly demonic human being. What's this?
The war in Ukraine. Oh, what a problem! What a horrible. This is a.
Oh, this is him at his own rally. So Zelensky's not looking now. Okay, so what?
The war in Ukraine. Oh, what a problem! What a horrible. This is a war that would have never happened. October 7th in Israel would have never happened.
Do you think he would have? Do you think he said that in front of Zelensky? I didn't know if I saw a clip for that. Can you imagine him like, it would have never happened if I were president?
But I will end the chaos in the Middle East quickly. And I'm the only one that's going to do this. We have never been so close to World War III as we are right now. We are so close. I will be sure that World War III will not happen. I'm the only one can say it won't happen. but you're very close, and that'll be a war like no other, because I always say it's not going to be 2 army tanks, 2 tanks, which, by the way, our country wants to convert to electric. I'm not going to let that happen. They want electric tanks. They don't work well. The battery size is so big, you're going to have to pull a trailer behind the tank.
What god is Jackson Hinkle praying to? That's a good question. It's so cringe. The heartbreak and the flag. Oh my god, it's so gross. All right.
No, can you believe this? They want electric tanks. They don't care.
Stalin.
They want to have a nice, free, beautiful for the environment as we blast our way through countries. These people are crazy. They're crazy. You know, they want electric trucks, even though a diesel-fueled truck can go from New York to Los Angeles with plenty of fuel left over. An electric truck, which weighs 2.5 times as much because the battery is so heavy, which takes about half of the payload.
Okay, fuck this person. Why are the polls even? Why are the polls neck and neck between this piece of shit, this incorrigible cunt, and Kamala Harris? It's just, I can't. You guys don't deserve a country, America. You should give, you know what? You should solve the Israel-Palestine problem, okay? By giving the entire United States of America to both sides, and they can split it down the middle, okay? And you be their fucking slaves. Jesus. Fuck. And the Holy Land, you know where that goes? To the phalange, like it belongs, okay? Everyone's happy. And the UK is doing better. What? Do you know what our conservative leader did when he lost the election? He conceded. He conceded before the bar even crossed the threshold. He conceded before the majority had even been crossed. Because he knew he was so fucked. He conceded like 4 hours after the exit poll. And then he went into Parliament and made jokes about how he's not good at elections. Okay. We did have those pogroms. Yep. And the Muslims defended themselves with sticks, and it was all right. Yeah, and you know how we dealt with our Islamic pogroms? Our fucking brave supreme leader, Keir Starmer, rammed them. Rammed them with his big square-faced face dick of the law. Booted them so far down the mouth that they were shitting toenails. That's what our leader did. Our brave supreme leader, Keir Starmer. That's how we deal with racism in our country, okay? We haven't seen racism get fucked that hard since Nagasaki. Okay, like that, I'm just saying. Anyway. You heard people calling Keir a Marxist. You know why they call him a Marxist? Because he policed racism. Kid starver. Yeah, he's not good for that. The child benefit thing was cringe. He shouldn't have done that. Okay. He's bad for that. Okay. Kid starver is such a funny... Oh, God. Okay, guys, listen. Listen. We've been here too long, okay? listen, pray for Lebanon or something, okay? Because there are good people there. Many of them good people. Good people on both sides. Okay. Kid starver. All right, go to Dylan or Steven or Queeman. I don't even know what you guys watch. All right, fuck off.